Testing. All right. You can cut out that other.
Hey, yo,
Yeah. Run it up, Blondo.
Hey, see y'all from Texas, where we sit riding swangers and put diamonds in our neck.
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? It is HBCU tonight, tournament edition. Hey, make sure that you like the stream, comment, share it. Most of all, subscribe to the channel. While we getting at it, let's go ahead and shoot. Let's get to it, y'all. It is game number 5 today. Texas Southern versus Jackson State in the losers bracket. Winner stays in, loser. I mean, well, they just say losers go home. So, but anyway, man, y'all enjoy the festivities, enjoy the match, and I'm just gonna disappear while we at it. See y'all in a few. Oh, make sure if you're on the Twitter, hit the Twitter follow, and also hit the subscribe button on the YouTube. Appreciate you. And also, if you want to, you can hit the donation button because this stream will not be monetized today to try to get back what we can. So, appreciate everybody for doing that. So let's get to baseball. All right.
And Phillips will take his base as he was hit by a pitch.
Surprised that Gonzalez lost control on that. He is pretty much a good control guy. So we want to make sure these guys, everybody wants to advance in the tournament. Now what you have to do is make sure that they just settle down and move to the next pitch. So we'll see what he's going to do. This is going to be a battle, I believe, between Myers and Gonzalez on the mound today.
Next up for Texas Southern University, Bryce Hughes. Hughes coming into the game hitting .348. He is just a freshman. Head coach Mike Robb, 53 games played, 53 started. Well, Brad, I tell you what, this is one of those games where now you're looking, and everybody knows it. You had a tough game yesterday, and you have a quick turnaround.
This is one of the things about the elimination. The double elimination is always great, but if you lost that first game, you just have such an early start. After you go home, you try to get rested and get ready for today. But these are young guys. They're ready to bounce back, man. They bounce back like rubber bands.
And throwing error. Phillips goes to second base. Errors, those are the things that all these coaches talk about is you cannot have errors.
that's what this morning that Omar Johnson for Jackson State was saying is uncharacteristic of the errors that they had yesterday, and they have to eliminate those. Yesterday they had 3 errors, and that turned the game for them.
This pitch gets away, or actually hits the batter. And now there's runners at first and second.
You cannot start off the game like this.
Extremely unusual for a skill guy like Gonzalez.
What is going on?
Coming into the game with a 5.54 ERA, 7-3 on the season. 17 appearances.
Shit. It's early in the morning. We can't start the game off like this.
And 50 runs, 92 strikeouts.
All over the place, baby.
So this start for him is extremely unusual. Settle down. Tell him take a break. Have a sip of some tea. Get ready to go. Come on. This is it.
What up? What up, though?
Who was that?
Chris, what up, though?
Pitch misses for a ball. As we've seen the first 3 batters so far, Gonzalez has struggled a little bit.
From yesterday, a lot of guys are trying to, nobody wants to go home. So it's just a time right now. We're just looking to see if everybody just go ahead and settle down.
And Coach Omar Johnson going out to talk to his senior, Eric Gonzalez. Just want him to settle down a little bit here.
Here comes the field general right here. He knows how to get his guys motivated, settle them down. They trust him like you would not believe. They trust him, his program, what he does with these guys. He is a master at getting these guys to settle down and start playing within themselves very quickly.
Just ask him, is he okay? You all right?
Yeah, yep. Those conversations, everybody thinks they're super fiery. They're not fiery. Sometimes they'll just go like, take a breath, man. Everybody good? Your shoelaces tied tight? Everybody's okay? Okay, we're just starting the game.
The biggest thing here for Jackson State is for Gonzalez is just one batter at a time. You're already behind 2-0 on the count here on this batter, and 2 men hit already.
Yeah, so they're not going to let, at this game, you know how important this is. What did Charles tell us yesterday? It's barbecue 2 and barbecue. That's not what you want.
So after the meeting at the mound, Gonzalez, 2-0 pitch. That one's in there for a strike, and I believe that might be only the second strike that he's thrown.
The magic of Omar. There he is. Settled it down. Here we go.
Omarology. That one a little bit high and inside for a ball. 3-1 the count.
Now, yesterday, Texas Southern had Bethune-Cookman on the ropes. And, talking to Coach Robinson, he was like, the same thing this morning. It's like, yeah, we had got to get our breaks. We had our opportunities.
Lost that batter. Base is loaded now.
But we didn't take advantage. Today, we have to take advantage of guys on base. We have to swing the bag.
What are we doing?
Rather, and move guys around. We have to get the breaks.
No score here, but the bases are loaded with Texas Southern Tigers early on here in the ball game. Here's a pitch. Swung on, missed for a strike.
Coach Robinson with Texas Southern says he's got to get production out of his 3, 4, and 5 guys. Yesterday, they went 0 for 10, and you can't have that from those kind of guys with the big bats.
And there's a ball. Well, there's nowhere else to put Tigers on the base pads, so they cannot afford to walk Damian Garcia, freshman hitting .351.
very dangerous hitter in the form of Damian Garcia, had a 4 home run game this season against Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Man, you hit 4 home runs in the game, they're going to throw a parade for it.
Oh, absolutely. And this is what Robinson needs. He needs these guys in these positions, 3, 4, and 5. He needs that production from them that he said he didn't get yesterday. And that made the difference in the game.
Missing here, 4 ball, 2 and 1. That's a strike. Well, first strikeout of the game for Gonzalez, and it couldn't have come at a better time.
Whoa. Gonzalez is asking everybody, yo, he went. You know you had to go. And everybody sees that Gonzalez is struggling at the moment. And these are quality, in the SWAC, you got quality pitchers. So you got to figure out what that little tweak is, what's going on with him on the mound at this moment. Sometimes it is getting that first out. Once you get that first out, it's almost like getting the monkey off your back.
Yeah, that's always big, especially, you're in an elimination game and you're trying to gain some things, and there's a strike there, fouled off for a strike.
Flores, they're these guys they're hitting, but he needs to hit them now. But he thinks he can string. Robinson says he thinks his 3, 4, and 5. Come back to those guys, they can string something together. He says they're going to settle down. And he said, watch what they do today.
Here's a hit. Got the runner at
now, buddy, you let somebody score.
Scores.
Texas Southern yesterday, and you can't live on yesterday. Today is the day, but they left so many guys on the corners yesterday with opportunities that they just can't do today.
Tyler Lejeune now coming to the plate, the right fielder.
Lejeune had a fantastic day yesterday when he threw at home. That play, we're still talking about that play.
Also had a home run on yesterday.
Sure did in the second inning of the ball game. Struggled at the plate, but defensively he played well. But that home run was big for Texas Southern University in the second. This is the 6th man up to bat here in the first inning for Texas Southern. Runner goes over to second base, stolen base there.
All right, now runners in scoring position, second and third.
Flores coming into the game, 17 of 18 in stolen
Should be
bases.
2
Now
outs.
18 of 19. Nice
Charles,
throw.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask Charles, what is the energy down there in Texas Southern's bullpen, not bullpen, but in their dugout right now?
You absolutely, you were thinking with me on that. I mean, both teams into every pitch. You can tell it's elimination day. Everybody's on top step in the dugout.
And
let's go to the dugout.
Pumps out to the first baseman. One run off of one hit, no hits, right? And 2 men left on base. We'll take this timeout from here at Rickwood Field in Birmingham. Texas Southern on top, 1-0. Back after this.
Oh my goodness. This is my goodness. So I would take the 1 versus I would take 1 run versus the 4. I would take the 1 run. You did give up no hits, but you walked 3. That is the issue right there. It's the control, pitcher control. So, oh my goodness. I know we talked about the Knicks and the Pacers last night, but what happened to the Knicks, y'all? They were up, and Halliburton pulled out the old Reggie Miller and gave them a choke sign. He said, "Y'all about to choke in the playoffs." This is going to be a good playoff right here. A good series. But yeah, man. Starting off slow again. And that has been the issue for Jackson State baseball. Jackson State pitching, basically, minus Eric, who, like I said, they named him the SWAC Pitcher of the Year. You got to get out to a fast start. You got to get ahead in the count. Let's get back to it.
Field for this first elimination game of the Southwestern Athletic Conference Tournament. These two teams both lost yesterday. We'll have another elimination game coming up at noon today, or approximately at noon. Jackson State now up to bat. Jordan McClatty, the senior, up to the plate, hitting .376 on the season. He's played and started in 49 games for Jackson State University. Yesterday, McClatty started slow, but he ended pretty well. Got a couple of hits, 7th and in the 8th inning in yesterday's game. 7-6 loss against Alabama State. Here's a shot in the right field, off
nice.
the wall.
Give me two, baby.
He'll head into second base, and Jackson State starts things off the way that they wanted to.
Exactly. McClatty came in. Hey, he's got nothing to lose. He is swinging the bat. Now, what I do love about Jackson State is if you watch how they come out of the box when they hit the ball, it looks like they are wide receivers on a football team because the way they run down the line, they turn a single or a possible single. He can possibly turn into a triple. I like the way they're always aggressive on the way that they get down the line.
Robert Tate Jr. now at the plate, the shortstop.
Come on, Robert Tate.
Plays a shortstop, second to none. In the country, second to none.
Thank you.
6'3" sophomore from Chicago, Illinois, bunt down the third baseline foul.
And one of the things you really take a look at with both of these teams, both of these coaches are very effusive in their praise of each other. Coach Mike Robinson flat out said Omar Johnson, one of the best baseball minds that he's been around in terms of his intellect. He recruits.
We're about to play Omar ball
and
now.
both of these teams, they really kind of mirror each other in terms of the way they like to play offense. They like to put the defense on their toes, and you just saw with Robert Tate trying to that's the type of things that they love doing.
Tight.
West Coast offense, or what we call small ball, they love to put the defense on their toes.
Now Texas Southern will have to pay attention to McClatty at second base.
Yeah, you got to watch out for McClatty. He's a thief.
47 of 51 stolen bases, so he is definitely a threat on the bases.
And very much a threat to take third.
And there he goes.
Good. In there.
Safe at third base. That's his 48th stolen base this year.
And 21 in a row now, stolen bases.
What?
Well, that goes with this statistic. National stolen base per game. Jackson State in the country ranks number 11th in stolen bases.
That means that we're better than some big time.
Guess what? Guess who's not shabby behind them? Texas Southern is ranked number 14 nationally in stolen bases.
Both these teams get around, but I tell you what, it's the team in South Louisiana that was
what our coaches play. He likes to play small ball. Bunts, sacrifice flies. Basically, to move to run it over, stealing bases.
I will say, if you like track meets, come to a SWAC baseball game.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Checkmate.
Justin Mays keeping an eye on McClatty. This pitch
Outside.
for a ball.
Count 3-1.
If you come to a SWAC game, you'll love the energy that you'll see out on the field. I mean, it's nothing slow about the game on either way, defensively with pitching. The whole game, the whole game is full of energy.
Swung on. Great defense by the third baseman from Texas Southern, Jaden Flores. And he will throw out Robert Tate Jr., but Claddy will come to third. By the way, he had to go back to second base. But now he's at third base after.
Love the way that Flores played that ball on there. You watch the fundamentals are very solid. You can tell right there that these guys are ready for the next level if they get the opportunity, which they all should, in my opinion. Is that these guys, they have the arm, they show range that is really, really top level stuff.
Wilbur Perez Jr. from San Cristobal, Dominican Republic.
Down. We already down 0-2 in the count.
And now he's behind in the count 0-2. Justin Mays. Mays, the freshman, on the hill for Texas Southern. 9.45 ERA. Throw home. Is it in time? No.
Thank you.
Runner is safe.
Wow.
McClatty already knew that he was coming home. Let's look at that one more time.
He had the catcher between a rock and a hard place on this.
Good throw home, but McClatty was just.
Oh, yes. He's right up under that.
Yeah. That's just good base running.
That's the aggressiveness we talked about. That was a tremendous play that time by Jordan McClatty.
And, you know, the way that when you see plays like that, they're bang, bang, but everybody did exactly what they were supposed to do. The catcher was in the correct position with the swipe, but he just got under the tag. And the base running was excellent.
I don't know
just
about that.
Great way
right
to
there.
read where the ball was.
Charles, you had a chance to see Justin Mays on the mound. Talk about his arsenal in the pitches that he has.
Yeah, 3-pitch arsenal. When you talk about Justin Mays, has a good 12-6 curveball, fastball, and a changeup. But he's had some good quality starts for Texas Southern this past season.
This one fouled off down the first base line. And the key for Texas Southern is to give Jackson State University some different looks. They want to set up these batters, get them to swing at pitches.
My man, DJ Damon, what's going on?
To the outside. Here's a pitch by Mays. This one fouled off. Up in the air and caught. Jaden Flores with the catch in foul territory, and that retires Jackson State University. 1 run off of 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on. We played 1 full inning. We go to the top of the second with the score tied at 1 between Jackson State and Texas Southern. This is the 2025 Southwestern Athletic Conference Tournament from Birmingham.
Oh, man. Look, it is a perfect day to play some baseball. The sun is out. But then again, the missus ain't going out there. She said she don't do sun. She like a vampire.
I don't watch it though.
But she is watching baseball. That is a strange thing to see.
Be quiet. It's simple. I told you. I like simple stuff. This is volleyball. I do volleyball.
Oh, yeah, she volleyball player and basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Say she'll give me a jazz step.
Anything simple.
We working on trying to get her to play some football.
No, we're not working on anything.
We working on the football.
We're not working on
We working on the football, but
I'm not working on anything at all. At all.
Oh man, we got some more games coming up today. We got some more games coming up today on the Swag Digital Network. You have the game 2 versus the game 4. Game 2 loser versus the game 4 loser. So that is who is next, but let's get back to it.
They had what I would consider a very good first inning. Didn't get as many runs in as they wanted to, but they did get one across.
They did. Texas Southern, I believe, is going to be extremely aggressive at the plate. However, even though you're trying to generate some runs, you still have to be very disciplined at what you're looking for. Guys have to be able to look for the pitch that they want.
This one fouled off down the first base line.
Be disciplined enough to wait for it and see the pitch that you're going to get, particularly when you're ahead in the count. You know, you're not at 0-2, any of that kind of stuff, but you're trying to stay focused, lock in and look for your pitch.
No, guys, Dalen Carton didn't start today. He's part of a platoon out there in left field, but he's from Stone Mountain, Georgia. And Coach Cater talked about it yesterday in terms of how prevalent that Atlanta market is. You look up and down the rosters on a lot of these teams in the SWAC. A lot of guys from around the Atlanta area play on various SWAC teams.
And a strikeout here.
Maybe Gonzalez, did you see that right there, how he broke that one off? Gonzalez may have started to find his feel this morning. Started off a little rough, but it looks like he may have started to find a little something here now.
Jonathan Trejo now up to bat for Texas Southern University. First pitch is a strike. Sophomore batting .306. 29 runs, 29 RBI coming into the game today. Yesterday, he struggled from the plate a little bit. Did get one hit, struck out, and grounded out. No one aboard here in this top half of the second inning, an elimination game here today. When Texas Southern really fought and clawed against Alabama State yesterday. Coming back, they only had one run through 3 innings, but through 5 innings, and then scored 3 in the 6th, 2 in the 8th inning, but just didn't have enough in the 9th to finish the comeback.
Yeah, that was a heartbreaker for Texas Southern yesterday. Not just that, they had to play in this elimination game, but the way they lost that game yesterday.
Yeah, and Alabama State.
This is Rickwood Field in Birmingham.
The first 5 innings, they had a big inning, which was 5 runs in the 4th, and then they scored 1 in the 5th. But after that, Texas Southern really doing a great job in trying to shut it down, but just not enough run production at the end of the ball game. Here's a pitch. Strike 3, looking.
Ooh. Trejo knew he just walked off. Sometimes when you get hit with that, man, he got me. He got me. Heck of a pitch. 3
strikeouts now for Gonzalez, and he is finding his mojo.
Mm-hmm.
That pitch misses for a ball. That early visit, as we call the Omarology.
There you go.
Omar Johnson, head coach at Jackson State, that early visit has seemed to settle Gonzalez down on the mound. That's a good pitch inside on the plate.
Nothing like coaching pearls of wisdom.
There you go.
I'm trying to tell you.
There you go. I told you. Coach Johnson told him to tighten up his shoelaces.
Rotate around 3 times. You'll be all right. There's another strike.
There you go.
Okay.
Guys also,
let's go.
In Texas Southern struggled to 3, 4, and 5 yesterday, but they also are leading. Both teams are in the national batting averages. Jackson State is ranked number 30th in batting averages, and Texas Southern is ranked 45th. So these guys can swing the bats. They just got to work out, particularly for Texas Southern. Just settle down and let's go with it. Yesterday, Coach Robinson said you could see that they thought they really had Bethune-Cookman on the ropes.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Again, both of these teams really mirror each other. But you look up and down the roster, a bunch of 300 hitters and a bunch of guys that really do a great job of putting the ball in play. And you look at in terms of the SWAC leaders, you'll see Bryce Hughes right there. You see Jordan McClatty right there in terms of RBIs. You see both teams right there in the thick of things in terms of batting average. But both teams can really swing the stick.
That pitch was fouled off. Count remains even with 2 outs. Key for both of these two teams today in an elimination game. You don't necessarily want to go deep into your bullpen because you're constantly in an elimination mode all the way through now. Outside.
Just to give you an idea how big this park is, me and Charles were out in the bullpens this morning. Charles, is it a long way out there?
I had to use my GPS. My goodness, this way is out there.
Ooh,
Strike 3
got him.
and Texas Southern is retired. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. The sign was struck out. How about that for Gonzalez? We'll take this time out. It's the 2025 Southwestern Athletic Conference Baseball Tournament live from Rickwood Field in Birmingham. Back after this.
That is how you pitch. From now on, that is how you pitch. I don't want no walks. Only no hit batters. Only none of that stuff. From now on, until you get to the championship game, that's how you pitch. And as you see in the background, boom. Got the projector screen in the background on the TV. On the wall. But that's how you pitch. None of that, woe is me. No, that is how you pitch. Strike out the side. Told one person, nah, just go ahead, have a seat. Have a seat, have several seats. But that is how you pitch. That is how you pitch. That is the picture that we were missing this whole season. Let's get back to it, y'all. I'm loving it, man. You loving this baseball action, baby?
On the sideline there, you see some of the young folks joining today's game. Great crowd yesterday.
Yeah, you'll say they're the same.
First day of the baseball tournament.
Why? Because it's in the.
And we want to welcome everybody
No.
for what will be a
Lord, if
exciting
I can
ball
turn
game
my
again
if I can
today.
turn my
Again,
laptop over.
elimination day. The first 2 games will be teams that are trying to get to tomorrow. The other 2 will have to take that long bus ride back home.
It's 1-1, y'all. So it's not 2-0. It's 1-1.
Looks like in the left center field, this one will be caught by the center
nice
fielder.
catch.
Talk about getting on his horse.
Get it up.
The center fielder, Kelton Phillips, making a great catch.
Did you see that? Giddy up. Giddy up. Look at the defensive play. Look how he turns on the ball. He tracks it. And you thought it almost, and there it is right there. Easy run for him.
That was a good one. That was a good catch.
Out there.
He did. Great athletics. Great skill. I mean, that's a skill to be able to run and keep your eye on small white ball against the blue sky and track that down.
Inside for a ball. Joseph Eichelberger, the senior, hitting 350, 40 games played, 47 started.
All right, Hitman is out here.
He has 41 RBI, 3 home runs this year.
And the way that ball was hit, just to give you an idea how big this park is, you see center field, the straight center field is 400. However, the original wall is like another 10 to 15 feet behind 400. So you're looking at, what was it, Charles? Like it was like 448 out there deep.
It's a long way out. And you guys said you took your pilgrimage around the stadium today.
Yes, I left some breadcrumbs to find my way back.
Charles, have you been able to accumulate your steps for today?
Charles is accumulating them right now. He is putting them the way he's going back and forth between the dugouts.
Joseph Eichelberger will take a walk, first base runner this inning for Jackson State. Now the catcher, Hedrick Torres. Torres coming into the game, hitting 333. The sophomore has played in 41 games, 37 starts. Yet to get a home run this year. First pitch is a strike.
You've got our guy Eichenberger on the first base, but hasn't he been playing here since like 1991?
I mean, that dude been here for a long time, man, for real. I remember calling him one time. Some of these players that they have, but they've been staples. And, you know, that's one of the things about, you know, your leaders on this team that have been here for a long time. It says a couple of things, especially in this environment of the NIL and the transfer portal and all of that. For these guys to stay and be leaders on these teams, it's really valuable for these coaches, because even though they may not be the number one guy, they have been here and stayed through everything and turned into leaders on this team.
Yeah. And Eichelberg and the guys we're talking about, they are productive players. So these guys, their names are being called all the time because they're making plays on the field and at home plate. They're doing their thing. So could they go somewhere else? But why would you? You're playing Division I, and this shows a lot of character.
Absolutely.
Shows a lot of character on these players staying here, trying to not look for greener pastures when your pasture's right here.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, missed for a strike. Throw to second base. Got the tag.
Tremendous play. Right.
Wow.
That was a play. Watch how it comes up. Now, here's something that you guys can learn. Watch how the shortstop comes up the line to make the tag. He doesn't go to the bag. He comes up the line.
That's a great play.
There it is, right here. Even a better play. Better view of it. Great camera work we have right here. Bam,
Morning,
there
Miss
you go.
Natasha.
That was a big time play. Big time for both catcher and shortstop.
Here's a shot into right field. Base hits. Torres heads into second for a double. Now, how important was that throw and that out now for Texas Southern? Because that could have been a run, and I think you may have saved a run there.
There you go. Absolutely. Right there. Eichenberg, he scores on that.
Mm-hmm.
The way that Jackson State runs, he scores on that double right there. That was a huge defensive play.
Now Letty Alvarez will come to the plate, the second baseman. The junior hitting 308, 47 games played, 47 started. First pitch is a ball. Texas Southern University, of course, the end of the season really struggled from that Alabama State series.
Down and away.
The end of the year. They lost the series against Southern, all 3 games there. They lost 2 games in the series against Alabama State. all 3 against Florida A&M. They did get 1 against Bethune-Cookman.
And Santoria, from kind of watching Texas Southern during the course of the year, they've gotten good quality starts from their starters. But Achilles heel for this team has really been the bullpen. So it's something to kind of keep in mind today in terms of how far Justin Mays can kind of go in this game, kind of keep the bullpen in place or keep it steady, so to speak. So it'll be very interesting to see what they do with this pitching staff today.
I can tell you in an elimination game, everybody is available.
Absolutely. Yeah. Santori, but we were talking about yesterday how you have to go deep with your starters in these games.
Yeah, you have to. One of the biggest thing is game 1. That's the biggest thing is if you start going to your bullpen a lot in game 1, game 2, game 3, especially in that losers bracket, if you lose, is really tough now because you've used so many arms. So the fewer arms that you can use, especially now you're in the losers bracket, the fewer arms that you use, the better it is. Because remember, not only would you play today, if you won, you'd have to play twice tomorrow.
Yep. Nice.
Base hit. Run coming
Runners
in.
coming
Jackson
in.
State. That's
Who won?
Hendrick Torres. Jackson State puts another one on the board, 2-1.
Nice bit of hitting right here at the plate. Nice drive. Hits it right through. Not trying to do too much now. Look at the base runners for Jackson State. It's all gas, no brakes.
Catcher tried to frame that one up, but it is a ball.
Yeah, he tried to convince the umpire.
That one gets the outside corner for a strike.
There, just got him on that one. There you go. Nice job. Mays on the mound, who's a freshman, has been quite impressive to me up there. His composure.
There's a strike.
One of the things that the coaching staff will tell you about Justin Mays is he's a gamer. He's going to compete. So you hit the nail on the head with that.
His 2 best performances. Here's a throw, and it's safe. So Alvarez gets a stolen base. And Justin Mays, he's had a couple of good performances. 5 strikeouts in a game against Arkansas Pine Bluff. He only gave up 3 hits in that game. And then he had 5 strikeouts in a game back in April against Prairie View. He pitched 5 innings with 5 strikeouts. Did give up 5 walks, but only 2 hits in that ball game. Struggled a little bit against Alabama State, Southern, Florida A&M, and Bethune-Cookman later in the season. But again, as a freshman, you got to think that those numbers will improve.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Full count now.
And just think, as a freshman, he's throwing between 88 and 90 miles an hour. So he has nothing but upside, the ability to even improve on that.
Swung on down the third base line, foul. The other thing you hear coaches talk about is have fun. Because at times when you are 18 to 22, you can get so uptight, so wound up that you make simple mistakes because you're just not going out there and relaxing and having fun. And there's a walk. Tyshawn Patty will get on board for the first time today. And now there are 2 aboard.
Now, here's a statistic for you guys. Right here, I thought was very interesting that nationally, Texas Southern has had 1 triple play this year. And they rank in the nation with a triple play.
not exactly a stat that you see a lot of numbers for.
No, there are like 5 teams in the country that pulled this off. They're tied with 5 other teams nationally, but Texas Southern has pulled off a triple play this season.
Brett, I happened to be on the call for that triple.
Where
play. It was
were you?
phenomenal to watch.
Yeah, when you see that even in the major leagues,
Oh yeah,
it's really something to be said about that. That's one of those defensive gems that you love to see those, because that means everything clicked.
Oh,
Interestingly enough, it was during that 4 home run game that Garcia had that the triple play was also turned.
Wow,
so that was their day, is what you're saying.
that one is a strike. That pitch.
I have never, all the baseball that I've watched and covered, I've never seen a triple play in person.
Really?
Seen highlights, but I've never seen a triple play.
I mean, you've seen about 3,000 games.
Maybe somewhere around there. But I've never seen one in person.
So you're saying the triple play is your hole in one?
There you go. There you go.
Runners at first and second. Tyshawn Patty at first, Alvarez at second. This one fouled off. Here's a pitch. And they get the easy out at second base to retire Jackson State.
There you go, right up the middle. Gets that bounce.
1 run, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on. We now go to the 3rd inning with the score 2-1 in favor of Jackson State. Back after this in Birmingham.
Woo. Good hitting, nice pitching, and oh my goodness, man, we got 24 folks in and that's watching between YouTube and Twitter. Make sure if you're on Twitter, hit the follow button. If you come on over to the YouTube side, hit that subscribe button. Also, like I said, this is not going to be monetized, so we are always taking donations. The where you can find it is down in on the ticker right here. It is not. You can always tell me, ask me where to go. But oh my goodness. Yeah, time for another pitcher showdown. So let's get to it. I love that from Mr. Gonzalez. Get him out. 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 Yeah, we needed this. We needed this type of pitching all season. We didn't get it. Look, if we had the cash right now, I would have went
4 games
down to Birmingham,
here
had the shade.
elimination games.
Santoria down here with Coach Mike Robinson. Coach,
What
we
our
talked
drinks?
a little bit earlier about how both you and Jackson State kind of mirror each other. 2-1 kind of nip-tuck battle thus far.
Yeah. That first inning, Gonzalez started out struggling with his command, and I would have liked to see the Miller order take their time, be patient, and have some quality at bat. But he was able to pitch out of it, and it looks like he's more in the groove now. We just need to relax, be resilient and keep our composure and string together some hits against him.
We were talking about how Justin Mays looks composed up there on the mound. What is it that you see from down here?
So far, he's getting his breaking ball over, and he did a good job last inning, getting out of that inning, getting McClatty to get the ball to Bryce, because McClatty is one of their best hitters. But all in all, I think he's done well so far. He got a good 3-pitch mix. If he can be able to get to his splitter, he'll be in good shape.
Sure thing, Coach. Appreciate it.
All right, Coach Mike Robb down with Charles Bishop. And you see the same thing. You just got to settle down.
Settle down. You've hit it all tournament from yesterday till today. Guys are excited. No one wants to go home. This is the tournament. So it's show, and they're really just trying to work really hard, but you've got to settle down.
Here's a pitch by Gonzalez. Swung on. And that is hit to Alvarez, who throws it over to Tyshawn Patty for the out. Or correction, throws it over to the first baseman, Wilbur Perez.
Here's your shortstop, is number 15, Bryce Hughes.
Bryce Hughes now coming to the plate. On pitch in the first inning. Got a single yesterday.
Man, I just like to bring up the technical work that's being done, the pictures that are being brought to us through this tournament. Man, they're everywhere. We are seeing some really good shots on plays here. Outstanding job, guys.
That pitch just missing for a ball. Now, as these pitchers are rolling through, of course, coaches pay attention to their pitch count, what pitches that they're throwing. everything is being documented to see what's working and what's not working.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You have to, we're looking at, Coach Robinson is trying to make sure his guy's getting into his 3 pitches that he can do.
Swung on and fouled.
And the same thing over there at Jackson State. They're watching over there what Gonzalez is doing. And they're having that conversation with him pretty much, not as much after they come off the field if they're doing well. But if not, you try to leave a pitcher alone a lot when they come into the dugout.
Top of the third inning here. Shot right up the middle of the field. Base hit. Second time Bryce Hughes has been on base today.
Hughes has been he's been swinging the bat. Now, this is the guy who's been impressive, a freshman.
When you talk about a guy like Bryce Hughes from his number 2 hole in the lineup, he's one of the top RBI guys in the SWAC.
And that's the key, being able to put the bat on the ball with guys on the base. Want to know the count? Gonzalez paying attention to Bryce Hughes. As we said, coming into the game, 44 bases stolen, 49 attempts.
Going back to that national stat, you have Texas Southern. They're ranked number 14th in stolen bases per game. So they're not scared to. They've got, Charles, what they say, you have the green light.
You have the perpetual green light.
Perpetual.
I think Coach Cato yesterday during our broadcast brought up a great point. If you have speed on the bags, it almost slows the game down because pitchers are constantly paying attention to those guys on the bags, and they're throwing it over either first to try to keep those guys honest. So the speed of guys will slow it down a little bit.
I thought that was a phenomenal insight on that, and I never even thought about that before. But you're right. Yeah, when speed is in the game, you're paying attention, and they're not coming to the plate.
Another example of trying to keep Bryce Hughes honest there at first base.
Guys, you talk about Coach Cater. I mean, his pearls of wisdom are endless.
Yes.
That was phenomenal insight. I had to really kind of think about that yesterday. Like, you know what? Never thought about it, but that's true.
Yes.
And that's the thing about Coach Cater. He'll just make you say, I never thought about that. It was great having him in the booth yesterday. Of course, legendary coach at Southern University, and talked about his days in coaching against Bob Braddy, the legendary coach at Jackson, and Wilbert Ellis at Grambling State. And, even after Candy Robinson with Texas Southern University, who is a Wilbert Ellis disciple.
Yeah. True legends of the game when you talk about those three. I mean, HBCU baseball, you can put those guys up on Mount Rushmore.
There's a pitch outside. So there's a runner aboard. Bryce Hughes, Jalen Jones at the plate. Here's a shot into center field. Caught. And Bryce Hughes goes back to first base. Good base running. We saw a couple of times yesterday where runners got caught up, and there were fly balls, and instead of them getting back to base, they were thrown out because they were caught in between bases there.
We saw a couple double plays on that yesterday in a couple of games, and I still couldn't figure out. I was hoping you were going to be able to, you've been able to see better than me, but I was wondering if they were being, they lost it in the sun, or they lost count of what the outs were. I just couldn't figure it out, but we saw it twice yesterday from teams that don't make those kinds of mistakes.
Yeah, and those are base running errors. And, when I talked to a couple of coaches yesterday, they said the same thing. We cannot afford base running errors because those are things that can come back and bite you. And again, Bryce Hughes being picked on a little bit by Gonzalez. You do not want him to get a jump because he is extremely fast.
Extremely fast, and one of the things the coaching staff has talked about with Bryce is he gets excellent jumps.
Inside for a ball.
With these guys getting excellent jumps, learning stuff as freshmen, what do you see them as juniors, where they should be at? These guys are being developed in these programs, which is great because they're being developed in these programs. They're being recruited because they can play, but they're being taken to the next level. So what can we see in the next 2 years with Hughes right there?
Yeah, exactly. And lost that batter as Jalen Jones was hit by a pitch. So now 2 runners aboard for Texas Southern University. I think Coach Wilbert Ellis put it best, the former Grambling State University coach, college baseball Hall of Famer. He said this. He said, you can get the guys in the weight room and you can bulk them up. You can make sure that they're improving on their speed. You can improve on a lot of parts of the body. But the one thing that experience is what really makes the difference, because the experience also makes sure that you really know how to think better in the field and on the mound. Because now when situations come about, that's where you can test your baseball IQ, is how do you handle situational baseball?
Absolutely. You hit it right on the head there, Coach Ellis. And when you're there, you don't realize who you're dealing with there because you see him every day.
Right.
Coming out to the field with Coach Ellis every day, that was just, he was Coach Ellis. So, but the insight these guys had and could give you, and once you listen to them,
pitching there for a strike.
You learned so much. Mm-hmm. You learned so much, and not just baseball. And that's in all of these programs. If you're going to send your child, boy or girl, to one of these HBCUs, they're going to learn more about not just the athletics, but about life that these coaches and staff
outside for a ball
are going to give you. And it goes way further because athletics has a shelf life.
And to kind of follow up on you guys' point about the IQ, and that's one of the things both of these coaches kind of marvel about each other's programs. They kind of go after the same guys because they recruit high IQ players. So it's one of those things that you kind of keep an eye on.
And now there's a discussion on strike 3.
I think it was strike 3. but the catcher throws it, hits the batter who's in the box, but the out is already completed.
All right, so we'll take a timeout to
Or
look at
is
the
it?
replay right here.
I can't tell if he was called out on strikes or was it the interference. But I think it was
When
the
right off the-
interference.
yeah, it's the interference.
I think it's the interference. Now, people will say, well, he hit the batter. The batter does have, he can stay. Ooh.
Right there off the helmet. Wow,
Ooh.
that's a great shot.
Okay, I can see what it is. Now, okay, I see what it is. We'll get back to it.
We'll take a timeout here in Birmingham, Alabama. Jackson State coming up to bat. We'll be right back.
I was just as confused as everybody else. By far, this is a great game. Early in the morning, though, but it's a great game. Early in the morning, though, but it is a great game. Probably so. That was probably interference. So, it's a great game. Early in the morning, but a great game. Get myself hydrated for the day. Oh my goodness. We got some more games after this. We got the loser of game 2 versus game 4. After this game right here. I'm trying to see what's up in ESPN world. We're back up on there now.
Out there, Academy Sports and Outdoors, proud sponsors of the SWAC. GM, official sponsor of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. The Home Depot, retool your school, powered by purpose. Nike. Gatorade, proud sponsor of the Southwestern Athletic Conference. And Pepsi. There you see a beautiful scenic view of downtown Birmingham. Boy, that is a gorgeous shot. You come into this city, of course, it's right at the foothills.
Oh, yeah. They have a shot of Vulcan that looks over Birmingham.
There are a few fans out there. There you see the SWAC and Home Depot. Boy, they have done so much work on college campuses, HBCUs all across the country, and especially at our HBCUs here in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. They've done some tremendous work in getting money to schools in order to improve their campuses.
They do a phenomenal job and a great partnership with the SWAC.
And I love that about the conference. All of these sponsors that you see are partners, and they do some great work in supporting our HBCUs and improving campuses, not just on the athletic side, of course, but also on the academic side, giving tools to students for a future with internships and opportunities and technology. Here's a shot into left field. This one is going back. It is.
There's our guy right there, Betty.
Robert Tate Jr. RTJ with a home run. Solo shot for Jackson State University here in the 3rd inning. 3-1.
Let's go, baby.
Robert Tate, he was in the cage early this morning with his guys, and he was really taking cuts. Look how he hits that deep over there. He told me today in the cage that yesterday he didn't feel like he had a good day, but he has said, we're working on it and we'll be back, and I will be back too.
He meant that. He stood on business. He had a double and scored a run in the 3rd inning yesterday and a sac fly, but boy, he got it yesterday, and here's the first out of the inning.
Brad, I got to give it to you. You said that was your pick to click today, Robert Tate.
Robert Tate, hey, man, we saw him last year in the tournament as a freshman, and he was phenomenal. He's a sophomore this year. He is phenomenal. I think he is one of the best shortstops in the country, bar none. I think this guy is one of the guys that you put an eyeball on. He's tall. He's thin. He reminds you know who? Ozzie Smith.
Here's a shot foul. Arjun Huerta up to the plate. Huerta, another one of those guys, has been with Coach Omar Johnson for a long time. One of the leaders of this ball club, senior. Swung on foul down the first baseline. Robert Tate Jr. putting another one on the board for Jackson State. Could be another one of those low-scoring affairs.
You know, when I think of tall shortstops, Cal Ripken comes to mind for me.
Oh, yes. I just think of his athleticism. He just looks so fluid to me. Tate, when he goes into the hole, as you saw yesterday, he made a play.
Another base hit.
And here's a shot for a base hit.
Them bats are waking up now.
We see the bats warming up a little bit for Jackson State.
Number 44, Pierre Cabral.
And I like the way Huerta, he swings the bats too. But, you know, Jackson State swings the bats.
Yep. And, of course, they'll keep an eye on Huerta for Jackson State. Not a big stolen base threat. 6 or 7 coming into the game today. Swung on foul. Rickwood Field here in Birmingham. Tell you what, this is a very historic place. They've got a great museum here that talks about all of the different facts about this stadium. They've got artifacts in there from players back in the 30s and 40s. It's just really, really awe-inspiring when you see this place. And, you know, just all of the things and the people that have been here and some of the things that are still in place from back in the day.
Oh, yeah. When you go in there and you see where they had the lockers in there, and you saw this yesterday that you saw the actual gloves.
Yes.
That were used. The actors' props that were used here when they made the movie 42.
That pitch in there for a strike, and Cabral strikes out looking.
You know, Brett, you were showing me the original wall behind the bullpen out there, and I was like, that's amazing to see 478 to dead center.
And it's a concrete wall, guys.
Exactly.
Wow.
Just imagine Willie Mays throwing from back there.
Oof.
You know, I take a walk out there in between the games, but we don't have an hour and a half.
No.
Yeah, I lost my cell phone sitting out there.
And this is still a huge park. You still have dead centers 400 feet.
Down the left field line, 325. Down the right field line, 323. And we've seen some moon shots go out of here. Pitch in there for a strike. I think it said a lot about Major League Baseball on their thoughts of the importance of preserving this park and the improvements that they've made here. $8 million of improvements before that Cardinals and Giants game that was here last year. And, of course, this place was packed to the brim.
Oh, it was packed, man. And you could see it it was televised. And what MLB did to reach out to the community to get younger players into the park to actually see a major league game, to see the speed, you could just see their eyes light up that this is where I would like to be, and this is what it takes. I see what it is now that I have, what level I have to be productive to make it to the show.
Hey, bro, where's Tiger Power you need?
Well, of course, if you don't get out here during the tournament, they do have guided tours out here. Like they'll show you all kinds of things here. We're from old lockers. They'll show you the different places, the original concession stand that was here, original posters that was here, and really a part of the history of the Negro Leagues and of baseball.
A lot of people, even though this was, and here's an interesting fact about the park. You had the Negro Leagues here, the Birmingham Black Barons that played here. The Birmingham Barons played here. But here's the difference. Not that they were just in the Negro Leagues, but the Negro Leagues were always a major league teams. Those were major league teams. The Barons have always been a minor league team.
That's correct.
So you had a major league team playing here and a minor league team, but the Negro League team was the major league team.
And another strikeout, and that retires Jackson State University. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We have completed 3 innings. We go to the top of the 4th with the score. Jackson State 3, Texas Southern 1. We'll take this time out here in Birmingham.
Oh my goodness. Who is like, look, it's baseball season. We got less than a little bit less than 80, a little bit over 80 days left before football season starts. I'm ready for some CTE action. You know, it is what it is. As you can see, like I said, boom, we live up in this thing. Got set up, boom, you know, hats all over the wall. We're doing it big over here. Doing it big. So yeah, we are also going ahead and again getting ready for SWAC Media Day. Let me just go ahead and put that out there right now. So SWAC Media Day, Football Media Day is coming to Birmingham, July 16th, 2025 at the Birmingham Sheraton Hotel. And it's also going to be on ESPN Network. So make sure we'll go ahead and get that donation thing started maybe next week or so. All right, we're back to it.
That's some of the issues we have.
When you take a look at Justin Mays, you guys have kind of gotten to him here in the first few innings. What's been kind of the plate approach in terms of dealing with Texas Southern's pitcher?
Just a matter of taking what he gives us. We kind of pulled a couple balls that we probably should have went the other way with, and could have got a little more out of it. But just taking what he gives us. Fastball changeups. He's mixing it pretty good right now.
Sure thing, Coach. I'm gonna let you get back to it.
All right, and interesting, Coach Johnson says that Mays is mixing it up pretty good. So this freshman's getting a lot of valuable experience here against Jackson State.
The experience that you're getting here, and and we said it early, that he was impressive. Mm-hmm. He has been impressive. He's doing this thing as a freshman. And again, how many freshmen are on these teams that are playing and getting reps? They are getting reps in here. So in the next year, we saw Tate and those guys that played for Jackson State over there in the third and shortstop positions, they were freshmen last year. Mm-hmm. And they produced. Same thing with the guys that you have here with Texas Southern and throughout the SWAC. So if you can play, you've got a battle to get on the field. Make no mistake about it, because there's so much talent on all of these teams. But if you can get the reps, you're only going to get better.
Here's a pitch swung on and hit down the first base line. It's a fair ball in the left field, and Tyler Lejeune on with a base hit.
You have mentioned his name already a bunch of times. Lejeune. I like that name, man. That's a smooth name.
It's a Beaumont, Texas kid.
Beaumont. I know Tyler Lejeune.
Dalen out to bat.
Sounds like a secret agent. Lejeune. Tyler Lejeune.
Brett, sounds like you're getting ready for Mission Impossible, bro.
That's what it sounds like. I'm like, he's like, yo.
Dalen Carrollton up to bat, the designated hitter. Shot into center field. And getting under it is Jordan McClatty for the first out. Something that happened yesterday, and you're continuing to see it early here in the morning, is that when you see those pop flies, you're noticing that defensively they're having to adjust a little bit more because it's getting up in the air where you see swirls a lot, and so the ball is kind of moving a little bit in the air.
You can see that from the flag. I'm not quite sure what that flag is doing today. It's wrapped around the pole / waving to left field / center field.
Here's a pitch.
Oh, it's very interesting. It's a little swirly down here, but I would say the early games yesterday, the wind was a little more active, but it was really calm last night. We saw some moon shots last night. There was one that probably would have cleared that old wall back there from the Grambling player last night.
That pitch in there for a strike. And Trejo now behind in the count 0-2. Outside for a ball. Coach Hernandez from Bethune-Cookman, one of the things that he mentioned is that, hey, whatever time you got to play, you just got to get up and you got to do it. And you all know it's the tournament. You know that the goal is to keep winning, so you'll have the advantage. And, you just got to deal with what you deal with, depending, no matter what time you have to play.
That's right. You're fighting to get to the Division I regional tournament. But you have to fight to get out of the SWAC tournament to get there.
Absolutely. Foul ball. 3-1 is our score. Jackson State putting up 1 in the third inning to increase the lead. Texas Southern University, early number, 4 men left on base, 2 in the first, 2 in the third. That proved to be an issue for several teams yesterday. Inside for a ball.
Could you repeat that for me one more time? Who was left on base?
2 men in the third, 2 men in the first for Texas Southern.
Wow.
And we know that was an issue for several teams yesterday. We saw teams that were leaving bases loaded yesterday.
Yeah. The reason I asked you to repeat that because I wanted to hear, because it was almost like mirror from yesterday.
Yep.
And that is one of the things that Coach Robinson over there at Texas Southern was saying. They've got to they've got to take advantage when they've got guys on the bags. Got to swing.
Well, they got 2 men aboard now.
Come on now, let's get the pitch and let's get the pitch back to where it was.
Just 1 out. Elijah Rodriguez comes to the plate, struck out back in the second inning. Yesterday, he had a walk and scored a run. The junior hitting .236 on the season. 16 RBI. He's a guy that can throw you out. He doesn't. He's not the best hitter on this team, but defensively, he is valuable because he can really get you on those bags. Charles, you've had a chance to see him, firsthand a lot this year, and he can throw you out from his knees.
He has a tremendous arm, a real cannon for an arm. One of those games, I think he threw out 3 runners, but he is a tremendous catcher and does a good job really blocking the plate up and does a good job framing. He's a really, really solid catcher.
Rodriguez 0 for 1 today. trying to get on base.
You know, I'm just
Not sure what the officials are doing, the umpire is doing right now.
I don't know.
Call timeout.
I think he was getting who was where and what was going on. He's got to make sure he has his book correct. And now we're back into play.
We're talking about being an umpire and how thankless of a job that is, and how hard of a job. And an umpire behind the plate, man, he's got more equipment than any official I've ever seen. You got a bag, you got balls in it, you got a pencil, you got a typewriter, you got calculator, a lot of cards. And of course, you got all the padding and everything else. It's a lot of equipment that an umpire has. Easy put out.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you bring that up because there have been some incidents, particularly at the youth level with umpires. And it's not needed because these guys are not doing it for the money. They're keeping the game going so that children can play and learn this game. But it is the adults that need to, and I'm going to say, need to grow up. That, look, these are kids playing. These guys are doing the best that they can. They're doing a good job at it for 99.9%. You might not agree with everything, and that's just part of being sports. But, you know, leave the guys alone. Let them do what they do. They're doing their best. They're not trying to hurt your child. And to come out and, you know, just constantly go to ball games and they're giving the business to the umpire and all this, well, sit down and let them play. Let your kid play. That's my public service announcement.
There's a big strike, and that retires Texas Southern. And guess what? They leave 2 men aboard. Wow. So no runs off of 1 hit, no errors. 2 men left on board for the 3rd time in 4 innings for Texas Southern. That could be a number to look at later on. We played 3.5. To the bottom of the 4th we go. 3-1 is our score. Jackson State on top. Back after this.
Oh yeah, man, that is true. We ain't playing until probably about 2025, 26. I mean 26 to 27. Oh yeah, y'all been on my schedule for y'all was on my schedule for 4 years straight. So yeah. Yep. Yep. So again, if you don't know yet, we're going to go ahead and do swag, like I said, swag media day. Swag media day, July 16th, 2025. Birmingham Sheridan downtown, across the street from the convention center. It's going to be live. ESPN networks will be there as always. So if you want me to ask questions for the commissioner and all the football coaches and maybe even some ADs, hey, let's go ahead and get that thing rolling. We're going to start, more likely going to start fundraising for it next month. I probably have a date set for that. Get that out the way, but let's get back to it.
Losers bracket coming up this afternoon at noon. And we want to welcome all of our viewers now on HBCU Go. We apologize for the technical difficulties and the delay, and we want to welcome you aboard and welcome you to Birmingham, Alabama, the site of the 2025 SWAC baseball tournament live at the historic Rickwood Field. And if you have not been here before, you need to make it a point to come here because they've got a tremendous museum and, of course, a lot of great things for you to see. Nice stab. Here's a long throw over. Ball gets away, and the runner is safe. But I tell you what, a lot of great effort there by the shortstop.
That was a great effort right there. Watch how he goes into the hole. This is what I'm talking about, the level of play here in the SWAC. How high it is. Right there. Boom. Right there. Sets his feet. Gets down. Makes the throw. That is an actually good throw, actually. Nice tag on, but he kicks. He is out, but you know that you can hit the ball out of the glove, and it comes out. He's safe. He's safe. That's a bang, bang, great play all the way around.
Yeah, I call Bryce Hughes the human Hoover. He does a tremendous job out there at shortstop. First team all SWAC guy.
Absolutely. I just watch how he just set his feet on that, how he took the angle. He didn't go on a straight line. He took what is an arc, and he gave himself more time to get to the ball. A lot of shortstops, younger guys, I hope you saw that. That is something that has to be learned instead of going straight line to it. If you can arc out, it gives you a little bit more time to reach the ball and make a play.
And Coach Mike Robb wanted some clarification out there with the first base umpire. Now coming to the plate for Jackson State University, Letty Alvarez.
Okay, here we go. Jackson State on the attack. Texas Southern looks like they're ready for it. We're expecting it. Like you said, Charles, both of these coaches mirror each other, and now the chess game begins.
Absolutely. They love to keep the defense on their toes. So it's very interesting to see Letty try to lay down that bunt. He's one of the better bunters in this conference.
And out at first base.
Jackson State moves their runner into scoring position. And that is the thing. Excellently covered by Texas Southern. Made the great play, the play that they gave you. You got the one out. And Jackson State moves into their position.
All they say the green color
Score.
boy at the same night as us screaming. Oh Lord.
This one hit in the right field. That's the second out, and the runner moves over to third base.
Did his job, hit it deep. Hit it to the opposite field behind the runner to advance the runner.
And now McClatty comes to the plate.
Watch this. This is great camera work out here, guys. Follows it, boom. Nice throw. Gets it in quickly. But still, the speed of Jackson State gets him into third base quickly.
2 outs. Runner on third.
Outside for a ball.
Did I see him try to drag bunt?
And unassisted, play to the first baseman. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. We go to the fifth inning. 3-1 is our score. Back after this here in Birmingham.
Man, this is a good game. This is a good game. This game should have been like this yesterday. This game should have been like this yesterday. Oh Lord, if I could turn my camera to the wifey. Look. Y'all see what I go through?
You hush.
Usually she'll say, hush your face.
Hush face.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Diabolical. Let's. That boy got hops. That boy got hops. Anyway, man, look, it was a great game right now. That pitch for Jackson State is still in there. Gonzalez is still willing and dealing. And it's the best thing about it is he can go deep into later innings and give your bullpen some rest. So that's good right there. Yeah, you can put, you want to give your bullpen some rest. You don't want to max them out. So this is by far a good game. Let's get back to it.
University. Be Bryce Hughes, and of course, very valuable player for Texas Southern University. We've been talking about him, and Coach Omar Johnson now talking with the catcher right now.
Bryce Hughes coming up to the plate, getting everything straight with his Coach Johnson, taking care of those little things, talking to his catcher. One thing about Jackson State and the rest of these teams from around here, but in particular, I was looking at Jackson State's roster. He goes all over the place.
Absolutely.
He doesn't, Ellis is a.
Easy out to start things off.
He just goes all over the place. Eric Elliott, the pitcher yesterday did a phenomenal job. He's from Bowie, Maryland. And what makes it funny is I know that guy.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. Went to University of Maryland, Eastern Shore. Trains up in the area of Bowie, Maryland, under Gorman Johnson, head baseball coach of Bowie High School up there. He's probably watching on Go.
Easy play over to the first baseman for the second out.
Since that rough first inning, Eric Gonzalez has really settled in.
Oh, tremendously. You wouldn't recognize him from that first inning to now, that you would think that was a completely different pitcher. But, getting guys to settle down and then play what they do. These are very talented guys.
Here's a pitch in there for a strike. Outside for a ball. Gonzalez trying to get to the outside. I think he's trying to hit that outside corner.
Yeah, he look at him. Yeah, he's telling me, step outside a little bit. Help me frame that.
Two and two the count. Again, outside for a ball.
Now, guys, previously about an inning ago, where there was a third out, it hit the batter from Texas Southern who was standing in the box. Let me try to explain what happened.
That's going to be a swing. Strike 3. That retires Texas Southern. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. 3-1 Jackson State. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Back in Birmingham right after this.
All right, man. Wheeling and dealing now. He is wheeling and dealing. Wheeling and dealing. Hey, make sure y'all like the stream, comment, share. Most of all, subscribe to the channel. Again, this is not monetized, so if I show another game on here, make sure let's hit the monetization and let's hit that donation button. Excuse me. I'm just ready for football to start, y'all. I'm just ready for football to get going. It's a good ass game, man. It is a good game. Good game. Yeah, I'm ready for the football season. Get baseball season over. Get it going. Let's get it over with and done. Everybody need to get their rosters finalized for football. Oh my goodness. Yeah. But get back to it.
Right downtown, beautiful stadium.
Shot over to the first baseman in time.
There it is. Shortstop. Texas Southern does this thing again. Hughes. As you call him, Charles, what? The human Hoover. There you go. Here's that. Before we went to break, the explanation was in the box. What happened to the Texas Southern batter was you own the box as a hitter, but what you cannot do is change your position and become an obstruction if the catcher is trying to make a throw. And that's what he did. He came out of his position and stood up, and that's why when you saw him get hit in the helmet by the catcher is that he came out of his stance. Now, if he freezes and he holds his position and he gets hit, that nothing. You got nothing there. But he came out of his stance, and that's what became an obstruction, and that's why he was called out when he was hit with the ball by the catcher.
So basically, if you're the catcher, aim for the batter's helmet, throwing it back to the pitcher.
Well, as long as he doesn't move, if the batter holds his position, he is good. He is good. You own the box. The batter owns the box. But you can't become an obstruction. So you can't stick a helmet out. You can't stick your body part out. You can't stick the bat out or anything like that. As long as you hold your position, you're good.
So the heady catcher is going to make the batter an obstruction.
Hey, make Blue make the call.
Oh, man.
He framed this pitch, throw back to the pitcher.
Swung on foul.
You know, that's what I love about baseball. You learn so much every day about this game. So when you come to play at this level, everybody kind of knows what's going on. So that's why when we were talking, Charles, the other day about learning this game, trying to pick this game up in the 10th or 11th grade, extremely difficult to not happening. There's so much skill involved. It's high-level skill that these guys are highly developed.
There's a shot in the left field. And this one is over
No.
the fence.
Out of there.
Home run for Jackson State.
Perez.
That was pretty big for Perez. He's really been struggling at the plate. It went down looking, I think, 4 times yesterday.
Yeah, he struggled yesterday. You're right.
Solo home run. And it's 4-1 now.
4-1. Jackson State. Watch how Perez just gets on that. He finally, you know what? When he made that swing, he looked so much more relaxed when he took his swing. He's a big kid, big, strong guy. Now there he goes. Watch these hips and his head. Boom. Nice and smooth. Stroke. And there it goes. We run out of real estate, and that's hard to do here at Rickwood Field.
Man, there's a lot of real estate here. And for those of you who are just joining us on HBCU Go, you and Charles had a chance to kind of tour going out to the bullpens before the game started, and you guys got in a lot of steps.
Yes, we're done for the day.
Yeah, my ring is closed.
There it is. The original wall we talked about earlier is literally like 40 feet behind there. Center field right now in Rickwood is 400 feet, and it was 448 feet behind that. And the original wall is made out of concrete.
Mm-hmm. In the right field for the out. One run.
Here's Perez as he takes us out of here. Watch this stroke. Boop. As we used to say at Grambling, jump Judy.
We will take a timeout as we move to the top of the 6th inning. Back after this here in Birmingham.
The best thing about this game, y'all, the best thing about this game, y'all, is that it's been clean the whole time. There has been no errors in this game on both sides, right? It's pretty good. Pretty good. Nephew. Nephew. Cause man, we lost yesterday. Of course, we go shoot. We lost yesterday, so that's the reason why. Yeah, Perez turned on it. Robert Tate has a solo home run. We, like I said, we willing and dealing, y'all. We are willing and dealing. And that's what it should have been yesterday. Should have jumped out early yesterday instead of I wouldn't call it erratic pitching, but you can't start the game off with a grand slam. And that's what happened yesterday. But different today. Nephew said, "Why is they got us here so damn early?"
So early.
Sir. I told you they said 9 o'clock in the morning. 9 a.m. I woke up at 8. I woke up about 8:15 this morning, took my shower around about 8:40, and got on here at 9. Yeah. Ate some good food. Like if I was at the bar, if eating food like we was at the ballpark. If we was at the ballpark right now, your ass would be eating popcorn, a hot dog, and something to drink, and nachos. That's what I have for breakfast. Don't judge me. Judge Manny.
Food is food. You know, chili dog.
Mm-hmm. Made just right too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Again, great game right now. I guess Texas Southern better do something, or they're gonna be going back to the third ward. That's a long drive back to Houston. You just woke up 30 minutes ago. Wake your ass up. Back to it.
The young ladies up in the stands enjoying themselves, talking with the parents, taking in all the action, which is great. We have a Jackson State 4-1 over Texas Southern. Nice play, ground out as we go.
Yeah, defense on their toes, doing a great job that time for Jackson State. You know, Brett, we were just talking about the grounds crew doing a great job of smoothing out the infield. There's a sort of zen to it, calming effect, therapeutic.
There is a zen that you just watching. Jackson State third baseman just picking up, doing this thing over there. Petty again. Looks like they're trying to go to the small ball with Texas Southern, trying to get something going.
Well, you give a lot of credit to Eric Gonzalez in terms of shutting down this potent Texas Southern offense. You know, we're in the middle innings now. You got to get something going here offensively. So try to get that defense moving.
Here's a pitch. Swung on, foul.
So, Troy, is this the time you did one of the thirds? Here we go. Got to do something.
You're in the last inning of this second third. You still got the other third coming up. The sixth set, well, the seventh, eighth, and ninth. So you got this one inning here, then we'll see where you are. Coaches will tell you, what are you doing in the first third, second third, and then the last third. There's a shot.
Ooh, that's a nice shot.
Left center, caught.
Wow.
Nice job.
Jordan McClatty on his Charlie Hustle out there.
He hits it, boy. He tracked that, boy. He got on that. He's got some good wheels on him, too. He gets to it quickly. Bam. Nice read, nice jump. There he goes. Lejeune had a good swing on that ball, too.
Dylan Carlton 0 for 2 at the plate today, trying to get his first hit of the ball game. And Texas Southern right now down 4-1. And we can see how this is going right now. Texas Southern, 3 out of the 4 first innings. They left 2 men on base each time, and now you get a base hit. So this is it's good timing here for Carlton to get a base hit.
And we talked about that earlier. It's not that Texas Southern has not been able to get on base. We just haven't been able to get them around.
Yes.
Situational hitting. And I think both coaches really talked about really trying to do something in regards to that yesterday. They left some ducks on the pond, quite honestly, yesterday.
Yes, they did. And that's, when you've got good, especially when you got good pitching, leaving those men on base, that, later on you start saying, man, we left 2 here, 3 here, 2 here.
Nice. Let's go.
And that'll do it. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left. 4-1 our score. Jackson State on top. We'll take this timeout. Back after this.
All right. Yeah, we got extra work. Yeah, when we lost yesterday. Yeah, where was his energy? I mean, but baseball is different from any other sport, man. Like baseball is one of them sports that you got to be patient with it. and the energy is gonna come. Um, Energy comes from your guys in the dugout, so that's where your energy comes from. So, but other than that, man, this is a good game right here. This is a good game. I would say later on in the game yesterday, it started to look more like Jack State baseball, but we just couldn't get it out.
Joseph Eichelberger, the right fielder, will come up to the plate. He got on by a walk in the second, and he then caught stealing, struck out in the third.
We have some really big names. I love the names of these. Eichelberger.
Yes.
I love that.
Shot, shortstop. Throw in time for the first down.
Lejeune. We've done all those. I think that's the best secret agent name ever.
Good sports names.
They do. Eichelberger. Lejeune.
That's almost a football.
It sounds like a sandwich you win.
The Eichelberger.
Eichelberger.
Comes with 2 patties.
Hendrik Torres up to the plate. He is 2 for 2. Got a single and a double. Scored a run back in the second inning.
May's still throwing very well.
Yes.
Into the 6th. So he is going deep. So if they do pull him to try to go ahead and try to get a win, try to shut down Jackson State, he is giving them the opportunity to do that. He's at the bottom of the 6th.
We'll give you some thought process into what Texas Southern's thinking. Calvin McClendon just ran to the bullpen. So Calvin McClendon threw a couple innings on yesterday, but he's one of those Texas Southern starters. So we'll see how exactly they try to play this going forward.
And there's a walk. Letty Alvarez will come to the plate, but before that, there'll be a meeting at the mound. Coach Rob will make the stroll out to talk to his pitcher.
Coach Rob is also a guy. You know, we've been able to see both coaches, their demeanors, how they handle their guys, how they're able to get them in the moment. Because sometimes the moment can be too big for a guy. You're just trying to let him know this isn't too big for you.
Yep, absolutely.
You know, you're a player.
Well, Charles, of course, this meeting at the mound, of course, I'm sure that they're talking about, hey, we want to make sure that we don't get any more runs or any more base runners, and maybe even how we start facing some of these batters.
No doubt how we start facing some of these batters, and undoubtedly buy a little time for your reliever, whoever's warming up out there in the bullpen. Like I mentioned, Calvin McClendon just ran out to the bullpen, and he's one of their more reliable arms. So we'll see how they want to play it. And there's another individual who I look to come into this game, Kewan Bird, who's another individual who's a reliable lefty for this Texas Southern staff.
Yeah. Texas Southern, man, they just do so much at that school, downtown Houston, and they've been around, and, their program is getting so many things. I was talking with Coach Rob earlier, and he was talking about and you guys might be able to talk more, a new Are they in the process of getting one?
Is that true, Charles? They're getting a new stadium at TSU?
Yeah, definitely a new baseball stadium. Some of the
Yeah.
things Dr. Kevin Granger's doing around Texas Southern, nothing short of phenomenal. New weight room. There are just a lot of great things going on with regards to Texas Southern athletics. And Dr. Kevin Granger, he's done a tremendous job in terms of putting this athletic department on solid footing, solid foundation over there.
Yeah, I mean, that's great news. You know, they're getting a new stadium, baseball stadium, and weight room. Those are the things we're talking about. You know, that's phenomenal. It helps with recruiting.
Well, going to be an error on the shortstop.
That's unusual.
Yeah, you don't see
Huge. Yeah.
You don't see Hughes making very many errors out there, and so now 2-minute board.
Yeah, that last bounce looked like it hit him right in the heel of the glove.
Both teams' shortstops are just outstanding players. Just outstanding.
Second out of the inning.
Center fielder number 4, Jordan McClatty.
Now runners move to second and third. Now McClatty comes up to the plate. Reached on a fielder's choice back in the second inning. Got a double in the first and scored a run.
McClatty, you know, we've been talking about the guys that hang around and stay in these programs when guys bounce all over. He's one of those guys. He's a senior that's been around. We've been calling his name for years.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, when you have guys that stay in your program with you and they trust you, you trust them, their parents, trust what you're doing with their young men. It is truly, I don't think people understand the emotional connection you have with your players when they move on.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
It is, you know, you guys understand because, you know, you have that, you called games, you've been in those departments.
Shot in the center field. This one's got some distance, goes to the warning track. 2-run score for Jackson State.
Huge double. The way this game is kind of playing out, that's a big 2 runs right there.
The senior McCloud, look at him drive. That's center field. Boom. That's straight. He caught that one. A lot of ballparks, that's a home run.
Oh, absolutely.
Add in some more insurance runs.
You see McCloudy, just, you know, seniors we were talking about, you know, that they stay in these programs.
Mm-hmm.
And when their time to graduate and they get their degrees and they move on with their lives and how that affects you, you know, you're glad to see them go, but not glad to see them go.
You know, guys, that last stolen base that time by Jordan McClatty was his 21st consecutive stolen base. He gets tremendous jumps, and he's not afraid to steal third, as you just saw.
There's the out end, but not before doing some damage. 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on base. 6-1 is our score as we go to the 7th inning. We'll take this timeout. Back after this here in Birmingham, the 2025 SWAC baseball tournament.
Ooh, the 7-inning stretch. See, this is when, you know, you was at a baseball park right now. You be like, listen to the song, talk about, take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, because it's root for the Tigers. If they don't win, then it's a shame. Because it's 1, 2, Restrikes you out. And then the old ball game. That's my rendition because I can't sing worth the crap. Now the missus, she can bellow.
I can what?
She can bellow.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's good to see this game going. Jack State adds in 2 more runs for some extra insurance. Ooh. Southern versus, what's that school name?
A&M. And now they've got the noon game.
Pine Bluff versus Baton
We all
Rouge
know what happens. You win the game, you keep on moving. You lose, you go home. And that's in bracket B. Of course, the winner will go on to play the loser of FAMU and Grambling. That will happen tonight at noon tomorrow.
Now, trying to get out of the elimination category is tough to do to get to the championship game.
Oh, yeah, it is tough. It is tough.
But can be done.
Oh, yeah, definitely can be done, but it is very tough. Trying to come back from in the loser's bracket, you got to most of the, and the reason is because not only do you have to play early, but then, of course, you get to Friday and you've got to play 2 games on Friday. Outside for a ball. That's where your pitching really starts to, you see what pitching you have left. So just an example, let's say that Arkansas Pine Bluff won today, and then they would play tomorrow at noon. If they won that game, they would play again at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. And if they won that game, they'd have to play Sunday at 3. So now you'd have to play 3 games in 4 days or in 2 days.
Wow, that's brutal on a pitching staff.
Yes.
In UAPB, they use 4, 5 pitchers?
5 last night.
Yeah, 5.
Now, last year's champion Grambling came out of the losers bracket. Did they not, or am I wrong on that?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they did come out of the losers bracket. It can happen. Like I said, it's not impossible, but it is a road. Jason Lazo at the plate now for Texas Southern University. He is pinch hitting for Elijah Rodriguez.
But, I was talking to Coach Davin Pierre last year about that, and he's like, there's always 1 or 2 guys on the staff that have rubber arms. So you kind of rely on them a little bit, kind of eat up some innings.
I'm done after throwing batting practice.
Pitch in there for a strike. Six to 1 is our score here in the 7th. Texas Southern desperately needs to get some runs across the plate. Tough part of the baseball game here because you're the one playing from behind. And if you do come back, you spend a lot of energy fighting from behind.
Ooh, out of play.
Evan Jobert at the plate.
See what I'm saying about those names?
Mm-hmm.
Jobert, Evan Jobert. Lejeune. Eckelberger.
Swung on foul.
Us being here Rickwood Field. A lot of people may or may not know that this is the last standing Negro League park in the country.
Yeah, and I tell you what, when you start looking at the history behind this park, and you look at the history, it's really important people understand how important these parks are in the history of African American history and the history of baseball. And I think that's one of the things that Major League Baseball has been a little bit more intentional in doing, is being more intentional about really understanding the importance of the Negro Leagues.
Oh yeah. They've recognized them over the past few years, and those guys who made contributions to the game. A lot of things that African American players have put into the game that we use today.
Yes.
That came out of the Negro Leagues. Like, for example, right there, the punch out. That comes from the Negro Leagues.
The hesitation pitch.
The hesitation pitch. Bunting. So the contributions by the modern catcher's mitt comes out of the Negro Leagues. I just always like to just look around on this beautiful day we're here in Birmingham. The temperature is great.
Oh, yeah. Outstanding.
The sun is right on point. The field.
Here's the throw. Not in time. Not in time. So a runner at second now.
Okay, here comes the moves. You got to start taking chances. We're in the seventh.
Absolutely. There's no question. Let's take a look at this one more time on the replay.
Yeah, he's short.
Front of the bag just a little bit too much in order to get the tag.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going foul. Umpire calling for baseballs.
Starting to see kids starting to trickle in a little bit more. And the Jackson State faithful here in the stands.
Oh, absolutely.
That blue and white.
Tiger Nation.
They are in here. You see Texas Southern, which is impressive. The amount of fans that came all the way from Texas to the tournament.
And there's a loyal following of baseball fans. Of course, the parents come out, especially during the tournament time, but there is a loyal following of fans that come out to these baseball tournaments.
What I do love, and we talked about this earlier, you guys, is the faithfulness of the SWAC fans. Even if your team's not here, we saw a bunch of Alabama A&M fans here yesterday that came, and they stayed for all the games.
Yes.
They stayed for all the games.
Swung on, foul.
You know, the loyalty of the SWAC, and I'm biased. I think the SWAC is, the best conference. Just me. Might just be me. but just the camaraderie that we all have here in the SWAC amongst each other. From school to school. We said it yesterday. It's like a family conversation. We can give each other the business. And if you get in that, people will ask you what, Charles?
Where you from?
And you better say one of the schools of the SWAC. If not, we will turn on you, man.
Do you have SWAC hours?
Yeah, if you do not, we will turn on you.
But there's a sense of pride in this conference. And I
Yes.
think that, one of the things that is so important is that, that pride of the history and of what is being built now by Dr. McClellan and the entire SWAC staff and these council of presidents, trying to build on that and understanding what is it going to take in order to move the brand forward, to move schools forward. We all know what the NIL is doing right now. We all know what the portal is doing right now, and that's going to eventually have to work itself out because it's not just the SWAC that has issues, but when it comes to all of that, but all conferences, all schools are dealing with that. We saw movement with some of the Power Four schools during the NC2A tournament, players leaving and going to other schools. So there's going to be a lot of discussion about that, but I think that when you look at the vision of what the SWAC is doing, it's say, hey, we recognize our brand. We recognize what we have, what we need to do, and let's do that well. And I think that's what has been happening.
And we've been doing it for a long time.
Got a pitching change here for Jackson State University, so we will take a timeout for the pitching change. It is 6-1. Jackson State on top of Texas Southern here in the 7th inning. Back after this.
Oh, now we're going to a pitcher change. Oh, my goodness. Now we're going into a pitching change. He was willing and dealing for 7 innings. Hey, might want to save him. Why the pitcher change? You might want to save him. Because if you get back in there, he only going to have 3 days of rest. No, he's not going to go back to Elliott. I think Elliott pitched. I think he had more than 50 pitches yesterday, so I don't think he's going back to Elliott. But again, let's get to it. Let's talk about this. We got SWAC Media Day for football coming July 16th, Birmingham Sheraton Hotel, across the street from the Convention Center downtown. And we're going to start doing fundraising next month to get down there in July 16th, 2025. If you're watching it from ESPN networks, it starts at 10 a.m. You watch it on with me. You're going to be in that thing at 9 o'clock. You got to get ready, so you be ready, so I have to worry about getting ready. That's how we do that thing. But Jack State is up 6-1. Jack State is up 6-1. The middle of the 7th. Great game right now. Great game. We got two solo home runs today. Got some good timely hitting, and we got some great pitching today. Let's get back to it. Something's up with the audio. Double play. Oh man. Oh yeah, man. Look. Oh man. Oh, this has been a great morning. It has been a great morning. While we sitting here, let's go into some. Let's see what we got on the ESPN app. Let's see what we got on the ESPN app. Stars came back last night against the Edmonton Oilers, won the game 4-3. So they lead in that series 1-0 for NHL Stanley Cup playoffs. You have, again, Jim Irsay, owner and CEO of the Indianapolis Colts, passed away in his sleep yesterday at the age of 65. Also, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, SGA, wins the NBA MVP. Second Canadian to do that. First one was Steve Nash. Them sisters are sitting in the shade. Them sisters.
I'm glad the ladies enjoying this atmosphere here at Rickwood. Texas Southern has now made a pitching change here on the mound. We have Kiwan Brazil, the freshman left-handed pitcher, trying to put some sort of mojo or try to stop the bleeding and get Texas Southern back in here. We're at the bottom of the seventh. Jackson State leads 6-1. Bottom of the seventh. Fouled off at the plate for Jackson State. Perez. He has had a home run here tonight, or this afternoon, rather.
Yeah, that shot Perez hit, man. I tell you what, it was still sort of a line drive home run. It was still on the way up as it was going out, but tremendous power from this big man, big first baseman for Jackson State.
And particularly, as you said earlier, good. He's coming back from yesterday. He wasn't pleased with his performance at the plate yesterday at all. Comes in. Now he looks a lot more after that home run, a lot more at ease.
Not like a home run to kind of help things out there, you know. He kind of struggled a bit yesterday. Went down looking a couple of times, a couple of inside fastballs, but like you said, he's gotten his arms out in front of him there and really drove one early in this game.
There's a drive to a double by Perez. You can see him give it the chop. He's like in there now. He seems to have gotten that monkey off his back after that home run. Now he looks like he's more relaxed at the plate, not pushing himself.
Absolutely. Looks unlocked at the plate now. One of the things you have to take a look at with Kiwan Brazil, walks have kind of bedeviled him this season, but he's a crafty lefty. He's a guy who throws 3 pitches, fastball, curveball, and a changeup. He tries to move it in and out, but he's had a few quality starts this past season for Texas Southern. Been a hard luck loser a couple of times.
The game of baseball is funny that way, isn't it? You can have a great performance and still get the loss.
That's true.
Those are the breaks.
Yes. Just keeps an eye on Perez. Just let him know. I see you back there on second base. Huerta up at the plate for Jackson State.
That's a good strike right there.
Calls that for a strike.
And Brett, I don't know if you can tell from up there, but Old Glory has kind of picked up a little steam out there. Wind is kind of whipping out there, and we saw that on that base hit, that double in the right field. It really pushed its way out to right field.
And that's been but the outfielders on both teams have been making the adjustments to that wind. Yesterday we saw people getting, they were getting a little twisted. They had to really read the ball off the spin. But do you think that they've made the adjustments now?
Absolutely, and this game right here has two tremendous center fielders. When you're talking about Kelton Phillips for Texas Southern and Jordan McClatty for Jackson State, we've both seen them make tremendous plays in center field. Big base hit there from
Look at this shot. Does he challenge us? Do they send Perez? No.
Yeah, still no outs in the inning. You want to play for the big inning. You can hold him up.
So we have Jackson State have runners on the corner. No outs. Bottom of the seventh. Jackson State is up 6-1. Do you think that now we see Jackson State even try to move with the small ball to put pressure on the defense?
It's an option, but Cabral, he had a big home run on yesterday. So you have no outs. Let him swing. And you got Eichelberger behind him. So you got some nice bats in this Jackson State lineup. So I would let him swing here, especially with the lead. You can kind of afford to kind of sit back and see what Kiwan Brazil is kind of throwing and kind of wait for one that you like and kind of drive it.
Here's the thing Coach Rob has going for him with Texas Southern. Brazil is a freshman as well. The experience that these guys are getting in the tournament over this time next year, and we've seen Jackson State guys develop, and now you see them come back now. They're sophomores and they're juniors and so forth. Watch what you see what these guys will do next year. I see nothing but upside for Texas Southern.
Yeah, a tremendous number of good players on this Texas Southern roster. And like you said, you kind of get seasoned up a little bit in this SWAC tournament.
Jackson State runners on the corners with no outs. Oh, got that strike. Got him on the corner. Also looks like I can see here from Tennessee looks like it's from Tennessee where I'm sitting back to the bullpen out there. But Texas Southern has got activity going on in their bullpen right now.
Yeah, Texas Southern absolutely has activity up there in the bullpen. So it'll be interesting to see who they come with. Should Kiwan Brazil have some trouble with the next couple of hitters, but Coach Mike Robb, he's up there on the top step. He's not going to let this inning get away from it. Brett infield still at normal depth. They're going to play for the double play here, willing to concede the run.
Oh.
They're going to say he's out and
Well,
on the transfer. But they got the out at second there.
Yeah, I just thought that Hughes was going to be able to take that. He's fumbled that one. Nice throw to him, just lost the handle on it.
Yeah, that would have been a tailor-made 4-6-3 double play. It would have really helped. But again, it's those little plays like that where you give a team extra outs. And Jackson State is one of those type teams. They can really make you pay for just not taking care of the routine plays.
And they do. They get a score. They get a runner across. It's now 7-1, bottom of the seventh. Jackson State up 7-1.
Coach Mike Robb, he's going to go out to the mound and take the long, slow walk out there, giving his reliever a little extra time.
those are the old school crafty ways, trying to burn up time before the umpire will come out and give you a talk and tell you, okay, guys, we got to break it up.
And I watched Mike Robinson enough. He absolutely waits until the very last second before he actually makes the call to the bullpen. It looks as though they've gone ahead and made the call out there.
Starting to see Southern University, the players from Southern coming in as well against the Arkansas Pine Bluff players, starting to take seats in the stands.
Yeah,
Well,
looks like they're going to make a pitching change.
Well, while we'll do that, we're going to go ahead and let's take a break.
All right, looks like Texas Southern going into a pitching change. Oh, what's going on, Mr. Buckley? So losers from yesterday. Pine Bluff versus Baton Rouge Tech plays next. FAMU and Grambling will be playing, and then Bethune and Alabama State play on the winter side. And no problem. I thank y'all for tuning in and watching. If you are on the Twitter, make sure that you hit the follow button on Twitter, and then go ahead and come and hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel. So we are at a commercial break right now. Again, like I said, still waiting on for football to start. And as you see in the background, we got the projector going right now. So we got all the baseball hats on the wall right here. Compliments of the lovely missus. Had to give her some credit. It was her idea.
Oh, Sean, thank you. I got some credit.
You know what? Y'all hear her.
Don't nobody care about what you talking about.
Let nobody see you.
Texas. He takes over at the mound. We are now at the top of the seventh. Jackson State 7-1 over Texas Southern in this elimination game of the SWAC Baseball Tournament 2025 here at Rickwood Field, historic Rickwood Field.
Sidney Moore, he has a good live fastball for Texas Southern. Nice changeup and a 12-6 curveball. So he'll be tasked with trying to get these next two outs here for Texas Southern as Jackson State has plated some runs here in this inning.
It's one out. Jackson State has a man on first with one out. It is the bottom of the seventh.
Wow. That is an error right there. There has to be an error.
Just those little things coming from players that would not make those mistakes. When you get snake bit like this is what happens right here.
Yeah, Brett, I wanted to ask you, do you think it's a little bit of loss of concentration?
Yeah.
It's the second error for Bryce Hughes here in this inning. And both have been on potential throws to get out the inning.
Yes. I think you hit it right on the head right there. When guys start to, they're looking at it, they're looking at the innings, they might be getting a little frustrated with themselves, so their concentration is starting to lose. And those little things that you've never seen, you've seen him all year. You've never seen him do these things. Got him. Nice throw. Got him down at second base on the out.
Alex Diaz, he has a nice arm back there as well. Great job by Texas Southern getting out of the inning without any further damage.
Alex Diaz, as you see right here, he comes in, makes the tag. He is out. Beautiful tip. 2 outs. Jackson State 7, Texas Southern 1. Going into the top of the 8th. We're going to go ahead and take a break from Rickwood here at the SWAC Championship 2025.
Oh. Hey, look. Oh my goodness! If y'all watched the game last night, I would have figured that Grambling would have gave them the mercy rule against Pine Bluff, but unfortunately, Pine Bluff decided, we got to stay up in this thing. They scored 6 runs. They actually scored 6 runs total, but they scored 4 runs in one of the innings. Pretty much was trying to make them. They felt like they were gonna make a comeback, but hey, Grambling pulled it out, scored 2 more runs for the insurance. Ended up winning the game last night, 13-6. That's why Grambling is moving on to play FAMU, and Bethune is playing Alabama State. Of course, Alabama State won the game, won against Jackson State yesterday in the opening bracket. And Bethune won their game yesterday. Of course, they played Texas Southern yesterday. And that's the reason why we have the game early this morning. Texas Southern versus Jackson State. 9 a.m. pitch, first pitch. It is what it is. Get back to it.
Santoria Black, Brett Oates, Charles Bishop bringing you today's action. Shot down the third baseline foul. And as we continue on this game, here's that third of the game where now you're down 7 runs, and the pitching for Jackson State has been really holding Texas Southern to very limited offense. And that can spell trouble if you can't get the bats going.
Yeah, and as we've been seeing that now, you saw Jackson State, they look way more relaxed at this point in the game, but Texas Southern is starting to really feel like they have to push themselves. They're pressing.
Yeah, a little bit of huddle down here with the Texas Southern coaching staff and players, just to tell them to kind of lock back in, kind of let go of the rope a little bit last inning in terms of some sloppy play out there in the field. So trying to get them to kind of lock back in and focus in on having some good at-bats here.
Very unusual error for Hughes. He had 2 of those on double plays, something that you guys, he just doesn't do. That was, like you said, Charles, earlier, just a loss of concentration.
Fly out to right field.
Right field. First out of the inning. And for Jackson State, right now, they're just rolling along here, Brett.
Oh, they are. They are. You can see just how they're playing now. They are just ready. They feel that we're getting ready to go. We're getting out of this situation. Base hit.
And they'll stretch it out to a double.
That's the medicine right there that Texas Southern needed. That kind of play, have somebody step up. Now he's saying, who else is next?
Now Lejeune will come up to bat.
Flores hit it deep into the corner in left field. Charles, down in the Texas Southern dugout, how does it feel right there? What are you hearing?
A little bit of pep. Like I said, they had a little tay-to-tay, if you will, in between innings. So the guys kind of locked back in here. But, yeah, a little bit of pep. Guys are on the top step. I think that double by Flores kind of pick things back up again. But you got to string some good at-bats together. And that's a nice shot that time by Lejeune.
Out.
Nice way to advance the runner. Lejeune does so many of the little things well.
Absolutely. 2 outs here, by the way, now in the inning. Dalen Carlton now coming up to the plate. Ooh, well, Carlton got hit, so he will get first base.
Here we go. We've seen this before with Texas Southern, having guys on the corners. Now can we get them in? And that's been like their MO the whole tournament so far. In the past 2 days, we get runners. They get runners in position to score, and then have left them stranded.
Your attention, ladies and gentlemen, now pitching for Texas Southern, the senior, number 14, Edmundo Alanis.
And now coming into the game, Edmundo Alanis. He is the senior. And right now, you can tell they're just trying to develop some type of offense for Texas Southern. Remember, there so far, Texas Southern has left 8 runners on board.
Fly out to center field.
Oh, dropped by the left fielder.
Going back.
Here comes the runner in. Safe.
Wow, that clearly was one of those almost Texas leaguers that got caught up in the sun. It looked like he lost it.
You don't see that often. Charles, that was really if you're Texas Southern, that was big because you get runs across.
Absolutely. You get a run across, and, you know, you're not out of this thing. It's only 7-3. But you've got to string some good at-bats together, and you got to be a little fortuitous. That was going to be the third out of the inning, and Jackson State now giving Texas Southern extra outs.
Here's a pitch. Hit batter. So now 2 men aboard.
Oh, Lord.
Lazo on base for the second time in 2 innings, and it doesn't matter whether you hit by a pitch, whether you walk, get on base.
Get on. I don't care how you get on.
And that's what he's done last 2 innings. He walked, and then now he's hit by a pitch.
That's right. Hook or crook, just get on.
And now you have a good bat coming up in the form of Evan Jubert. Evan Jubert is a young man. He's had some good quality at bats for Texas Southern. Has a little bit of pop in the bat as well, so you kind of have to be careful with him.
Coach Johnson comes out to check on some things. Pepsi's guys like, come on, settle down. Let's go ahead. Let's get this one out. Let's move on.
Had a great story about Evan in terms of his last name. I've been calling him Jobert for the first couple of games. I finally asked his mom. She's like, yeah, I know we're from Lake Charles, but it's actually Jubert.
Pitch in there for a strike. Swung on and hit into left field. This falls right in front of the left fielder. Another run scores.
Come on, y'all.
Ooh,
The plot thickens.
like a gumbo.
Yeah, our young Duarte out there, he looked like he just didn't judge it right off the bat.
Yeah, it looked awkward.
Straight up in the air. This could be the third out. No. Lands in the stands.
What I love is when they hit those foul balls, you see the race for the foul balls by the kids here in the stadium.
Great
Begin.
souvenirs. Yes, indeed. That's a ball.
Jackson State now has their bullpen up and active out there.
They're now 7-4. This one up in the air. This one lands. And another run scores for Texas Southern.
Jesus, come on.
2 runs score for Texas Southern. And they got an out at first base. They want a review on that.
Wow, that's paying attention.
This is going to be a very interesting call because they threw him behind the runner. The question is going to be, did the glove touch his hand as he was trying to get back into first?
Here's great shot. Here, look at the angles. Great camera work.
Here comes the runner.
Oh, it looks like he did like a backhand.
But wait a minute, did he touch him? Does he have to touch him with the glove?
Yeah.
So
It looked like, see that right there?
Right there. Yeah, okay, there he is.
He's out.
It looks like that he reached around
Right,
his
yeah,
back.
yeah. It looked like he did it behind the back.
He's
Wow,
But
great
wait a minute.
camera.
But wait a minute. It looks
does
like
it?
he could be safe here. Hold on. Let's see. one
He's
more time.
out.
And I'll give kudos to the first base umpire. He was right in position.
He was. There it is, right there. See behind his back? See? Oh,
Right there.
right there. Great camera work. That is great camera work.
He's out.
Phenomenal camera work.
Looks like that he may have gotten him in the back there.
Got him right there, right on the old wallet pocket.
Mm-hmm. But we shouldn't be in this situation.
And Charles, you're right. Look at the position of the umpire.
Yeah, he was definitive in his call. He said, I got it. So I give him credit on that.
Now the 2 runs would count if I'm not mistaken. So it'd be 7-6. Correct?
7-6.
Yeah. But this would be the third out.
Yes. So the runs count.
Right there. That's the best shot of it right there.
Oh, yeah.
As long as that ball didn't drop out of his glove.
And who makes that heads-up play? Robert Tate from shortstop.
Right there.
Yeah.
That's the wide angle right there.
Mm-hmm. There it is right there. Wow, that's a heads-up play that you can go behind your back to do that.
Yep. Well, 7-4 is our score. 7-6 now. If those 2 runs do count, which they should, it'd be 7-6. And if this stands, then that would be the 3rd out of the inning.
He's out.
And Charles, you said that the umpires were sure he got that call.
He was definitive. He's like, I got it.
And see, there's why being an umpire is tough, because that's real-time speed and understanding what to look for, what to keep your eye on. And that is not an easy thing to look for. And it's because of the position that he had that he was even able to make that call. He was behind the play, looking at the base runner, understanding where the ball was, and if he tries to reach in front of him now, he doesn't make that play.
That's right. That's right.
Because he was on his opposite side. So he doesn't make that play more than likely if he has to reach around with his left hand. But because he reached him back, it's like that may be maybe an out.
I tell you what, give Texas Southern some credit here in this inning. They looked like they were dead in the water, but they put some good at-bats together and got some fortuitous bounces, and they're right back in this ballgame.
Yeah, you're knocking on the door.
So we are still in the discussion about the play.
Wow.
This could be a real momentum changer right here.
Oh, man.
Well, regardless, those 2 runs staying at 7-6, and it's exactly what the game score was yesterday between Jackson State and Alabama State.
Exactly.
Yep, he's out.
We got him out.
Shit, Stephen Warner could have saw that.
What a swipe tag by Wilbur Perez.
Wasn't that a swipe? That was a swipe, man.
Well, regardless, that's gonna count those 2 runs. We'll take a timeout here in Birmingham. 7-6 our score. Back after this.
Man. Where is my oh my goodness. Where is our blood pressure medication?
We sure need to re-up.
We gotta read. God dang. It just said, ain't no league safe in swing baseball. He right. You know, that he had to come to that, but damn, where is my shoot? Heart palpitation. God dog. Come on now. Don't do me like that, man. Don't do me like that. But yeah. Got it. That's what I was talking about. It's the middle reliever. The relievers that come in is I don't know. I don't know what to do. All right, let's get back to it.
An eventful 8th inning.
That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah, I'm over here in Texas Southern's dugout. I had to scoot over. Old Lady Momentum kind of sat down beside me over here.
I'll tell you what, this was some heads-up play by Jackson State in the last part of that inning.
Nice curveball.
That truly was. That was a tag to go behind the back and get the runner at first base.
Shades of Keith Hernandez with that swipe tag.
There you go.
5 runs in that last inning. 3 hits. And there was 1 error in that inning by the left fielder. And then, of course, there was another opportunity where they couldn't really see the ball and it dropped right in front of them.
Yeah. That's crazy, right? That you see that it was the ball
Up the middle, base hit.
And then Jackson State just goes right back to their business of just making contact.
Number 24, Lenny Alvarez.
Alvarez now up to the plate.
He's been busy today.
Perfect opportunity to play a little small ball and move a runner over here with no outs.
He's had a productive. He's 2 for 2.
Move the runner over.
And 1-3 on that put out.
These guys understand how to execute and to use the bunt.
Yes.
If this is not a clinic for anybody to see how this is supposed to be done, I don't know what else to show you. Jackson State executes the bunt excellently. So did Texas Southern.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Outside for a ball.
Texas Southern comes storming back in this game. But this is SWAC championship baseball.
Absolutely. This one gets away
Wow,
from the
pitch.
catcher.
Gotta be careful there.
Now the runner moves over to third. It's a wild pitch.
This is a very delicate situation for Texas Southern right now.
Yeah, because you really don't want that lead to increase because you fought so hard to get back into this ball game.
This is where you have to kind of push one up the first base line and get that run in.
Everybody's playing up on the grass. So everybody's playing up.
It's another one of those things about situations, understanding when to play up, when to play deep in the hole. And a walk.
Runners on first and third.
Probably play the corners up here, play the middle infielders, hit double play depth here. See if they can get the double play here for Texas Southern.
Here comes Coach Mike Robb.
Here comes the other field general.
Yeah, I think he's taking his time because if they are warming up in the bullpen, he's just going to give him as much time as possible.
Like he just sped up, so he must have got the signal that, yeah, I'm good to go.
Right.
Looks like they got a lefty up in the bullpen for Texas Southern. Looks like Jason Maynard.
He's ready.
Texas Southern with with pitcher change.
So we will have a pitching change, it looks like, for Texas Southern. Nothing as of yet. And so we'll take this timeout for the pitching change. Texas Southern down 7-6, but runners at the corners for Jackson State. We'll take a timeout. Back after this.
Yeah. Yeah, he's not wasting no time on the mound. And yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Playing small ball. But again, Texas Southern's playing small ball. They got themselves back into the game. Jackson State with 2 huge solo home runs by Robert Tate Jr. and Mr. Wilbert Perez. So we gone deep in this game. Mr. Gonzalez as a pitcher pitched a solid 7 innings for Jackson State. And let's not take away from the starting pitcher for Texas Southern, even though he got down, he never let that lead get in the way of his pitching. And he's done a great job of the pitching. We are getting ready to go into hopefully get into the ninth inning, but we have 2 batters. We had 2 runners on first and third, 1 out. We are in the bottom of the 8th. So we haven't won yet. We haven't won. We got to get some insurance runs in.
Junior left-hander. Charles, what do you know about Jace?
Jace likes to set up his fastball, off-speed stuff. So primarily he'll throw a fastball, a curveball, and try to work on the corners. But he's been a lefty that they go to quite a bit in the bullpen for Texas Southern.
Well, this is one of those areas of the game where you really are trying to figure out what's the best course of action. And if you are Texas Southern, all you want to do right now is you don't want any more runs to come across for Jackson State.
Absolutely. At this point, like you said earlier, you fought so hard that you're back into the game. It's only a 1-run difference now. You're at the top of the 8th. You're ready to roll. Only 1 out. You got runners on the corners. Defense. Now let's keep our concentration. We saw a lack of concentration, but now let's see what's going on. Got the big left-hander in.
Really good stick in the hands of Jordan McClatty.
McClatty, when we've seen him be surgical with that thing.
All right now, Jake. I'm surgical with this bitch.
And now they're going to keep all those runners at bay.
Got to think Coach Johnson's going to send this runner.
Well, as you look at the runners on third, even though you have a left-hander, his back is to you, the runner's only going to go as deep as the third baseman plays. If he plays deep, then you're going to come down the line deep. So he's going to watch what the position is of the third baseman.
That pitch missing for a ball. Well, this is going to be an interesting. Because you got 2 outs here if you're Texas Southern to try to not allow another run to cross. But now you got bases loaded.
And look who strolls up to the plate.
You ought to have a righty up and rolling. I think they have already made the call to the bullpen.
Just trying to make it happen here.
Oh, my goodness.
So we'll have another pitching change. So we will take a timeout for this pitching change. 7-6 is our score as Texas Southern goes to the bullpen once again here in the bottom of the 8th. We'll take this timeout. Back after this.
Oh, they're playing a long game right now. They are playing the long game. So, we ain't won yet. I can't play that yet because we. Oh, Lord Jesus. But, woo! Oh, my goodness. Gotta get that stretch out. Sure, I'm about to be like the wifey. Can I get a snack? Oh, Lord. Let me stop, y'all. Yeah, them lefty-righty matchups they be killing me, man. Like, hey, let them go at each other. That's what I'm saying. Let them go at each other. Hope the next game will be faster than this one right here because this going on 3 hours, y'all, and it shouldn't. This game should not be going on 3 hours. I'm just letting y'all know. But getting in, you got some good swag baseball on your lunchtime. Y'all know it's Memorial Day weekend. Folks gonna be leaving out early tomorrow. Some like leaving out today. But hey, I hope everybody enjoyed their holiday. I probably won't because I have to go to work. But you know, to each his own. But let me see what's going on.
Back in Birmingham, new pitcher Isaac Garcia in the game, the senior right-hand pitcher. As Texas Southern is trying to get 2 outs here. Bases loaded for Jackson State University.
Yeah, Isaac Garcia, he's a fastball slider guy. That slider darts away from righties.
To another count. And Robert Tate Jr., 1 for 4 at the plate today. And now you got a problem because you don't have anywhere else to put the Tigers, the Jackson State Tigers.
Bases loaded.
A blue tiger and a maroon tiger. Which one is it?
And they walk one in.
It's kind of been the story of the season for Texas Southern baseball in terms of the bullpen has been a bit of a quandary this season in terms of really getting out of innings and keeping innings from spiraling. So they really need Isaac Garcia to tighten up right here.
It looks like they have somebody dashing into the bullpen right now.
Well, all hands are on deck. I told you that. You know, when you are in a situation like this, you make sure that all hands are available. First pitch is a strike. And this is a close ball game, so
Perez has already got a home run.
Shot 2.
Double play.
This one goes awry.
Oh,
2-run score for Jackson State.
Wow. It's tailor-made 4-6-3 double play right there. Opportunity missed.
oh, it sailed on him. Wow, Hughes has got to be looking at himself like, what the heck is going on? This is not what I do.
Well, those are just tough runs because now you're down 10-6. 4 runs in this inning for Jackson State.
What?
Well, so now you got Arjun Huerta, 2 for 4 today, hitting .394. Inside for a ball.
Jackson is being very disciplined at the plate. You're going to have to throw it in there. They're looking for their pitch.
That's a strike.
Arjun Huerta has a little Juan Soto about him, doesn't he?
Does he?
A little bit.
He's not going to swing.
Well, and another man on base.
Wow, just as you were knocking on the door, and the baseball gods were smiling upon you.
And that's, that is the hard part about tournament baseball, man, is that it's that momentum swing. You get that momentum swing, you're there. Texas Southern, they did what they needed to do in the 8th inning offensively. It's 7-6. You're knocking at the door. Boom. Here comes the bottom of the 8th for Jackson State.
And they get the breaks.
Yep. And now you'll have to come up with, instead of 1 run, to tie and 2 in the top of the 9th. Now you'll have to come up with at least 4 runs. And runs have not come at a premium. You see, this is the first runs that they've scored since the 1st inning for Texas Southern.
Mm-hmm.
But then you go back, 2 runs left, 2 left on base in the 1st, 2 in the 3rd, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. In the dirt.
It's a good job blocking that up from Alex Diaz.
Good news for Texas Southern right now. You're ahead in the count, 1-2 with 2 outs. Swung on, foul. Ten to 6 our score. And guys, I tell you what, this is crunch time. This is where you feel some of that pressure if you're on the mound because you need 1 strike. And the ball
It gets away.
And the runners move.
Diaz does such a good job of blocking, but he's had 3 missed balls in this inning. Perez standing there tough.
Count is even at 2-2. Now full count. Isaac Garcia trying to help his cause here just a little bit. Swung on down the left field line. 2 more runs score for Jackson State.
Cabrera with the double. Did you see how he roped that ball down the left field line? Was patient, waiting for his fouled off everything else, anything close, fouled it off, and worked it way down and roped it. And I put that on a laser ball.
You know, guys, you go back to what potentially could have been that inning in the double play.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do we say? The baseball gods are very fickle.
Extremely fickle. Yeah, exactly.
2 more runs here in this inning for Jackson State. Total of 5 runs in this inning.
I think the baseball gods and golf gods are like first cousins.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. I
Yes,
think
they are.
There's some truth to that. Yeah.
That was funny.
Eckenberger's been busy today at the plate. Didn't think that he didn't like that call. Didn't think he went through. But yes, he did. Blue called.
Well, after Eichelberger, Torres expected to come up. He's had a very good day. Been on the base 4 times, scored 3 runs. Beautiful day here at the ballpark. Second elimination game coming up. Shot in the right field. This one caught to retire Jackson State. So 5 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 man left on for Jackson State. It is now 12-6. 3 outs left for Texas Southern, unless they can tie it up in the top of the 9th. You're watching the 2025 SWAC Tournament.
Well, it's never done in baseball, so you see how fast we got up in that game, in the game. Hit a little small snag, and next thing you know, we back up again and scored 6 more runs. I mean, that's how baseball goes. So but yeah, we are pretty much rolling. The bats have waken up. The pitching woke up early in the game. and fell asleep in them just recently, and now it's waking back up again. So I think it's about to come right back up in just a minute.
Absolutely stunning video as we get ready for the 9th inning. And our next game will feature Southern University against Arkansas Pine Bluff. And that will be another elimination game. Southern comes in 15-13, Pine Bluff 17-9. One of those two teams will move on, one will go home. And of course, we move into the winners bracket games after that this afternoon. Well, that is just an amazing video.
Just beautiful. Good shot. Downtown Birmingham. Things have changed.
Yeah, a little bit.
Leading the ball, near the top half of the 9th inning for Texas Southern. Here's the second baseman, number 2, Double J, and the senior, Jaden Jones.
Jaden Jones now coming to the plate. And 3 outs here for Texas Southern. They got to tie it up in order to move forward in the bottom of the 9th inning. And just think it was just 7-6.
Can Brandon Haston shut it down?
That's the key.
You got to give credit to Jackson State. They got their leg back in that inning in a big way. Open this game back up again.
Oh, if I could be a fly on the wall in the Jackson State dugout right now.
You just don't want to give up anything big right now. You want to try to hold Texas Southern at bay if you're Jackson State. And if you're Texas Southern, it's one hit at a time, one bat at a time. One pitch at a time at this point.
Yeah. Lock in at the plate. Look for your pitch. Anything that you like, you've got to take it. Don't chase after anything. Be disciplined.
Inside for a ball. Needless to say, our noon game will start a little bit late today.
Yes. Yes.
Swung on, foul. Down to even at 2-2.
Well, little did I know I was going to be a third shifter last night. So
Yeah, late night, yesterday evening and an early morning.
Jaden Jones looks like he's locked in.
Swung on, foul. And we'll start all over again.
You know, at these pressure situations, you have to take your hats off to these young men. They're locked in on both ends, and they're trying to do their best.
Right, exactly. Foul down the first base line. And I tell you what, he is really just concentrating right now on just every single pitch.
Everyone. I'm sure he's not going to give up anything cheap, either one of them.
Mm-mm.
well, the Cardinal sin will be to go down looking. So you really just got to lock in and focus here.
Here we go with the full. The battle of wills, gentlemen.
And he takes a walk. So as we said, it is just one pitch at a time.
Jones did a really good job at the plate on that one. He was very disciplined. He was locked in. Wasn't going to chase anything cheap, but wasn't going to let anything close get by. Let Blue have to call it.
That pitch misses.
Just a little something to let him know, I know you're there.
Well, and that, that's another thing. They want to make sure that they keep all the runners at bay here for Texas Southern. That pitch in there for a strike. Another strike.
He has a slider, doesn't he, Charles?
Yes, he does.
I think we might see the slider on this.
What lefty doesn't keep a quality slider in their back pocket?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
It doesn't.
The lefty sliders like the get out of jail free cards.
And then, no, that's a nice move at first.
And again, when you have speed on the bags, according to what Coach Cato said, he is right on it. Coach Roger Cato, for those who don't know, legendary coach that came from Southern University, coached there for many years. He said something yesterday, and here's a shot into right field. This one will fall into the hands of the right fielder, and there is one out. But he said that when you have speed on the bag, it slows down the game because the pitcher is constantly looking at the bag to keep the runner at that base. And, we were just sitting there just like.
Hey, didn't the sky opened up?
Yes.
And you heard there's
I mean, it's Yoda-esque.
yes. Wow.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, miss for a strike. Big cut.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that fastball has some hum baby on it.
This pitch a little bit high.
I think he's setting him up here for the slider. Sped him up, slow him down.
1-2 is the count. Swung on, missed for a strike. That's strike 3. 2 outs. Well, it comes down to 1 out.
Here's the right fielder. Number 46, Tyler Bluff.
That's how a lot of pitchers think. Try to speed you up, and slow you down.
Here's a pitch. Swung on, foul.
Down to the last out. Let's go.
That pitch. Just missing. Still got some heat. This one goes straight up in the air. Is this one going to be caught? Oh, man, just missed it. Up in the sun.
Yes. You see that backspin. A lot of people don't realize the backspin on the ball when it goes up in this territory, that is going to actually come back away from the fence, and it comes into you. That's why if you're coming back, young catchers and first baseman, you always want to be facing the fence because your face should be facing the fence because of the spin. It's going to bring the ball back to you.
And sometimes that can be tough to play because you're charging full steam ahead, trying to get under the ball, and it's spinning back above your heads.
It is. It is. All the stuff I just said was easier said
than done.
Mm-hmm.
And that's strike 3, and that is the ball game.
Ball game.
Jackson State wins this one 12-6.
And
they advance to the next round. They will play the loser of Bethune-Cookman and Alabama State coming up tomorrow at 9 a.m. So for Texas Southern, their season ends. 2 and done here in the tournament. But I tell you what, they were right up until the end, and that's when the bottom kind of fell out for them in the 8th inning. They were right there.
Well, they were there. This was a game, and then like you said, just the breaks.
Yeah.
Just some breaks, some bad breaks. They fought back very valiantly, and they put Jackson State really right up to the edge. But this is tournament baseball.
It is.
Division I tournament baseball.
Well, tough game for the Texas Southern Tigers, but Jackson State University, they move on in great fashion. They win 12-6. They fight off a very pesky Texas Southern University team who was right there. Again, it was 7-6 going in to the bottom of the 8th inning, and that's when things exploded. 5 runs in the bottom of the 8th. Let's go to Charles Bishop.
Yeah, down here with Jordan McClatty. Jordan, great day at the plate. But Texas Southern, they kind of fought their way back into this game, but you guys exploded again. Talk about you guys' grit in terms of what you had to do to get this win.
We persevered like we do all year. So it doesn't really matter the circumstances. As long as we keep pushing and do our job, everything will work out itself.
You've had some good at-bats in both of the games you played. And what is it about this field? You're seeing the ball really well.
Just sticking to my approach, trying to look the other way. If I get something in the strike zone, I'm just trying to kill it. Work for my team, and just trying to do everything I can to win.
I'm going to let you go get with your team, buddy. Enjoy it.
All right, final score, 12-6. Any final thoughts?
Wow, great game. Yes. Unfortunately, Texas Southern comes down on the losing end. Both should be able to win, but it doesn't work like that.
Right.
But great job for the season with Texas Southern. You'll see those guys again. He's got a bunch of young guys, and Jackson State fights through.
Absolutely. 12-6 our final score. We'll have our second elimination game between Southern and Arkansas Pine Bluff. The start time is approximately 1:05 from here at Rickwood Field here in Birmingham. For Charles Bishop, for Brett Oates, I'm Santoria Black. For the entire broadcast crew, we want to thank all of our viewers on HBCU Go and the SWAC Digital Network. Final score 12-6. Until our next game, always remember, one nation, one people. Peace.
Oh yeah, that was a good game, y'all. Had my blood pressure up for a little bit. These niggas about to have my blood pressure up. Oh Lord. Call the ambulance. I'm over here snacking on chips. The wifey over here watching it on the big screen. Well, on the wall, because that's what we do. The jumbo. But yeah, man, that was a great. That was a actual great game. So I cannot complain about it. Cannot complain about it. Get out this. It's full screen. But yeah, we are. Next game coming up is supposed to come up at noon. It was supposed to be at noon, but like they said, it will start at 1:05. That is Arkansas Pine Bluff versus Baton Rouge Tech. Baton Rouge Tech. So I did not stutter. So you want me to go ahead and stream that? Hit that donation button, y'all. Hit the donation button. Hit the donation button because the bills got to get paid for the stream, y'all. And plus, it's not monetized. So, hey, we're doing what we do over here. And while we at it, let's go ahead and get that good commercial break. Be right back in just a minute. It's your boy Doc Holliday. Become a subscriber on HBCU Overdrive on YouTube, and you can follow me on all social media platforms at HBCU_Overdrive on Twitter and Instagram. You can catch me on TikTok at Holiday1925 and on Facebook under my real name, David E. Smith Douglas. Also, when you become an exclusive family member, you get all the membership perks. You get all the exclusive members only videos, early access to new videos, member shout-outs, and members only live chats. And also, you can get birthday shout-outs on here and win member when you become a subscriber. You can also hit the donation to the Cash App at HBCU Overdrive. You can hit the PayPal, David Smith 1925, and you can hit the Zelle, David E. Smith 30 at gmail.com. Remember, all proceeds go towards the channel, not the pocket. All right, man. I guess say great season for Texas Southern. They get to go back home to Houston. Don't know what to tell you. Oh my God. Wow, got some CFB stuff on the screen right here. But I'm ready for college football to come up. My man, EA, baseball player. Okay. So we got 50 people watching. Glad everybody has come out to watch the game today. This is the eve of Memorial Day weekend coming up. People are starting to get out and leave. Some leaving today, some are getting out tomorrow, but everybody's gonna have a 3-day vacation weekend, except for me. Why? Because I gotta go to work Sunday night, go into Monday morning, and then I gotta go to work Monday night to go into Tuesday morning. Best thing about it is your boy get paid for it. So I ain't gonna be doing too much complaining over here. Too much complaining. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. I'm gonna have to put this on the stage right here. Again, then we got Football Media Day coming up July 16th, 2025 at the Birmingham Sheraton Hotel, right across the street from the Convention Center. As y'all see, life, she's background. So we're gonna have some things. We're gonna have a lot of things coming up. We are going to have banners made. Finally, I can say we're gonna have banners made. So it can look a little bit more professional. Look a little bit more professional. And while I'm at the table, the missus might be walking around, taking pictures with the camera, because she ain't staying in the hotel room all day. So I just know when it's time to put my name in, I got to get an extra pass for her. So, but all 12 teams will be represented at Media Day. All 12 coaches. Of course, get to talk to some ADs. And of course, we get to talk to Commissioner McClellan, who I call the Green Eye Bandit. And get to meet my favorite commentator, Miss Tiffany Green, who, of course, yes, she is a FAMU alum, but she's one of my favorites. And, get to meet the hater, the Jackson State hater, a.k.a. Jay White. Jay Walker, my bad. We get to meet Jay Walker. At Media Day. So it's going to be a fun one. And also, while at Media Day, we get to talk to a lot of other podcasters and a lot of other members of the media. I done got my words switched up. Members of the media, get to talk to them and kind of pick the brain and see how they do their things. And then once that comes about, football roster should be finalized. Football roster should be finalized before Media Day. That's when I get to come home with all the media guides and everything from all the schools. Take all the pictures of the displays of the tables and everything. And again, talk to the coaches and the players and some administrative folks at Media Day. Again, it's going to be July 16th at the Birmingham Sheraton Hotel. We'll go ahead and start doing fundraising. More likely, it'll be next month. And so we go ahead and get this all taken care of, squared away. This time, I'm not doing a turnaround trip. This time I am going to be I'm going to be staying overnight. You guys just don't know. Woo! Went in there last year, went in there, got on the bus, went in there for Media Day, was dressed, freshened up, did what I did, stayed over for a little bit, went back to the bus station and got back on the bus and came back home. All in one day. What's going on, man? What is going on, dog? What is going on? Good afternoon to you. But yeah, I'm just ready for everything to pop off. And again, I'm like you, Mr. Emmett. I look, I can't wait for football season. Now the missus, that's another story. Because we still trying to get her converted to a football fan.
I'm not.
But she's doing better.
I'm not going to be a football fan. I just love the Raiders. And I'm here so I won't get fined.
Y'all hear her?
Yes.
Y'all hear? Oh my goodness. But yeah, that is what's going on. That is what we're gonna be doing. So got some other things in store for now. And hopefully next month we'll start putting out t-shirts. T-shirts, the fuck off t-shirts. We'll put those out hopefully starting next month. What up, Jeremiah? If you would have watched the game earlier, pitching from 1 through 7 was spectacular. Then the middle part from the 7th all the way down, it kind of got shaky. Yes, we did win. Jackson State wins against Texas Southern 12-6. Robert Tate Jr. and Wilbur Perez going deep for Jackson State with solo home runs, timely hitting, and Mr. Gonzalez threw an absolute gem today for close to 7 innings, y'all. Yeah, man. Look, I ain't chancing it this year. I'm not chancing it this year. I look, rent a car, get a hotel. We should be fine. Come back and do it all over. Oh, not the pain, man. So you should be able to go back and watch the first part of the game, man. But it was a good one. It's a good one. It was a good one. Omar almost made me question him again because he was trying to get my blood pressure going. I don't know what to tell him, man. I don't know what to tell him. I know what to tell him, so he almost had my blood pressure going. It's Thursday. Let's see what we got on here. Why everybody's waiting on for the next game, which will be coming on in the next 15 minutes, to be exact. Let me see something. I want to see this. Let's see if I can. No, that's not it. I'm looking on for the. I just want to. I just want to see the. This it right here.
Let's see what's that.
Trying to figure something out. Let me see. Let me get this one right here. This is the one I did with Lionel. Let's go. In a sense, I just want to know, when did Prairie View decide that they were gonna be big-ish in the swag? What's going on, man?
Man, how you tricked me into there? I was driving down the freeway. I just left Prairie View.
Oh man. Oh man. So
man.
I went off for Lionel to get up here because
we got to get Lionel. You know how that is.
We got to get Lionel up here. Oh, there he go.
Uh-oh, here he comes.
What's going on, Lionel? Uh-oh, he should be on here. But anyway, man, what makes y'all think that Prairie View is the real deal?
I told you my reason. The D on dog. Discipline.
Okay. So discipline was not the strong suit that y'all had in the last couple of years under Coach McDowell, or even under Dooley.
Right.
What about like this team right here per se? What is it about this team that you feel like you're gonna make that jump in the West?
Well, it's a few more pieces I'm waiting on, but I think the jump. But in fairness, I don't know what the other teams are doing. I think they're doing some big things at Texas Southern. So I'm predicting our jump only based off of our data. But from what I've seen, the defensive personnel has been modified to the 212 defense. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at more than the players. I'm looking at the pedigree of the staff that's there without revealing too much. But, being an engineer, I'm looking at the actual ingredients and parts that go together with the team, and not just, we have this 6'5" receiver or this 6'9" offensive tackle. I'm looking at more than that. And also looking at discipline. If you recall not the last time, but the last regular season game we played Jackson State, discipline got us that game. Why? Because we got into a fight over entrance, us entering the stadium, which if we would have just did a regular entrance like any other team, it wouldn't even come through all that, Mm-hmm. And to me, just starting that game with a fight threw the whole game off to me. So it's just things like that. And even last year, when we barely beat Northwestern State, the discipline almost cost us that game.
Right.
Because when they needed a drive, they would just throw the ball because they knew they could count on us to get a pass interference. And we got mm-hmm. 3 in a row and put them right back in the game. So those are kind of things, at least from looking at the spring game, I don't expect to see this year.
Okay. I don't know where's Lionel at, if he's still on, if he on here yet. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on. I got baby too, so.
You got baby with you.
I'll be a little bit more in and out, but I guess I guess the question for me is, you say, is PV the real deal? What would make PV the real deal? I guess that's the question.
Right. So I'm asking you, as for one, a PV alum, so both of y'all PV alums. What about this season? For this season, just alone, you feel like that y'all are the real deal?
So that's what I'm saying. When you say real deal, what do you mean by real deal? Real deal means like we gonna be competitive. Real deal means we gonna win. So
y'all gonna take real deal about taking the West, about winning the whole thing, about representing the conference and the Celebration Bowl, stuff like that. In a sense, that's what I'm asking.
I got you. So for me, it's a couple things, right? I think first and foremost, when you think about what Prairie View has done over the last 2 decades, for example, or just say since the 2009 championship, we've had 3 first-time coaches. You know, now obviously Willie went on to do some great things, right? You know, obviously we got love for Coach Northern. You know what I'm saying? You know, we got the recap show with Coach Northern. You know what I'm saying? So we obviously appreciate him and what he did on the defensive side of things. And then also we had Dooley, right? And then Bubba. So we've had 4 consecutive first-time head coaches to lead the program. That has to be taken into account when you're talking about being able to get to a certain place or be able to be the real deal, for example, right? We've had all these guys have had to go through their own bumps and bruises of learning how to be a head coach. It's just the reality of the situation, right? Like, you as an OC, as a DC, whatever, like, you're still not the head coach, right? And so there's still a difference of you getting in that role and now learning how to navigate certain things. Even Coach said over at Alcorn talked about that when he first came on, about the experience of what he learned at UAPB before he now took on his Alcorn job, right? And so there's just something about going through an experience, right? As far as head coach is concerned, right? And so that's one aspect of us actually having now, for the first time in 15 years or whatever it may be, right? An actual head coach that has been a head coach before at multiple stops, right? So there's not a lot of learning he has to do. And what we're seeing him do is put a program in place. Why? Because listen, I've done this 3-4 times now. I know what it looks like. I know what needs to get done. I know how to instruct my other coaches on how to get it done, right? I know what coaches to bring in. I know how to put together a staff that's going to work together and not work at odds, right? Because that was also an issue we had, right? So these are things that's there only because the coach, right, is not a first timer, right? So that's one thing, right? 2 is we've always, I mean, most people have talked about it and known, like, well, Prairie View has the facilities, Prairie View has they have all of the bells and whistles or whatever you want to call it, right? To be able to be competitive, right? You know what I'm saying? We're in a great location to be able to bring in recruits, et cetera. We have not had somebody that led the program. That Willie definitely did a good job of getting in with coaches here locally, right? And really putting his foot down in Texas area and Texas region. You know what I'm saying? Yep. He definitely did a good job of that. And he kept growing with that as he went over to Florida, right? To do the same thing there. But we haven't had a coach who's put that emphasis on really locking down the state in a while, right? You know what I'm saying? Dooley didn't put his focus on that. He went more JUCO, Louisiana, Mississippi route, right? You know, some players here and there for Texas, but that wasn't really his main focus, right? On saying, I'm really gonna recruit the state of Texas and really go into some of the major programs in Dallas, San Antonio, Houston, and not only black programs, but also white programs, which is a whole nother side of things, right? Well, TJAC has made it clear, but not only by him going out and actually recruiting the black schools, right, and good programs in the Metroplex areas, but also going to the white schools that's also powerhouse schools, right? We got a Denton Geyer, guy that's coming in, right? So we got a couple, white individuals that are transferring back in, right, who are also from Texas, that now FCS or FBS transfer that's transferring into the program, who are also Texas made. And so that's a huge thing, right? But that also goes to him being a seasoned guy who was also a part of all these coaches associations. So he got this reach and these inroads, right? He also brought in guys on the staff who got those inroads, right? And so again, when you look at that, you're not looking at somebody who's trying to build to a certain place or trying to build a relationship with head coaches and high school coach. He already got that. He's already built that, right? Now he literally is just squeezing from something that already has been, that he's already filled up, right? You know what I'm saying? And so then the other thing is not just knowing what we got in recruiting the area, but also marketing what we have. And obviously he's been doing a tremendous job of doing that, right? Putting it out and saying, hey, why would we settle for less when we have access to this, right? Why would I not be able to go get a kid that Incarnate Word can bring in when I'm 10 times better than what Incarnate Word is academically and from a standpoint of facilities, right? You know what I'm saying? So why would I not be able to compete with other FCS powers in the state of Texas, the Tarleton States, the Abilene Christians, the Incarnate Words, et cetera, right? Or whatever else you want to spread around, right? And he not only has he taken on that mentality, but he's infused it into the coaching staff, and now he's going out and you're seeing the results of it now in the recruiting, right? And so to me, I'll let it still just focus on the coach and the staff, right? That's why I believe it's the real deal, right? You know what I'm saying? That is enough for me to rest my laurels on. And everything he said he's gonna do from January to this point, he's done everything he said he was gonna do. There's nothing he said he's gonna do from that point to now that he hasn't done. He's done everything from point A to point B, right? And so we just gotta keep going until we get to the Z.
Okay. So we've all known. Look, so we all known about. Before we do this, let's go into the schedule. Let's get into the schedule. So of course, last weekend of August, y'all take on Texas Southern. This time in Houston at the gas station stadium. Last season, it was I don't know what happened in that game. I don't think there was stability as far as quarterback in that game with Prairie View. And it looked when in that game, y'all came out flat. It came out flat. So we all know that you're the only school that, well, y'all the only schools that start a game as your division. You start in a division. And in some sense, it's like a precursor to who would win the West. What about Texas Southern that y'all see? Y'all think y'all will be able to say, look, we could take this game, we could take these boys in their home, and not ever lose to them like we lost to them last season? That Texas Southern game was it to me, it was a brutal game from, not even say from start to finish, but from the beginning. And it seemed like y'all try to hit the stride late in the fourth quarter, but it was too late on that. So what do you have to say about that, Mick?
Hopefully you can hear me. I started rolling a little bit.
You good.
That was an interesting game for the fact that, and not making excuses, because as we all know, excuses are tools of the incompetence. But we underestimated our quarterback wanted to stay in so bad. He really was injured that first series. And he wanted to stay in so bad, he didn't say anything, and the coaches didn't know to take him out. So he was playing injured, and I think he, could have used being relieved a little earlier. Mm-hmm. And once that momentum started, KJ Cooper he didn't play like a superstar, but he made zero mistakes. He wasn't turning the ball over. He was very efficient. Their freshman running back even played good. And we had a young offensive line. They controlled the trenches. So it was a really good game. When he brought Cam Peters in, that settled the offense. But like you said, the momentum was too great at that point. And it was just too hard to come back at that point. It was a really weird game. And nothing to take away from Texas Southern. I think they played better than most of the SWAC even expected. And they probably would have ended up with an interesting record if Cooper hadn't went down after the Prairie View game. So nothing to take from them. And like I said, I don't want Prairie View to have a good season based off of a whole bunch of SWAC teams being down this year. So I want everybody to be good. I hope Texas Southern is even better this year, which will even strengthen Coach T-Jack's message of what he said, that he don't want to just be SWAC good. He wants to be football good. So that's where we kind of get the confidence from, is because, like Lionel said, he's done everything he said he was going to do up to this point.
Okay, then you got first weekend of September, you got UTRGV, first year program coming in. Don't know how they're going to play out. So I feel like this. I think that's going to be a win. I don't know if it's an automatic win, but I know it should be a win for Prairie View. And then
with that first game, right? The two things. One, we did not commit to running the ball,
right,
at all whatsoever, right? We never even tried to establish a run game at all. You know what I'm saying? Which over the last, at the end of the day, it's a new regime, right, at Texas Southern, et cetera. But if you look at that game the last few years, right, we've dominated the game on the ground. And that's why we've been able to win that game pretty comfortably, right? But we never tried to establish the run game at all whatsoever. And obviously, we all did have a new offensive line, new complete starting five offensive line. But that's a great way to get them comfortable, get them settled. But we never did that at all. And then two, we talk about the quarterback play, right? But the reality is, I counted for sure 5 drops, right? So at the end of the day, if the receivers put the ball on the ground, that's not the quarterback's fault. You know what I'm saying? And that's whether it was Cooley or whether it was Cam Peters, both who played that game, right? Because Cooley got hurt in the first half. You can't put that on neither one of them, right? You know what I'm saying? And then you also need your special guys to be special in certain moments, and they just wasn't special. Just, you know what I'm saying? It just is what it is, right? So, but that you can't put that on a quarterback play, right? They got to help the quarterback out. The tight ends and the receivers put the ball on the ground multiple times, right? When could have been the first down, right? Could have kept drives going, especially in that second half, because that was some momentum picking up. And then, when we needed to play on third down, we literally just put the ball on the ground, but that's not on the quarterbacks, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's on the guys that's paid to catch the ball. So.
So you got, all right, y'all. So the game should be coming on now. So I'm about to switch it over. I just did that so we can have some time before the actual game come on between Southern and Bluff. So that's what I did. That's something like I'm trying to ease it in and everything. So of course it's going to be, this is Southern, the number 7 seed Southern versus number 4 seed Arkansas Pine Bluff. This is game 2 of the losers bracket. Winner moves on. Loser, hey, gotta catch that bus again, dog. You gotta get on that bus. So that's my phone, y'all. Sorry about that if y'all hear that through the microphone. But it should be coming on in just a minute. The first pitch was supposed to be at 105, but of course this is, because of the length of the other game. They're going to be starting a little bit late, but here you go. Let's roll.
Score, the Pond Bluff Golden Lions made short work of Southern University in the top of the first inning, and now they will come up to bat here in the bottom half of the first inning. For Arkansas Pond Bluff, well, it was a long game last night. They gave up 13 runs to the Grambling Tigers, 13-6 loss last night, game that lasted until about 10:30 or so. And so a quick turnaround here for the Golden Lions.
Be very interesting to see early in this ball game if UAPB has their sea legs under them.
Oh, exactly. No doubt about that, because, again, it's usually it's about a 12-hour turnaround if you lose a ball game, sometimes shorter, sometimes more. It just depends on when the game has concluded. Southern probably a little bit more rested, obviously, than Arkansas Pine Bluff. That pitch to the inside for a ball. Gavin Terry, the left fielder, hitting 277 coming into the game. He's started in 41 games, 26 RBI. I want to welcome all of our viewers on HBCU Go. That's part of the broadcast, SWAC Digital Network. Thank you for joining us here for game 2 of our 4 games here today. Of course, the first 2 elimination games. Crowd continues to build here in Birmingham. That pitch is a strike. Yesterday, Gavin Terry got on in the 4th inning with a walk, but he did get a single in the 8th inning. And there's a strikeout.
Very unique thing. This game features the brothers battery, Rashard and Renard Grace.
It's always great to see a family affair.
Yes, indeed. They come from a really successful baseball program, Madison Central, around Jackson, Mississippi area.
A lot of people know about Mississippi with football and, of course, basketball, but there's some great baseball in the state of Mississippi.
Tremendous baseball that's always been played there.
Here's a shot in the left center. It's a base hit for Eli Green Smith.
Quite a few years. You had the AA club for the New York Mets there, the Jackson Mets, and the Astros AA team there. And, of course, the Braves AA team was in the Jackson area. So a lot of great baseball that's always been in that area.
I think that also helped out with the young people because, young folks could go out to see a AA ball club out in Jackson.
I can always say I saw Darryl Strawberry before he was Darryl Strawberry.
Wow, that's huge. Shot to the third baseman. Safe. And they want a review of this. Take a look to see if he touched the player or the bag. No. And then I don't think he got the bag either. Yeah, I don't think he got the player or the bag on that one.
Yeah, it was a tough angle to see from over here. I was curious to see what we were going to see on replay as he came sliding across the bag and tried to show the ball, but to no avail, looks like.
Right. I think he had control of the ball when he hit the bag.
That's the question, is that did he have control of the ball when his foot hit the bag?
Well, it's in the glove.
That's the question, is did he have control of the ball in his glove while he had his foot on the bag. But these officials are right on that angle, though.
Yeah, they're on the angles. Here we go.
He's safe.
Hey, hit that donation button. I've been out since
Take him
8:30 this morning, bringing y'all some good SWAC tournament baseball action. Hit that donation button. Cash out, PayPal, and the Zelle.
Before the game, I had a chance, guys, to talk to Eli Gray Smith with Arkansas Pine Bluff, who's at second base now. And I looked at him. He's a bigger guy than you think he is.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I said, you like swinging the bat and playing. And he looked at me and said, I just like playing baseball.
That's it. When you like playing the game, it does make a difference.
Yeah, one thing I can say about Logan Stout yesterday, he really talked about his ball club and how much of a joy it's been coaching them and coaching them up and getting them to believe they can win baseball games. And this could really turn this baseball program around.
And Charles, you and I spoke about this earlier, how quickly that program was turned around.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Years prior, we didn't see UAPB, but here they are.
Yeah, there's a strikeout. Blake Coleman.
Not only is he excited about Coach Stout's excited about this year and the guys he has, but he's excited about the 17 commits that he has. They're called the top recruits coming in, one of the top recruiting classes in the nation coming to UAPB baseball.
Wow.
Coach Stout, a long time over one of the top travel baseball teams in the country, and he's tapped into that well of really getting some top recruits coming to the University of Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Stout had a lot to say about the conference and all the teams that are in there. He said this place, when he's talking about place, he's talking about the conference, is loaded with talent. He said it's loaded from top to bottom on every team. And he was saying that he lets people know that if you come play in the SWAC, you got to be a ball player.
And, that was the thing that really jumped out talking to him yesterday in terms of just his reverence for this conference and the players that have come through this conference. He talked about just being in awe of watching the guys week in, week out play in this conference, guys that he knows can get to the next level.
That's what you love to see is when coaches come into the conference, the respect that they have for it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's always great to see that because, when you come into a conference that has its own style, own brand, its own culture, it is so important that you understand what you're coming to. Because, we've seen this before, and, this is just how this is going. We've seen times where coaches come in and they don't understand the culture. They don't understand how the recruiting goes. They don't understand that. And you get that stubbornness at times. Well, we're going to do it this way. And sometimes they have a hard time and not successful because they don't understand how it works.
They don't understand what is going on in the SWAC. And I mean, from all athletic standpoint, they just don't. And we've seen people come into the conference who have not been successful because they've come from other places and they don't realize the talent that is in this conference and they don't win a game.
Yep.
And we've seen that more than once. Or they come in and they struggle. They come into this conference and they struggle. So, when you have people that understand it, because as Stout has said, well, you've got Southern again today. You played them before, and he said, let me tell you who I see right now is Cardell Thibodeau.
Mm-hmm.
He said, that guy right there, Cardell Thibodeau, and he just looked at me, shook his head, and said, that is the dude.
You're a heck of a ball player when you're just referred to as the dude.
Dude, yes.
Or Hoss. Hoss is the one I like.
Small got aboard by a walk. And so bases are loaded early on here in this ball game for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Had a bit of a rough one last night for Arkansas Pine Bluff against Grambling State University. Grambling came out and they were swinging the bats right off the bat. Very aggressive. I think it caught Arkansas Pine Bluff a little off, put them on their heels. Then you had some bombs hit out of this park down left field.
Yeah, it was a couple. We had to call the space station and let them know one was coming.
Hey. We saw one shot. I'm like, do you have a visa to go get that?
Oh, man, it was just incredible. No score, but bases are loaded. Now the count is even at 2-2.
Now, Coach Crenshaw told me that Grace is going to go fastball, slider, changeup.
Full count now.
We've seen this before now with pitchers. Calm down.
I love the 3-2 pitch with bases loaded and the base runner coming down the line when that full swing is coming. That is scary to watch.
And a walk. Run scored for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Well, Coach Stout has said, anything can happen. This is baseball. So you're starting off with the bases loaded, taking advantage of it. We've seen this throughout the tournament so far in the second day of our tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball gods have smiled on some at one moment and then frowned on them literally next pitch.
Man, that's what's tough.
Oh, you go back to that play. We talk about giving away outs. Taylor-made double play ball. They weren't able to turn it. And here's what we have going.
This one, a shot over the left field wall. Home run. A grand slam.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
Guys, watch this on the replay. Watch what the left fielder does.
Looks at it.
He doesn't even move. You know that it was like, yes, this is one of those. Do you have a visa? Because you're going to need to re-enter into the United States. Look at him. He doesn't even.
Way out of there.
And it's over the scoreboard.
Jesus Riera, the senior, getting a grand slam. And just like that, it is 5-0, Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Wow, that was
tells you how much he got all of that one when the left fielder does not flinch.
He didn't budge. Now we're going to see what Grace has. Can he shake it off and settle down and let's go?
Trinidad De La Garza now at the plate. This one into left field. This one will be caught. It'll stay inside the park. And that's the third out of the inning. 5 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, and nobody left on. 8 batters come to the plate for Arkansas Pine Bluff here in the first inning. We'll take a timeout. Here in Birmingham, it's the 2025 SWAC baseball tournament. Back after this.
Man, he sent that junk into a whole nother atmosphere. Oh my God. Baton Rouge Tech already down 5-0. Oh my God. Hey. Back to Louisiana you go. But then again, this is a swag. So you never know what's going to happen afterwards. So can't really judge. Can't really judge. So we shall see. Hey, the fans are under the stands. They are in the shade. They is not peeking themselves out. So yeah, they is under the shade. They're smart.
They have brought the bats out. Now we move to the top of the second inning for Southern University. Jalen Lucky up to the plate.
That was a heck of a first inning for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Absolutely. Lucky hitting 308 on the season coming into this game. Now, if you are Arkansas Pine Bluff or Southern, you're already playing from behind the eight ball, so to speak. And really the most important thing for them is one pitch at a time. You don't like playing from behind like this because it really puts a lot of pressure on the pitcher. Now you can't really give up a whole lot more. Of course, now you force your offense to have to produce now.
Yeah, you do have force your offense to have to produce, but you know the silver lining is the early part of the game. You still can have quality at bats and string them together.
With a younger team, you know, guys, you always have to tell them, and I've told them that in the past, is that's why we play 9 innings. The game isn't over because it's in 1 inning.
This one hit into right center, and it's caught by the center fielder. First out of the inning.
Yeah, we've seen some great center field play. Reese Smith really got on his horse, really chased that one down out there.
He did.
From Jalen Lucky to Jalen Mack, second baseman. And for Jalen Mack, he's hitting .313 this season. Well, we've seen this story before, Charles, where Pine Bluff all of a sudden starts scoring runs.
I tell you, I've watched them. They really have a potent offense. I watched them in the Texas Southern Series, a 19-14 game, and that was the 19-14 game where there was 4 home runs. There was a triple play. There was all sorts of things going on, but the constant was UAPB hitting the baseball.
Yeah. This one goes into center field for a base hit.
Now, as you guys talk about, now this is what you do. You get on base, just keep it going.
Yep.
You know, we're not going to get 5 runs all in 1 inning. Let's get 1. Keep them off the board again. Let's get another, maybe 2. Now, Coach Crenshaw said in the first inning, he's not giving any signals to his guys. He wants them to go up in the first inning to figure it out themselves. After that first round that everybody is hit, then he'll step in and see what they're doing.
And back to first base. Well, coaches always talk about you got to help yourself in the tournament, and that's exactly what is going on early here in this inning.
A lot of pepper, a lot of chatter down here in this southern dugout. And one thing you throw over the first, not only does the dugout holler back, but the fans too. So everybody's into it down here.
But that's what you like to see. You like to see the fans into it. That is going to be an out at second base. Great throw.
Great throw.
Throw it to the outside. Perfect placement.
Vinny Samuel with the gun behind the plate.
Yep, no question about that one.
Southern being aggressive.
So now, Cameron Bird at the plate. Count is full now with 2 outs. One of the vendors down here at the stadium said, we're going through a lot of wings this week. 5-3 on the putout. And that ends the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We now go to the bottom of the second inning. Pine Bluff on top 5-0. Back after this.
We follow pizza drivers, make sure the customers get a Pepsi.
Pizza guy, Pepsi guy.
Is that legal?
It's a gray area.
Not going anywhere without to enhance your pizza's flavor.
That's the perfect combo.
Yeah, he's still following me. Probably a stupid marketing stunt.
Hey, HBCU friends and fam, spread the word. The Retool Your School program is back and making a bigger impact than ever before. For more than 15 years, we've been making a difference by helping HBCUs build what they need to take their campuses to the next level. From lounges for ideation and collaboration to gardens that beautify campuses. This year, we're showing up in a big way, helping HBCUs shine with over $3 million in Retool Your School grants. Find out more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
Welcome back to Rickwood Field here in Birmingham. 5-0, Arkansas Pine Bluff on top. Colin McLemore now coming to the plate for Arkansas. Yesterday he was at the end of the lineup. He got on base with a walk and a single in the ball game. And again, boy, the runs that Grambling got on Arkansas Pine Bluff yesterday, it was really more about they got some hits in, Pine Bluff did. They got some opportunities, but just couldn't push some of the runs across the board. They left the bases loaded, as a matter of fact, yesterday once. And then, of course, three in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, 2 in the sixth, and 2 in the first inning. So you left a lot of men on base.
You know, one of the things Coach Stout was saying in between innings yesterday was, you know, he kind of felt like the guys were a little tight early. First time in the SWAC tournament, and they kind of loosened up toward the latter part of the ball game, but it feels like they should be in the flow now.
Here's in the flow, like you were saying, Charles. This was, he told me, is that he had 9 players on the field who had never played in a postseason ever.
Wow. Well, it is. It's very different when you're playing in the postseason. There's a foul. And that is the one thing that you really are glad to give your students that experience.
Mm-hmm.
Colin McLemore goes down swinging. Gavin Terry now coming to the plate. He struck out in the first inning.
Is that going to become the signature of the SWAC where people will play small ball to move guys around and change how it's played in college baseball as a whole again?
There's a strike. And you do see some teams that know how to move the ball or move guys around in the bags. And sometimes it is about, you don't necessarily need a moonshot or need something deep. Sometimes you just need to play smart and just get guys around.
That's right. That's right.
And when you talk about the speed in this conference, it really is advantageous. I mean, to play small ball and get a defense on their toes. And one of the things the coaches were saying the other day is if you can get a team to speed up playing defensively, you got them.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
We
People
saw
not happy about that.
No, not at all. The Southern faithful, I could hear them in unison on that call.
Down the first baseline foul.
Gavin Terry, the speedster.
This is a shot in the right field. This one is going back. It is over the wall.
Ooh, Gavin Terry got all of that.
6-0, Pine Bluff.
Wow. 2-run shot. Wow, did you see him turn on that?
Just incredible.
Wow, you can see the right fielder goes and is like,
He flipped his hips on that one.
Didn't he? Look
Yes,
at it.
Indeed.
He knew it was gone when he hit it. The way he looked at it, he knew that was out of here. Look at this shot. I love the shot, how you see the ball in the picture go out over the fence.
So after a walk by Colin McLemore and that home run by Gavin Terry, 7-0 is the score.
Well, he's got to work it out. He's got to work it out. It's too early to bring anybody in. Hey, guys, just take a breath. Okay, let's go. We'll have to come back. We'll start chipping away. And we've seen a deficit like this evaporate.
Yes, we have. Absolutely. Just saw it in the last game. Up 7-1, and all of a sudden it's 7-6.
We saw with Jackson State and Alabama State as well. Jackson State was down early and started chipping away in that game. So, it's still a lot of ball game left.
Smith at his last at bat, this guy got on and he kind of started that rally, getting guys getting on base.
Swung on, foul.
And to his credit, Coach Crenshaw down here unfazed. He knows the type team that he has. He knows he has bats in the lineup that can string some things together.
You know, it's always important to have that type of coach that, you know, they kind of just like, you know what, we got this. I'm not going to worry, you know, because you do have to make sure you got 18 to 22-year-olds. When you have that age group, somebody has to be the one that settles everybody down. And that's what coaches do. Is like, hey, guys, we got to just chip away at it one step at a time.
And you know, to Crenshaw's personality, if he gets panicked, I'm scared. Because he's just so even keeled and he's always very relaxed, cerebral.
Right.
You know. So if you see somebody like that get rattled, then something's really, really bad.
Absolutely. First out of the inning, by the way. As Reese Smith popped out to the first baseman. 7-0 is our score. Shot to the shortstop.
Hard hit.
Now Blake Coleman comes to bat. He struck out in the first inning. Swung on for a strike.
Yeah, Brett, I'm with you. That was a challenge fastball.
Looks like Grace has settled down a little bit.
This one up in the air into center field. And it's caught. Center fielder for Southern University, Jacoby Radcliffe, gets under it at the warning track.
Renard has shown Grace under fire.
2 runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left on base. We go now to the top of the third with the score 7-0. Arkansas Pine Bluff on top. Back after this.
We follow.
Okay. Had to step out for a second. Had to step out for a second. I didn't have my phone with my phone is charging right now, so I don't know what's going on. I had to step out. So just let it run. Oh no, Mr. Emmett. Texas Southern was the first SWAC team that went home. So Texas Southern is going home. Their season is over with. So pretty much they are headed back to the crib. But let's get back to it.
GM, official sponsor of SWAC Athletics. The Home Depot, the 2-year school program powered by purpose. Nike. Gatorade, proud supporters of the SWAC. And by Pepsi. Seven nothing is our score. Swung on, hit into right field. Caught.
Santoria down here with Coach Chris Crenshaw. Coach, a bit of a tough start for your baseball team, but what is it that you want to see from your batters in terms of taking on major spins here?
We just got to build at bats. We got to get runners on and just trying to find a way to get everybody to first base. Once we get everybody to first base, I think we can figure it out. But we got to get guys on base.
A bit of a tough start for Grace, but what is it that you tell your pitcher right now in terms of trying to settle back in?
You just got to go out there and keep pitching. If you look at his numbers, I think he give up 7 a game. He give up 7 right now, so hopefully he'll give up no more, and we got a chance to come back.
There it is, Coach. I'll let you lock back in.
Coaches are very truthful about the numbers, aren't they?
Absolutely.
He doesn't water it down.
Baseball coaches are very good with analytics and extremely good weather people.
Yes.
This one going back deep, it will go off the wall. Southern gets a runner aboard.
There we go. Goes back to exactly what Coach Crenshaw was talking about. We got to get guys on base. That's it. We've got the bats. You said it earlier. We've got the bats. Swing the bats, and let's see what's happening. They've hit this. They've hit him twice hard. They were just somebody was there. Radcliffe really rocked that one too. He hit that solid.
And now one of your favorite names, Benny Bakar.
Benny Bakar, here he comes.
Up to bat.
That's got to be one of. We've had some good names today.
Oh, yeah.
Benny Bakar.
First
There they
baseman slipped. Here comes the run home. No throw. Southern on the board.
And here comes Southern. They're doing what you can see Coach Crenshaw at the top of the dugout. No emotion. It's like business.
This was just a slip right there.
Mm-hmm. Benny Bakar on first base.
On the mound for Arkansas Pine Bluff, Major Spence.
Brett, I'm going to have to get you to come up with your all-name team, man.
My all-name team? Oh, my God. That's going to be easy in the SWAC, man, because they've got the greatest names out there. Charles, you read my mind. I think I was coming up with some aliases that I'm going to use in the hotel from some of these names, man. You know I like LaJean. Did I pronounce his name right? From
oh, yeah, Tyler LaJean. Yeah.
LaJean.
Yeah, I just knew you were going with Brett Eichelberger.
Oh, yeah. That's a great name. Oh, that's a great name.
We don't have a Brett Oates here at the hotel, sir.
But we do have an Eichelberger. If you...
That name was just between the three of us. Nobody else will know about it.
Let's keep it between us and all the viewers. Okay?
There you go.
Yeah. Put it on Mr. Eichelberger's account. Yeah.
Southern with one runner aboard, one run in.
Charles shook me up.
In between short and third, base hit.
Uh-oh, Southern Best starting trying to wake up now.
The bats for Southern.
Not
Seem to have
bad.
heated up
Rouge Tech.
here in the top of the third.
Cardell Thibodeau at the plate. starting to see a little bit more action from the Southern bats.
Second time through the lineup. Let's see if they've kind of figured out Major Spence.
Here's a pitch outside for a ball.
Well, this is exactly what Coach Crenshaw was talking about is got to go through the lineup. Let's see what's going to happen on their next at-bat. See if they figured him out.
Thibodeau hitting .433 coming into the game today. He's got 21 stolen bases and 51 attempts. But he'll get caught from time to time. He's played and started in 47 games, 70 runs, 68 RBI. Leads the team in RBI and in runs. Got a meeting on the mound.
A very interesting Coach Crenshaw. He normally calls pitches, but he said he allows the Grace brothers to call the game. You know, they have a feel for each other. So when he said, no, the ERA is 7, he should figure it out. So it should be kind of interesting going forward.
Grace and Grace sound like a law firm.
Yes, there you go.
Shargett Grace, senior catcher, and Bernard Grace, the senior right-hand pitcher, Southern University. There's a strike.
Grace and Grace. Personal injury attorneys.
You don't see too many brother combos.
No.
In the conference where you have the brother pitching to the other brother. You don't see that too much. There's a strike. 1 out here. Top of the third inning.
But you know, playing with your brother has got to be something special.
Oh, yeah.
Especially your twin brother. That's pretty cool.
That pitch a little bit low for a ball. Here's a pitch. Swung on, hit. Into right field for a base hit.
Wow. Southern is really fast.
Extremely.
They are really fast. Did you see how Thibodeau reached out and pushed that ball right between between second base? Watch this, how he reaches for the ball. He just
right between the first and second baseman.
That's a ball player. That's a ball player right there.
It's 7-2 now.
We've seen this movie before.
And, you know, Coach, Southern's coach said that Grace gives up 7 runs a game. Well, his ERA is 7.78, 3-7 on the season, 14 games started.
Got to be real careful with this dangerous batter in Taj Bates. He has light tower power.
Look how powerfully built he is. He catches one, that's a wrap.
Fouled off.
Bates is batting .365.
Throw to second, keeping the runner KJ White there, and there's good reason. KJ White 29 stolen bases this year.
Do you know Bates has 61 RBIs this year?
Mm-hmm.
I tell you guys, when Southern came out to Texas Southern, McGregor Park, the tennis courts behind McGregor Park, the Taj Bates, I know he interrupted a couple of games over there playing tennis. Incoming.
Incoming. Here's Southern's on-base percentage nationally. They are ranked number 1 in the nation on-base percentage. That's phenomenal.
Yeah. That is. But you know what? A lot of that is because they do play the small ball. They can get their bats on the ball. Here's a shot in the left field. This one's going up and away.
Oh, I hope is your passport up to date? Because you're going to need that.
3-run home run for Southern University.
It's as if it was on cue.
So now let's count them up. 61, 62, 63 RBIs that he has.
And he got all of that one going into left field.
We just said watch out for him. Charles, you just called that. You called that up.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched quite a few of his at-bats. I mean, he really is a powerful young man, and he caught all of that one. As, again, got to make the call to the space station. Guys, got one on the way.
Taj Bates now cuts that deficit to 7-5, just like that. A 5-run inning for Southern University.
Wow. Wow. Let's take a look at something else. National batting average. Southern University ranks number 20th in the country. So you got on-base percentage is number 1 in the country.
New pitcher in the ball game now for Arkansas Pine Bluff, so we will take a timeout here in Birmingham. 7-5 our score. Elimination game between Pine Bluff and Southern. Back after this.
Oh, then just like that, man. And just like that, Southern done got themselves back into the game. 5 runs in the third inning, man. Hey, it's never over with in the SWAC. It's never over with in the SWAC. So I mean, what can you do? What can you do? But yeah, but yeah, woo. It's about to go on 5 hours on this stream. Let's keep it going. Let's get some donations in, y'all. Let's get some donations in. I've taken out the time and the liberty to do this for y'all. So let's go ahead and get some donations in to play. That way we can go ahead and provide a lot more content for y'all.
Pitch missing to the outside. Brendan Hamlin, a 6.96 ERA. He's 4-5 on the season with 17 appearances. Throw to first. Second out.
Wow.
Jalen Mack coming back. Southern's almost battered around in this city, by the way. Seven to 5 is our score.
Guys, I still haven't seen the ball come down from Taj Bates. I hope one of you guys saw it because I did. I darn sure didn't.
1-0 the count. Pitch to the outside.
Well, Brett, like I was saying, I think you got to place that call to the cosmonauts up there, space station. That, should be orbiting at some point here.
Here's a shot in the right field. This one's going to take a ride. It will be caught at the warning track to end the inning.
Well,
5 runs. 5 hits. No errors. We'll take a timeout. Back in Birmingham after this. It's the 2025 SWAC Baseball Tournament.
Oh my goodness. It's going to be a very interesting game. So we thought Baton Rouge Tech was going to go back to Louisiana as some losers. They done woke themselves back up. Woke themselves back up, put themselves back into the game. As y'all see in the background left, you see how we do it now. Got the projector screen, the projector hitting that wall with all of our, whatever we got on TV. Got the lights doing the thing. Courtesy of the missus. So that's how we doing it now. So, but other than that, man, make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button. For all my folks that's on Twitter, y'all hit that follow button and hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button on the YouTube channel. I'm just here, just chilling. Let's get back to the game.
And then all of a sudden now it is 7 to 5 after a very good inning by Southern University in the third. Coming up next for games here, back to the winners bracket. 2 games there coming up today. First one will be Bethune-Cookman and Alabama State, and then FAMU and Grambling. That'll be 2 good games.
Oh, yeah. Unlike this one.
Oh, yeah. Really, it's been a good game now. I mean, at first you're just like, man, 7-0, and then here comes Southern, 7 to 5. This one caught in right field.
For other guys, that may have been a real stretch to get to that ball that was hit there. People don't realize Bird is really fast. He's running up under balls that most guys would probably have to dive for.
That's what speed does for you.
You sort of laugh at the amount of speed in this conference because you really have to drive one to get it in gaps with some of these center fielders or some of these right fielders. They can really cover a lot of ground.
They can, man.
That pitch to the inside for a ball. See everybody engaged in the dugout. Both dugouts.
Oh, yeah.
There's a shot in the center field
Nice.
base hit for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Cardell Thibodeau, newcomer of the year in the Southwestern Athletic Conference. First team all conference members. Taj Bates from Southern. Kenny Fabian from Arkansas Pine Bluff. Both featured in this game today. Second team all conference. KJ White at third base. Nick Luckett, starting pitcher and relief pitcher. Peyton Huff. That pitch to the inside. And even though Southern may be a 7 seed here in the tournament, it doesn't match what you see. I mean, it's just, a lot of things happen this year for all of these teams. But there is some tremendous hitting. Southern is a great team as far as stealing bases. On-base percentage.
Oh, I did not.
Here's the throw. Did they get the runner at second? Yes.
Double play.
Yeah, he did.
That was such a bang play. Jalen Mack was ready to go ahead and run on into the dugout. It's 2 outs here.
Yeah, did you see him? I'm like, did we miss one?
Yeah, I know.
Look at this. How he puts it on. Boom. Gotcha.
Heck of a play.
Let me flip this out the glove to show you what I did here.
Now 1-2 the count to Jesus Riera, who got the home run back in the first inning.
Grace behind the plate.
Outside for a ball.
And he gave no grace.
No.
I would love to hear those two have a conversation.
There's a shot up in the air. The pitcher makes the catch.
Brothers, the pitcher and the catcher. That conversation is going to be interesting.
No runs. 1 hit, no errors, 2 men left on base. We now go. No man left on base. We now go to the top of the 4th inning. 7-5, Southern on top. Back after this.
Still a ball game. Still a ball game now. Still a ball game. I think I said something too early. Still a ball game. So make sure that you like the stream, comment, share, subscribe to the channel. As we get ready for football season, make sure we're going to start up our donation roundup for the SWAC Media Day. Gonna start that up sometime next month, so we can be on top of that, and don't have to worry too much about anything afterwards. So, but hopefully everybody's doing good this afternoon. It's a little bit after 2:00. If you are at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, make sure you drink enough water, get you some electrolytes in you, sit in the shade. But go ahead and get you a bag of popcorn, some nachos, and a chili dog if they got it down there. So, other than that, enjoy yourselves. Be back.
And let's go down into the dugout with Charles Bishop.
Yeah, down here with Coach Stout. Coach, you jumped out on this ball club 7-0, but they kind of fought their way back in this game. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, offense came out doing well, and then obviously our starting pitcher just had a bad outing. I mean, had no command, didn't throw strikes. When he did, he threw them right down the middle. And again, at this level, you can't throw fastballs right down the middle. It's going to get hit. So, but we're fine. We're fine. I mean, we've got plenty of pitching left, and I think our offense will do just fine the rest of the game too. So, not too concerned.
Yeah, that was one of the questions that I had. You used 5 pitchers yesterday, but you said you have plenty of arms ready to go in the bullpen if need be.
Yeah, we used a lot of arms, but they didn't throw a whole lot of pitches yesterday. So, it's the end of the season. Obviously, it's win or go home. So, we don't need to save anything. We're here. We got to do what we got to do to win. But we've got plenty of fresh arms for today too.
No doubt. I'll let you get back to it, Coach.
All right, Cameron Bird takes a walk. Start things off here in the 4th inning. Now Rashard Grace comes up to the plate, flew out to the right fielder back in the 3rd inning. Again, Southern sent 8 batters to the plate in the 3rd inning, 5 runs scored.
I was saying earlier, because a catcher and a pitcher in a room alone is a hilarious conversation.
Really?
So 2 brothers, that is going to be the funniest conversation you are ever going to hear. That's the funniest one you're ever going to hear.
Why did you allow me to call that pitch? What do you say?
And then he says, then I had to bail you out because I had to throw him out at second. That's what's going on.
That pitch in the dirt for a ball.
Yeah, so that conversation would be hilarious.
Absolutely. Pitch a little bit low and away for a ball. 3-1 now the count. Southern did what they needed to do, making a comeback in this game. Cameron Bird at first. That pitch missing for a ball, and now 2 on for Southern. How about this? The go-ahead run coming to the plate. Tying run is at first.
And that's how hard as Radcliffe hits the ball. He's already been on. This is what Crenshaw was talking about. We're going to let him figure it out. We've got the bats. We're going to go ahead and let him swing.
Very interesting strategy to see what they do here. No outs, a couple of runners on. Be interested to see if Jacoby Ratcliffe is actually swinging.
Runner safe at second.
Arkansas Pine Bluff tried to okey doke a little bit out of that. I like that play.
Bunt down the third base line. Throw to first in time. Everybody moves over.
That's what they were trying to do. Southern tried to do yesterday, and that's what Crenshaw was telling us, is that we didn't execute the bunt. That could have changed the game for us.
Excellent execution there. That's how you move runners.
Excellent.
Benny Bakar now coming to the plate. Only one out here in the top of the fourth inning. Swung on. Grounded out to the second baseman.
Look at the score.
7-6.
Now, wasn't it about 8 seconds ago, 7-0?
Oh, yeah. Not too long ago.
I tell you what, the manual scoreboard operator is getting his steps in up there.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
no
forget
kidding.
I forgot about those guys. That scoreboard is getting a workout today.
Oh, definitely. This shot into center field, and another run scores for Southern. And guess what?
Tell me.
It is now tied.
It's tied.
Wow. No ball game, guys.
Well, guys, I just want to tell you, I wish we had some action that was going on in this game.
High ball game, y'all.
I really, really do.
Well, this has been just an exciting game just to see how Southern now has come back in this game. It was all Arkansas Pine Bluff in the first inning. Then they scored 2 more runs at 7-0, and here comes Southern. That's why Coach Crenshaw was just like, we're going to be all right. He was just real cool. He's like, we got this. We're going to be all right. We're going to take our swings.
I mean, he was perfect 120 over 80 over there. I mean, just great.
Yes.
Man.
And now you've got Thibodeau.
Mm-hmm.
Thibodeau is always dangerous. Even Coach Stout over there at Arkansas Pine Bluff took his hat off to Thibodeau, saying this is a baseball player, and he really likes this guy.
Mm-hmm. And this one thrown away. The first baseman couldn't handle it. Goes
Careful,
into
he could
right
make a
field.
turn.
Here's the throw.
Oh!
He out.
He
Got him at third
He
base.
out.
Slides off of the bag. Good throw. He goes.
That's it right there.
Off the bag.
And he knew it. Southern University ties this ball game up at 7. As you see one more time, making the turn, KJ White going into third base.
Bad base
We'll
run.
take a timeout here in Birmingham. Back after this on the SWAC.
Oh, that was bad base running right there. What do you think, Mr. Emmett? I don't know if you're watching it still, but that is bad. That was bad base running. But Southern has came back into this game. They have tied this game. It is 7 apiece. Going into the bottom of the, I think at the bottom of the fourth, going into the fifth inning. So, don't know what to say. Do what to say. But yeah, it turned out to be a good tournament right now. You agree? Yeah, it was bad base running right there. So yeah, we got a lot. Get back to it.
Trinidad De La Garza just grounded out to the third baseman. And now Colin McLemore coming to the plate. One out here in the fourth inning.
Benny Picard just made a very nice play. Not Benny Picard, I'm sorry, third baseman over there for Southern. White. KJ White. The way he did a drop step back on that ball, was hit very hard to him, and how he came up and fired across the diamond for that first out. That was a very nice play. Very nice footwork.
Tied at 7 here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Still plenty of baseball to play, as you can see.
Fourth inning. Oh my goodness.
Joining us in the press box, the legend, Hall of Famer, Coach Roger Cador. How are you, sir?
I'm doing fine, Centaur. How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, we've seen some baseball. You know, nothing's going on. You didn't miss too much.
Not too much.
No, I tell you, it's good that you're getting the call, make the play-by-play call. And my friend here, give me the name one more time.
I'm Brett.
Brett.
Brett, yeah.
Okay,
Oats,
Brett.
like the cereal.
It's good to work with you, and it's always good to have a different experience with someone from the great state of Alabama. You are from Alabama, aren't you?
No, I came down to Grambling from Delaware.
Oh.
Wilmington, Delaware.
Whoa. That's okay. Your mother know where you are? You need to ask that question. She doesn't?
Oh, yeah, she knows.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
good.
Oh, yeah,
That's
she
important.
knows. Oh, yeah.
I usually ask that to people when they're away from home. Do mom know where you are?
Oh, yeah.
Mothers always worry about their children,
No matter how old they are.
That's right, no matter how old. But getting back to the game is, it's a lot going on. And, and usually in an elimination game, if we go back to the play where they made the out at third base, was it Thibodeau that got out at third base?
KJ White.
Okay, White. What is not shown is that when he came around second base, he slowed down. That's why he got thrown out at third base.
Mm-hmm.
Had he not stopped, he kept running all the way, he would have been into third base easy. And that was a key big out. And those are the little things that don't show up in stats, is that when we make mistakes that the scorebook can't tabulate.
You're right. It's those little things. I think this is Bakari on this.
Eli Greaves-Smith now coming up. That was a single by Gavin Terry. We're going to call that a single to the shortstop, or to the shortstop. Just couldn't get him out on time.
Single.
I'm just repeating what I said, Charles. All I'm doing is repeating what I'm saying on the screen.
Charles is watching everything.
I'm trying to tell you, even over here about these singles and errors, I'm reading it what I see on the screen.
10-4.
Hey Charles, we don't want to leave you out all the fun we're having up here.
Oh, I know, Coach. I mean, I know you guys are all air conditioned up there, and having a blast.
Yeah, no, it's good to be up here. You know, and with Brett being a new guy, good. I miss our man, Mr. Edmond. I hadn't been able to see him.
He was at the softball tournament.
Oh, okay. So that's why I hadn't seen him.
Run scores for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
That's tremendous hustle from Gavin Terry. Coach, you were just talking about how important it is hustling around the bases. And
that's right.
He had his Charlie hustle on that time.
He did, and he never broke stride. Exactly back to what Coach is talking about. Never broke stride.
And that, listen, when you make up your mind that I'm going not to the next base, but the base after that, you have to go. You gotta, once you made that decision, just go all out. You know what I'm saying? Because you always want to think 2 bases ahead if the opportunity presents itself.
Here's a pitch. Rodriguez, the designated hitter, up to the plate, reached by fielder's choice and scored in the first inning. Lined out to the shortstop in the second.
It's always good when you have players with instinct and always thinking about, I'm going to go to take the next base, make it happen. And you don't have to coach as much then. It's so much easier if you don't have to tell someone they need to do this. If they have the instincts to do it, you encourage them to do it.
For those of you that are watching on Go,
HBCU Go, and the SWAC Digital Network.
they may not know who Coach Kadar is.
Well, let's just go ahead.
Let's introduce him.
So, Coach Roger Kadar, of course, legendary coach, Hall of Fame coach, of course, coached Southern University many years, and brought that program to prominence. One of the outstanding players, bring into recent history that you may know about, who's now coaching in the big leagues, Ricky Weeks with the Milwaukee Brewers. So, just in case you don't know who Coach Kadar is, Google is your friend, first of all.
Mm-hmm.
And second thing is that just legendary, been in the Louisiana Hall of Fame and College Baseball Hall of Fame. And Coach, you've done a lot of things.
Yeah, I've been fortunate. I had good players, and you tell me a coach who had success without good players, I'll show you someone that's lying. You know, because it starts with players,
right?
You know, you just can't be saying I'm this or that. Because I don't hit a ball, I don't steal a base, I don't catch a ball. It's the players that do all of that. Now, granted, we put them through a tight regiment. We did a lot of hard work, and they bought into it, and that's how they got better.
Coach, you just asked Brett, does his mother know where he is? That's one of the things when I was on camp, when I first got to campus at Grambling State University many, many years ago. Coach Robinson asked my father and I, they said, well, where y'all going? We told him we were going, and he said, well, first of all, does your mother know where you are, son? You're from Wisconsin. That's a long way away. Our next game coming up in the winners bracket, Bethune-Cookman, the number 1 seed, will take on number 3 seed Alabama State. And then after that, Grambling and FAMU in the nightcap. Plenty of baseball left here at the 2025 SWAC baseball tournament.
I really must say that coaches like Eddie Robertson, they wanted to know what mothers think. They wanted to make sure mothers were informed because he understood mothers have a different kind of feeling about their kids than a father does on many occasions.
Yeah,
right?
That's right.
And so he didn't want the mothers to worry about their kid. He wanted to assure them that they were in good hands with him.
Thibodeau now coming to the plate for Southern University, and man, a lot of coaches have been talking about this young man, Cardell Thibodeau. He's got a single in the ball game, and he scored a run. You look at his average is. His batting average, 433 batting average.
You know, Coach, I've been wanting to ask you in regards to Cardell Thibodeau, does he remind you of any of your old players?
So, well, if we can get the music down a little bit, now I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, in terms of Cardell Thibodeau, I mean, tremendous accolades and swag, but does he remind you of any of your old players?
Well, I don't know. I really don't like comparing players because it's different era. But obviously, Thibodeau is a good player, and he should get just due. And I know I got a call last week from a prominent writer who have a lot of say-so on who get selected for the Dick House Award nominee. And he had a lot of good things to say about it. Whether he'll get the award, I don't know. But his name is in the mix. And that's good to know that the kid from an HBCU is in the mix, I did explain to a coach today that the Ricky Weeks era and Ricky Weeks winning all those awards, it's a little different. I said, Ricky Weeks got a chance to go play for the USA team for 2 years. Everybody got to see him. So they could write about him. They could feel comfortable writing about Ricky Weeks.
Shot into right field, and this one is going to drop for a base hit. So Thibodeau on the bag, first base hit in this inning.
Ricky didn't get many cheap hits. They were all loud hits. They had that special sound off the bat.
We all know when you hear that sound off the bat for certain players, it makes you turn around. You're like, who did that?
I had 3 players that had that special sound. I remember the legendary Buck O'Neil talking about he heard that sound 3 times in his great long career. He talked about 1927 in New York. He heard the Babe Ruth, had that special sound. Then he said he had to wait another 11 years. Griffith Stadium in Washington, D.C. He heard that special sound again. It was the legendary Josh Gibson. And he said he had to wait a long time in 1985. Kauffman Stadium, Kansas City, Missouri. He heard that sound, special sound
Bo
again.
Jackson.
Bo Jackson. So here's a guy who was in baseball 60 years and he only heard that sound 3 times. I had 3 players who gave me that special sound. And I'm going to tell you them names quickly. Adele Davenport in 1987 gave me that special sound. Keon Thompson in 1996, 97 gave me the special sound. And then Ricky Weeks in 2002.
Great catch by the center fielder.
And if you could look at that, there's a minimum 10 years in between. Let you know how hard it is. That period. In Buck O'Neil's case, it was 11 years. And then from Josh Gibson to Bo Jackson, 38 to 85. That was many years. So it lets you know how hard it is to find that special sound.
But you know it when you hear it.
Oh, it's no doubt.
I know. Yeah.
Swung on and missed.
I ran twice to go see who it was.
Yeah.
My kids were hidden in the batting cage we have the hump, the overpass by Southern. That's why our batting cage was on. I heard this sound and I ran. Who is that? That's Adele Davenport, coach. And the next time it was Keon Thompson. And Ricky Weeks, well, I was there and saw it for myself. I didn't have to ask. I saw it.
One out here for Southern University here in the top of the 5th inning. This ball gets away from the first baseman. Thibodeau now moves over to second.
This is a game Southern really need to win to get on the right track. I talked with Coach Crenshaw, And you know, he was really upbeat. He said, "Coach, all we need to do is make our hits count." He said, "We're getting hits, but we're not making them count. So let's hope in this game he can make them count."
I'll tell you what, they made him count in the third inning, scoring 5 runs.
Well, that's what you got to do.
Coach, sometimes when you're trying to fight out of the sort of the elimination bracket, is that something that kind of just gets the offense up and going when you kind of feel like your back is up against the wall?
Sometimes it does. I've been in that situation a few times. I don't want people to think that because we won what we did, we were always in the winners bracket. We had to dig out of the losers bracket. And the beautiful thing about it is my players took control of the situation. Said, we ain't going home. You know, we came here to win.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you, that's such a wonderful feeling to hear and see young people taking control of that situation because they're the one got to do it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, Charles, to answer your question, you know, there is no prescription anyone can write and give it to anyone and say, use this to get out of that losers bracket. The players have got to be the one to determine it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The thing I like to think about, which in Southern's case, they have history that they can always rely on. They're the one school along with Jackson State that has the greatest history in baseball. And then Grambling is third. So those 3 schools, people expect them to do well because of their history.
Coach, when you are a pedigreed program like the 3 you mentioned, is there sort of that sort of refuse to lose mantra? Like you said,
Yeah.
I said we're not going home.
Yeah, we refuse to. But it takes one person. It takes a person, one of the players on the team to say it, you know? And it doesn't have to be the best player. Just someone got to say it. You got me?
Yes, sir.
You know? And they got to hear it from one of their players. You know? It's hard to disappoint your teammate.
Coming to the plate, Jalen Mack, the second baseman. 2 outs in the inning, and there's still 1 aboard. Thibodeau is at second base, joined by the legendary head coach here in the press box, Roger Cador. Coach, you've been around this game a long time, and the other thing, not only this, but in life, what's the biggest life lesson that you think that you've been able to teach your kids?
Well, baseball is a great life teacher because you fail so many times. And it's I was telling my son the other day, I said, one of the things that has helped me so much in life is all the failing I've done. I said, I failed so much. It's a shame that I'm able to do what I did. But with all the failing I've did, But that's how life is, God did not make anyone perfect other than his son Jesus. But everybody else is imperfect and they're going to fail. And I often tell the young people, there's a reason God gave all of us parents, because they fail and they teach us. Please listen to your parents. They're failed enough and they can give you good advice. So failure is just a part of it. And baseball is such a good game to teach it. And if people look at it for what it is, I'm going to make some mistakes, but I can dig myself out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You see, one of the biggest corporate is the internet.
Safe at first. Great throw, but just not in time. That throw was made by Jesus Riera.
What a big-time name, Jesus Riera. Huh?
The hustle of Mac down first base line.
That's good.
Coach, do you want to see him run through the bag, or do you want to see, are you okay with him sliding in the first like that?
No, I'd rather run through the bag. We've seen so many people get hurt sliding into first base. especially head first, with their hands and fingers. You know what I'm saying? Wrist. So I rather you got better speed if you run right through it. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to break your speed down. I remember even guys sliding head first to second on the steal. I used to always tell him what Lou Brock taught me. What Lou Brock used to do on his way to spring training every year, he would stop in at Southern and teach us base running and base stealing. Learned so much from that man. And he said, you never want to take a big lead off of first if you're going to steal because you draw attention.
Here's a shot in the right field. This one is going back and caught on the warning track.
Boy, there are a lot of balls being hit hard.
No runs on 2 hits. 1 error, 2 men left. We'll take this timeout here in Birmingham and move to the bottom of the 5th inning. 8-7 is the score. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'ma just say it like this. What we just heard right there was legendary, and it's real life lessons that you actually got to take into consideration. Got to take into consideration. That's the reason why that's the reason why you have parents, because parents fail and they teach you not to fail. So that's some advice from legendary Southern University head baseball coach, former baseball coach Roger Cador. So you just get into those stories like it's, and for him to say anything about Ricky Weeks, man. But yeah, it's crazy right there. Yeah. Get back to it, y'all. And still out there, shade coming. The shade is coming in, so people are creeping down towards the bottom.
These teams support the conference, and we're going to continue to see those numbers go up as the week goes on. Second day of the tournament. This is the second elimination game.
To let you know how big Birmingham was back in 1910 when they built this field, they obviously built it for a lot of people. Am I correct? And
yeah, they did.
So it lets you know that black baseball back then was huge, and they built a really good stadium to make it last a long time. And thanks to MLB that they came and restored it, so people can enjoy it for many more years.
And of course, the great museum that they have here at the stadium as well too. There's so much history, and when you look at some of the equipment, the gloves and things that some of the Negro League players used back in the day, you really appreciate these artifacts that were used, 40, 50, 60 years ago, 70 years ago.
Yeah. They let you know how different the game was back then. Huh? Mm-hmm. I read a story once about when only the ball was white. Now, that's a great story because what the writer was trying to convey is that the players were black, so only the ball was white.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a really good story. People ought to read it when they get a chance.
I like the work of this. What do you think about this shortstop they have here at Southern, Coach?
Second,
Vinny Bacari.
Yeah, just threw out the base runner Dane Small.
Was that Small? Okay.
McCoy come from good stock. He's related to Ricky Weeks. So it come from good stock. And he's a freshman, am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So he'll be around. He'll be someone that we're looking at to represent somebody in the Ken Griffey Swingman Classic.
Well, just had Vinny Samuel was hit by a pitch down around the ankles, and he's now on first base. And there's a coach making sure that he is okay. You could hear a groan when that ball hit him in the ankle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That'll get your attention.
Yeah, not a lot of flesh down there. Skin and bone.
Extra ice bath time.
Timeout is called by the home plate umpire. (8-7) our score as we are in the bottom of the fifth inning. Swung on, foul.
The games have gone a little longer than they would like to see. See, they want to be on game 4 at 3 o'clock, or well,
3 at 3 o'clock.
3, and we have to.
We're not gonna make it there.
We're not gonna make it. So, game 4 is going to start really late too. So.
Yeah, last night the last game started around 7:30. Last night it's supposed to start at 6, but it started at 7:30 last night.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is we didn't get the weather that they were expecting Birmingham to get, which is always good, you know.
And I talked to when I was speaking with a couple coaches, and they said that that's the hard thing is when you have those delays, rain, whatever the case is, lightning, because you got to keep the kids' mind focused during all of these delays. And rain is one of those biggest ones when you just have to wait out a storm.
Mm-hmm. Or lightning.
Yeah.
You can't start. Lightning is the one. Rain, you can see where you're going. Lightning, if it's popping up everywhere, you can't do nothing.
That's right. 3 up, 3 down here in the bottom of the fifth inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We now go to the top of the sixth with the score. 8-7 in favor of Arkansas Pine Bluff. Back after this.
Fun, memories, friendship. We're here for all of them. Here for the big moments and the small ones too. We're here for unforgettable triumph, momentary misfortune, and the impromptu throwdown. We're out here each day, chasing something great. Call it adventure, call it play, we call it fun. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Have fun out there.
Hey, HBCU friends and fam, spread the word. The Retool Your School program is back and making a bigger impact than ever before. For more than 15 years, we've been making a difference by helping HBCUs build what they need to take their campuses to the next level. From lounges for ideation and collaboration to gardens that beautify campuses. This year, we're showing up in a big way, helping HBCUs shine with over $3 million in Retool Your School grants. Find out more at retoolyourschool.com. Retool Your School. We're powered by purpose.
The SWAC, the premier athletic conference in the nation. A collection of schools rich in tradition, pride, and pedigree. Sacrifice, winning, allegiance, champions. We are the SWAC, building champions for life.
We follow pizza drivers to make sure the customers get a Pepsi.
Pizza guy.
Pepsi guy?
Is that legal?
It's a gray area. Not going anywhere without to enhance your pizza's flavor.
That's the perfect combo.
Yeah, he's still following me. Probably stupid marketing stunt.
A history of winning started with the 65 Gators, losing steam, losing sweat.
We've identified the problem. What is the solution?
A drink scientifically designed to hydrate better than water, so they could sweat more, win more, and change the game forever.
Boom, 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 bam. Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
We're back in Birmingham at the 2025 SWAC Baseball Tournament. Santoria Black, Brett Oates, the legendary coach Roger Cador, Charles Bishop on the sideline. He's got one of those great fans down on the sideline, and they were asking where them fans at, and Charles got one.
There you go.
I got two.
That's one of the reason he's down there.
It's warm down here, fellas.
You could handle it.
At the plate for Southern University. Start things off here is Cameron Bird. Got a walk and scored a run back in the fourth inning. This is a foul.
Technology is really great. I've had several of my former players text me and say, hey, great to hear you on the radio or the TV or whatever. But keep the stories coming. They live on. And one was a member of the Fab Five that came in. He just wrote and said, don't forget the Fab. So it's interesting.
And a walk.
But over the years, you've had so many players come through, Southern program, even guys that you played against in the SWAC that went on to have great careers professionally and in the real world that are real guys. And now you're seeing a lot of your SWAC guys who are college coaches now.
Yes.
And they're all over the place.
Got a pitching change for Arkansas Pine Bluff. And so we will take a timeout. 8-7 our score here in the bottom of the top of the sixth inning. We'll take this timeout. Back after this on the SWAC Digital Network. The new pitcher in the ball game for Arkansas Pine Bluff, Cole Kenyon. He has a 5.88 ERA, 3-2 on the season with 19 appearances. 16 walks, 19 strikeouts on the year. Here's a chopper. Oh, and it hits one of the players. And they will not get up there on time, and the runner is safe at first base.
Jacoby Ratcliffe is smoking out of the box. Gosh.
You see this one more time.
There it is right there. You stumble, it's a wrap.
That's good.
You know you're fast when you go across the bag and you tell everybody you're safe.
But that's the way kids do it today. That's a trademark. Yeah.
I'm safe.
We don't need you, umpire. We're going to let you know.
You know, actually, the first time I saw that done, I was at Grambling. I was a freshman during, and I'll tell you, the first time I ever saw you play against Grambling, I was a freshman, and I kept looking at, who is this big guy down here? On first base. You and Coach Ellis battling it out. And I saw a guy run across the bag in practice, and he told everybody, he just kept saying, I am safe.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm going to be safe. That's the first time I saw speed like that.
Oh, yeah. The speed. If there was any time speed exists, it existed in this way. Grambling, Jackson, Alcorn, Texas Southern.
Yeah.
They all had speed, you know. So there it is. But I had a request from a special fan. Say he grew up on the Southern Jackson State rivalry. Wanted me to elaborate on Robert Brady. What was that relationship like? What is it today? Well, what does every time in 27 years, what you think it felt like? You getting up and you going to the park, you got to play Jackson for the championship. 33 years, 27 years, Jackson and Southern playing for the championship. How you think it makes you feel?
You know, I can only imagine, Coach.
Yeah, so Brady and I became really good friends, and you know, we dealing with an elimination game right here, but every time we got lost the first game, I mean, Brady would come, I'm not worried. I know you're going to win. I'll see you in the championship. Well, I tell him the same thing. I ain't worried. I know you're going to win. I'll see you in the championship. And that was our attitude. And that's why we had such a good relationship. It wasn't about being vindictive, or we wanted to win. And our players fought hard, played hard, never no fighting, just good competition. And the best team win. That was the way it was done. So that's Robert Brady. And the thing about it, his wife and my wife became good friends too, because they saw the way we responded to playing and competing, and we didn't take it in a harsh way, you know.
Yeah, I tell you what, Coach, those were really special times in the 90s. When the Jaguars would come to town, my barbershop would go on reduced hours. So.
Oh, it was really, I'm telling you, man, those were special time, you know. And not only did we have good players, Jackson State had a lot of good players. They sent a lot of guys to the big leagues, you know. So it wasn't like it was just Southern, Jackson too. I remember.
Up the middle.
Ooh, good play.
Throw the first in time. There's 2 outs.
Yeah, I like how this chopper, and watch how the shortstop comes over on that. Moves really nice on that one. He anticipated that ball really nicely, took it in, and bam.
Made a good play.
But Coach, when you have freshmen come on campus and they finally start, they hear about you guys, they grow up, they see you on TV, they read about you, and they eventually get to see you in person. I don't think you guys realize how intimidating that is for a 17-year-old to actually see the people you're talking about.
Sometimes it is intimidating. I know I was intimidated at that age with a lot of people, So why shouldn't a 17-year-old now be intimidated? Because it is what it is.
Yeah. I remember the first time I met Coach Robinson.
Yes.
Coming in out of I was going into the athletic department. He was coming out. And I just remember from the movie, the White Tiger at the time. And he was walking out. You knew Eddie Robinson and all that. But I'm literally standing 2 feet away from him. And I couldn't. I was like, that's Eddie Robinson.
Yeah.
And Southern has just taken the lead in this ball game, 9-8.
This is such a boring game. I don't know what we're going to do.
The game is not boring. We just have a lot to talk about. There's so much we could talk about.
Coach, I'm being sarcastic.
I know you are.
Here's a shot. This is Taj Bates, who had a home run earlier. Gets this one deep in the corner.
Oh, here we go.
Rounding first. Here comes Thibodeau. Thibodeau on his horse. He'll score. Double by Taj Bates. And it's now 10-8.
Coach, I think Thibodeau heard you about running around the base and don't break it down.
Don't break it down. If you say it was a boring game, that just went away. The press box got loaded with excitement.
How about
Centauri, I thought was going to get up and do a little dance for me. Huh?
Oh, no dancing for me.
No dancing.
Oh, no.
Man, how about Thibodeau scoring from first on a double in the left field? Man, he was moving.
Yeah, well, now, the game is real right now. It's real. You got to do something to try and keep playing, So everything is real.
And look at our guy, the DH, Ty Bates.
Okay.
With that drive. He's built like a fire plug. He is so powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Got a home run back in the third inning. And that gave us a part of that 5-run inning for Southern. 2 runs in the fourth, and now 3 runs here in the 6th inning.
Built like a guy I played with at Grambling. Same build, but he was taller. Lenny Webster.
Lenny,
yeah.
I talked with Lenny a couple of days ago.
Yeah. You do know his son is the head coach now down at Stillman College in Tuscaloosa.
I'm familiar with it.
Yeah. Rashad is doing a really good job down there.
Yeah. Pitch to the inside for a ball. 3 runs in this inning. Bates is at second.
I tell Lenny, we do a lot of stuff with Major League Baseball together, Lenny and I.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, Lenny signed a year before I started coaching. He signed in '84 with Grambling.
Mm-hmm.
Said, had I been coaching, you would have never gone to Grambling. You'd have played for Southern. He loved that. Gerald Williams would never have gotten to Grambling. I wouldn't have never let them guys leave. They're 60 miles from Baton Rouge.
That's right.
They would have never gotten away.
Oh, boy.
You're talking about big-time players.
Catcher just got nailed by the ball, and that happened yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we did. We saw that. Yeah. Yeah, like he took a shot.
Oh, yeah. Let's look at it again and see what happened.
Oh, that, bada bing.
What happened? I missed it.
I wish you would have. Yeah, but she.
It was a foul tip?
No, it wasn't a foul tip.
Oh, yes, it was.
Well, it was a tip, and the ball hit him below the belt.
Oh, okay.
Which is a foul tip.
It hit him in the area he don't want to be hit.
There you go.
Oh, okay, dear. Thank you. That's a young lady I know over there is really enjoying this, laughing. Said men need to be learning a lesson. Yeah, it's always, we never want to make too much of a joke. about that.
Yep, foul tip right in that area. So he is that's the catcher from
Yeah.
Arkansas Pine Bluff, Vinny Samuel.
Yeah, good player.
Oh yeah.
Let's hope he do come out of it okay. Fans giving him a hand. He'll be okay. May have a little pain in the morning, you know what I'm saying? But he should be okay.
The bad news about that is your catcher is your quarterback.
Yeah.
Basically on the field.
Yeah.
So, he's giving all the calls. He's the infield, the whole 9 yards. And so now they will bring a new catcher on for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Well, it doesn't mean as much. And I don't want to be negative about it. Arkansas is not expected to win, okay? Now, it could affect them in this game, but they're here, and I've been there before, where you're just playing and you hope something good happens.
Right.
You don't know it's going to happen because you've never proven it. You don't have a playbook where we could think they're going to score 4 or 5 runs and win this game. These tournaments are not easy to win. You have to been there. You have to learn to expect certain situation going to happen. They've never experienced that yet.
Yeah, I just checked on the catcher down there. He re-aggravated an injury that he had earlier this season. So
Okay.
they're getting him some medical attention down here. But kind of gave me the thumbs up, but he's in a little pain.
He gave you the thumbs up?
Well, that's good if he gave him the thumbs up.
That's good. He's saying to you he's tough. Tougher than you, Charles.
Very, very. Very. I would have to take me out here on a stretcher.
That'd be 2 of us.
How about 3 and 4? Centurion 2 and me.
I'd be laid out like I was in church, just laid out.
All right, got a full count.
You know, it has happened to me. And the trainer said, be a man. I mean, that's a nice way to say it. Huh?
Shot down the third base line, and that's going to fall foul. I believe they said that's Brant Voth in the game.
Okay.
As a catcher.
Come on.
A pitch inside for a ball. And Lucky gets on base. Jalen Mack now to the plate. Remember, there are 2 outs in the inning here.
Jalen Mack has been active today at the plate.
Here we got a base hit early on.
Oh. You got to do something with that one.
Yes.
Run scores. So Lucky walks. And Brent Voth is in for Samuel at catcher. And now a batter is hit.
Bird takes it in the shoulder.
So now bases loaded here for Southern.
They could maybe score a few more runs here, give them some cushion.
This one popped up to the first baseman. Caught.
That is.
Four runs, 3 hits, 2 errors, and 3 men left on base. We now go to the bottom of the 6th inning with the score. Southern now on top, 11-8. We'll take this time out. Back after this.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's crazy. Southern came back and got the lead. This is crazy. But it was a good game so far. It's a good game so far. As y'all see in the background, TV. Other than that, man, I like the stream. Like the stream. Hit the donation button. This is not the amount of times I'm going on 6 hours of streaming nothing but baseball action from Birmingham, Alabama. Gotta give me some sort of credit. This is good. This is some good stuff. Good baseball. Can't get this nowhere else. Just waiting on for come back on and see what happens afterwards. But it is a good game right now. Appreciate you, Mr. Emmett. Appreciate you. I think we get ready to jump back on in a minute. But if you haven't known, if you don't know, there is a mega football camp coming to Jackson in June. To let you know what's going on. It's coming in Jackson in June, so we'll have a lot of schools. Jackson State is the host, and it's going to be at the vet June 1st. So you got some Power 4, you got G5, you got D2, D3, NAIA. JUCO's gonna be here, and what other place to have it? None other than the vet in Jackson. So we're doing a lot of things good over there at 1400. Back to the game.
It's Jeremiah Newman. And now they have the lead, 11-8. Just think they were down 7-0. Inside.
It's a funny game. Unpredictable. When pitching plays a part or don't play a part, either way.
Unpredictable.
Yeah.
Sixth inning of the ball game.
Jeremiah Newman from Atlanta, Georgia. Transferred from Grambling.
From Grambling.
And taking a walk. McLemore now coming to the plate.
Yep. Yes, you do hear it, Chuck.
So one man aboard.
The other thing I've always never could understand is if a pitcher's having problem throwing strikes, why would coaches continue to ask him to throw curveballs or another pitch that they can't control? My thing is, if it's hard for him to throw a fastball for a strike, what you think will happen with the other pitches? What requires techniques, you know what I'm saying? More fundamental. So my thing is throw a fastball. Ooh, he must have heard you. He threw one.
He threw some gas up there.
Yeah, that was one. Well, maybe you ought to keep throwing it. How about that? Leave that breaking pitch alone.
Yeah, Newman looked like he's more comfortable with that fastball. Two-seamer.
Gavin Terry struck out in the first inning, but he had a home run in the second and then a base hit in the fourth. He's been on the base twice and scored 2 runs.
I don't know what it looks like from up there, but it has some MPHs on it. I tell you that much. Has a little thump to the glove.
Pop.
That's a strike.
Ooh, listen, the old mid is popping.
Ooh.
Back in the days, the mid sound good. It sounds like a strike. That's what I used to holler when them guy popping good. It sounds like a strike. Yeah.
Ooh, thought he got him at the knees. But the umpire has better position than me.
Maybe. And I used to try to school umpires too. When the game is literally out of control, out of hand.
Let's move it along.
There you go. Mr. Umpire, open that strike zone some. And in particular against my players. Let's not, you're going to get someone hurt out here. So I wanted him to know I wasn't trying to get him to cheat. I said, open it up wider against my players. Trying to make him understand we needed to move the game along.
2 outs now. Eli Grease Smith.
I think any coach worth is a good coach will do that.
They got some would never do it.
Let's move it along. Let's move this along.
They got some would never do it, man. They would they were still griping if a guy missed a pitch 3 inches off the plate. Oh, come on, man. Yeah. No, if a good coach, you would tell umpire move along. You end up getting people hurt in games that are, lopsided. We'll deal with it tomorrow.
That's one thing about baseball. We got it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Straight up the middle. Great defense.
You better calm down and we'll twist his ankle. He's ready to go. I love the energy. I love the fire.
Yeah.
Love it.
6th inning in the books. 11-8 our score. Now to the 7th inning. Take this time out. Back after this.
A history of winning started with the 65 Gators, losing steam, losing sweat.
We've identified the problem. What is the solution?
A drink scientifically designed to hydrate better than water, so they could sweat more, win more, and change the game forever.
Boom, bop, boom, 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 bop, bam. Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
We follow pizza drivers to make sure the customers get a Pepsi.
Pizza guy, Pepsi guy.
Is that legal?
It's a gray area.
Not going anywhere without to enhance your pizza's flavor.
That's the perfect combo.
Yeah, he's still following me. Probably stupid marketing stunt.
Welcome back to Birmingham. Southern up to bat, and it'll be a foul ball. So Southern has really turned things around in this ball game, down 7-0. Now it is 11-8.
Flip the script. SWAC championship baseball.
Yeah.
You
know. Yeah. I've seen some wild games.
Oh, I know you had.
You know.
Been involved in a bunch.
Yeah, been involved in some. Yeah. I remember Alcorn had us down in Natchez, Mississippi in the championship. It wasn't the championship game, it was the game before that. Oh, they had us bad. They had beaten us up, and they beat up my ace pitcher. You know, you lose game one, and they having fun, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I stayed a little longer with the ace pitcher because I didn't want to burn him up. And finally, he got his groove. I'll be doggone it. He found his groove. Around the 5th and 6th inning, oh, he started mowing them down. 7th inning, going down. And my team caught fire. They started playing up to their potential. And boy, I tell you what, I pinch hit a guy, hit a grand slam home run. And all hell broke loose.
Well, Coach, it begs the question, what made you stay with the ace pitcher?
Well, it was a game one. Didn't want to burn up my arms. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And
That's a strikeout, by the way.
I'm thinking maybe what we bring in can't do any better. He's my ace. He's been good. He just had a bad game, to start out with. So I stayed with him, and boy, he caught fire. Started pitching like the pitcher who was number one, and he put him down. They were 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then we started getting it. We got the confidence. He had done what we needed. He held him, and that's what you need pitchers to do. Just hold them until they get it together.
First pitch is a ball.
I guess to a certain extent, we saw that today with Renard Grace, giving up the 7 runs early, but just kind of holding things steady until the bats came along.
That's right. Something about momentum is a funny, strange thing, man. If you got a good team and they're not playing well and they catch momentum, it's just like a wildfire, Yeah.
Benny Bakar.
Yep.
But the thing I remember in that game, I never showed the team like I was panicking. I never gave them the impression I was panicking, making wild moves. You know what I'm saying? I stayed with the guy, just to see. My thing was
base hit in the left field, and the runner is aboard. Benny Bakar, first base runner in this inning.
And I know this won't show up in there, but Gavin Terry for Arkansas Pond Bluff, who's playing left field. I just love the way he plays the game out there. He gets to the ball very well. He's got a good arm.
Right, he does.
And he gets it in very quickly, and he hits the cutoff man. And I cannot stress that enough to players about hitting the cutoff man. I don't know how you overthrow the cutoff man. It used to drive me nuts.
Yeah, it costs a lot of game.
Yes,
take the double play out of order. I mean, it keep putting pressure on the defense.
There's a bunt down the third base line, foul.
Baseball. A lot of baseball in the big league, old time. About in the Yankees team.
Coach Ellis made me learn about the Yankees. I'm not the biggest of Yankee fans. Just don't tell him that. But
yeah, I won't tell him.
But he made me learn a lot about the Yankees.
You remember the little third base coach, Frankie Crissetti, number 2 or number 1. He was the third base coach.
Right.
Casey Singer wasn't the guy that taught the Yankees how to win.
It was Crissetti.
It was Frankie Crissetti. He was a mastermind of keeping things in order and do it. So I used to talk to a couple of older guys and they said, man, Frankie Crissetti is really, Casey Singer got all that credit. But it wasn't him. It was little Frankie Crissetti. Well, big thing with Frankie, he used to really put it down. Got to keep the double play in order. You got to hit your cutoff man. You got to keep the ball in front of you. All simple things. That's what he preached, And so, yeah, Frankie Crissetti was the brain behind the Yankees. I dug a little deep into it maybe than Coach Ellis did because Coach Ellis' relationship was more with George Steinbrenner because George used to bring his team down there. I was never going to have a relationship with George Steinbrenner, but I was trying to learn the game. And who better than Frankie Crissetti?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Frankie never got credit for doing it. But that was a ball player, a black ball player by the name of Jerry Kinney. Nobody knows who Jerry
I know who
Kinney.
Jerry Kenny is. He's
You
from
know-
Beloit, Wisconsin.
Okay, well,
Absolutely.
there it is.
Yeah.
Jerry talked with me at length about it. I'll be doggone.
His mother's Mary Kenny, used to live around the corner.
Oh,
from
my goodness.
Absolutely, I knew.
I'm
Jerry
glad
Kenny was.
people will think I'm telling these stories. I'm lying. I can't make them up. They're all true stories. And if my players are listening, another true story. That's why you got to tell true stories. Because
Yes, sir. Jerry Kenny, as a matter of fact, he gave me an opportunity to
oh my
be
goodness.
a PA announcer, and I was the scorekeeper for his Legion baseball team when I
Oh
was in
my.
high school.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Centauri, you know, it just confirmed to all my players that coach don't lie. He tells true stories. Because that's what I used to tell them, all true stories. Because you never know when you're going to come back and somebody going to hear it and they'll know coach is lying. You know what I'm saying? No, coach tell all true stories.
Base hit, by the way, by KJ White. Now 2 men aboard, runners at the corners.
I tell you what, Coach, these fireside chats with you are phenomenal.
Well, people need to hear about them because they're true. Because those things were changed a lot of people's life, made winning baseball teams, winning teams, organization, and you know they did a lot of things. Not no, I don't know how many people who are living know who Frankie Crissetti is. You have to be an older person or a mature person to know Frankie Crissetti, but he was one of the brilliant minds in the game of baseball, but never got credit for it. Casey Stinger and them guys got the credit. You got me? But it was Frankie Crissetti, you know. And, you know, I got to do an old Jewish guy in West Palm Beach, Florida. Got to be good friends with him. He used to come and watch me play in spring training. And Jacobson was his name. And that's how I got to meet Frankie. Not with Jerry, but I got to know a little more different because Jerry did his part and Jacobson did his part. You know what I'm saying? But let me tell you something. Jerry Kinney not only taught the African American guys with the Brave, he did it with Boston and a lot of other teams. Taught them how to play the game. Jerry Kinney.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you know, he didn't have wealth and kept it to himself. He spread it. And to me, that's the greatest testament.
That's one of the reasons why when he came back to Wisconsin that he decided he wanted to coach Legion baseball because he wanted the kids that, you know, not necessarily in high school, but those who were, you know, 18 and, you know, wanted to get into single A and maybe double A ball, teach them about the game. And so they traveled all over the state, Kenosha, Madison, Milwaukee, Chicago. And I remember he gave me the opportunity, him and his assistant coach, Butch Crescent, who was a local businessman in town. And they decided, said, hey, we want him to do our PA announcing and scorebook keeping and what have you. And so, but my mother and my grandmother knew his mother, Mary Kenny, very, very well.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Thanks for man, this is, you know, and I hadn't seen Jerry. I don't know if he's still alive.
He passed away. He did
okay.
pass away, yeah.
You know, I hadn't seen him since the 80s, so, you know. But he became very popular with the Yankees because of, I call it community service work he did. You know what I'm saying? You know.
He gave his time. There's no
Yeah.
question about that.
Yeah. So people out there listening, it's important you tell true stories because you never know when it's going to come back.
That's right.
You
Right.
gotta tell true stories. And we're talking about 30-some years ago, 40 years ago. It had to be true. And there's a man sitting right there.
Here's a hit deep into right field. It'll be caught by the center fielder. And a run will score for Southern.
It's important that Southern continue to put runs on the board because they don't know what that relief pitcher is going to do. They've had trouble this year. So they need to make sure he's got enough runs that he could play with as a cushion.
Josh Bates now coming up to the plate for Southern University. He's got a home run and a double in the ball game.
He looked like a spark plug.
I'm telling you, he's a fire plug.
A fire plug. Okay, yeah. That's what I really meant. I said so please forgive me. He looks strong.
Oh, very strong. Yeah, he took one out.
Yeah.
One and one to count.
Ooh. It might be that might be a good one. I think we could pull it out with by 3.
Three and one to count with 2 outs. 12-8 is the score. Now the count is 4 with 2 outs.
Oh, boy, somebody checked us. Jerry Kenny is still alive at 79, according to the encyclopedia. What is that?
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. Say he's still alive.
If he is,
that's good. Hey,
that's good.
Man, we're doing good. Thank you out there, Jay. You're good. I trust you. You always put out good stuff. You ain't gonna put no false stuff out there, Jay. Keep it up. He remembered Frankie Crissetti and Jerry Kenny.
Throw over in time for the out. That's 6-3. One run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left stranded. 12-8 is our score. We now go to the bottom of the 7th inning. 12-8 is our score. Take this time out. Back after.
Ha, man. Good baseball action. Yeah. I just don't know. Baseball be going. Baseball is a great sport. Anyway, yes, Mr. Emmett, I am ready to see us go down to Hattiesburg and turn it blue and white. Blue and white. Yeah, everybody will be paying attention to the game. Even folks at Ole Miss and Mississippi State. And again, to hear Roger Taylor on the broadcast is a wonderful sign. Even though I am a Jackson State Tiger. But going 6.5 hours on this thing, I done did. But y'all just don't know. I'm on this thing. I'm on here, y'all. I'm on this thing. Stop playing with me. But make sure that you like, stream, comment, share, and subscribe to the channel. And also, if you can, hit the donation button for bringing this stream for this long. Been up since 8:30 this morning. I'm going to post on Twitter. Make sure you hit that Twitter follow. Let's get back to it.
Carlos Rodriguez coming to bat. First pitch is a strike, and I just texted one of my family members who knows his family. He was a cousin that had passed away. Jerry Kinney actually moved from St. Louis, moved to Beloit, Wisconsin. And then when he was at Beloit, he was a standout player at Beloit Memorial High School in Wisconsin. Went on to play with the Yankees. But his family moved from St. Louis, Missouri. He graduated in 1963 from Beloit Memorial High School.
Wow.
Inside.
This is amazing. I love it. Oh.
That's a strike. Not a lot of people know about this, but he also lettered in football and basketball.
Probably was that good of an athlete. Yeah. But I want to pass something on to the listening audience. They could catch me on YouTube, and
there's a base hit in the left field.
Base hit dropped in the left field.
Blake Coleman at the plate now.
Yeah, they can catch me on Chopping It Up with Roger Cador and Perry White on YouTube. And if you're in Baton Rouge in South Louisiana, you can catch it on Pelican Sports Television several times a day. So we'll get more information out to you. They sent it to me to mention it, but they didn't give me the time that I should tell. But just go to YouTube and catch Chopping It Up with Roger Cador on YouTube. Chopping It Up with Roger Cador and Perry White.
Well, if you were in with Perry, I know you're in good hands.
Oh, you know Perry?
I know Perry.
Okay, yeah, I'm in good hands. Perry does a good job with me. I purposely went to a younger guy so he could help me out, you know. And he's going to be really good. He's a Pine Bluff, Arkansas native. He went to Arkansas Pine Bluff before he came to Southern, so. But he's going to do well in this profession.
Nice strike.
3-1 to count. Nobody out.
Blake Coleman should have the green light.
Bottom of the 7th inning. Pitch low for ball.
Base on ball.
Coach, kind of talk us through this conversation Coach Crenshaw is about to have with his pitcher right now.
Okay. He's probably figured this is the good time to make a change. Go to his bullpen and they can hold it because this is a whole different situation. They've let him down during the course of the year during this situation. So this is a redeeming. Redeem yourself. Make a statement here. Go out and get some outs.
So 2 aboard now for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Say that again. Oh,
2 on.
Oh, 2 on. Okay. Yeah. Pine Bluff ain't going to go away.
No.
I mean, you're going to have to go in there, throw some strikes, and get some outs.
Mm.
Seventh inning, bottom of the seventh.
It's been a
Pitching in
slow
for a strike.
dance.
Yeah, it has been a slow game.
I call it dance. You know, you know that lady, special lady, you've been waiting all night where they play a slow record where you can hold her close to you and you dance, huh? That's the way we used to do it back in the days. I don't even know if they dance that way anymore.
I don't know if they dance at all anymore at some of these parties. My wife is a teacher and say you see a lot of these students, they'll do line dancing and things, but they just stand against the wall.
That's right. I mean, you know, you've been waiting a while, man. I'm gonna finally get to dance slow with this girl. Been waiting for this. Yeah.
That pitch in there for a strike. 2-2 with nobody out. To a board for Arkansas Pine Bluff.
Coach, they tell me you never waited too long for a dance.
I waited. Trust me, I was scared. Scared, lack confidence. Didn't believe in myself. So I had to wait, which was better for me. I waited until I was 22 before I had my first girlfriend. Not a bad thing. I would have screwed up had I done it earlier.
Yeah.
And then I wasn't ready at 22, so didn't have the experience. So it worked out pretty good.
It all works out, Coach.
Always. They're sending me another text here. They're telling me you can watch the show on cable TV via Pelican Sports TV in New Orleans, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, Lake Charles on Wednesday at 11 a.m., Thursday at 8 p.m., Friday at 11 a.m., and 8 p.m. on Saturday.
You on almost every day of the week.
Yeah. That's Pelican Sports TV.
Here's a shot into right center. Runs coming around for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Base clearing triple for Dane Small.
This is amazing.
They got to be careful with this UAPB team.
You got to be careful. No game is over with, you know. When you can't go to that bullpen, man. That bullpen is supposed to be a safety valve for a coach.
Well, I think they're getting ready to go to it now.
Okay. Yeah.
12-10 now our score.
12-10.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get away from this TV show, chopping it up with Coach Roger Cato and Perry White. You can go to YouTube and catch us. And obviously, all the people in the Baton Rouge area, in New Orleans, Lake Charles, Lafayette, you can catch us on cable TV, the sports cable TV, Pelican Sports TV, okay? That's it. I'm through with it. Watch us on YouTube. I don't want to promote it. It's out there. We have a lot of fun, so
All right,
us in.
new pitcher coming up for Southern University. We'll take a timeout here in Birmingham. Back after this.
Yeah, man, I'm still here, y'all. I am still here. Here. Man. Yeah, man, this has been an interesting game, and Mound Bluff ain't going away. So Pine Bluff not going away. So hey, game is 2-run. Started with a 2-run lead now, going to a pitching change. After giving up a 2-run triple.
3 p.m. And it will not start until 30 minutes at the conclusion of this game.
Centauri, I got a message from a friend of yours. Said now you can become a Yankees fan. Former Grambling coach James Cooper.
Really?
Yeah. So, I'm getting everything. Another one of my former players said, tell him something different. Tell him that a scared man can't gamble and a jealous man can't leave home. That's true, though. How can a scared man gamble and a jealous man leave home?
Oh, no. Oh,
well, that is.
Yeah, Coach Coop and I really, he's really cool. Love him to death. His time at Grambling, and now he's with the Yankee organization, of course. But yeah, little nugget. Not a lot of people know about that, but about Jerry Kenny and his family. So really, he was a great friend of the family, and so was his mother. And look, after they moved from St. Louis to Wisconsin, it was one of those things where my grandmother, who worked at the hospital, knew her well as well. So Mary Kenny is her brother.
Well, that's good.
Mm-hmm. That's funny. Leave it to Coach Coop.
New pitcher in there.
Genesis Prosper, sophomore from New Orleans, went to St. Aug High School.
Oh, really?
St. Aug's March 100.
Yeah.
And he gets a strikeout.
Okay.
And that's the first strikeout of the inning. First out of the inning.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Riera coming up to the plate. Shot into right field. Caught.
Pine Bluff made it a 1-run game now.
It tightens up again.
Yeah.
Plot thickens like a good gumbo.
Ooh, you like that, huh?
Ooh, but yeah.
Yeah.
I got that from my friends at Grambling from South Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
New Iberia,
New
St. Martinville.
Oh, you got it. That's really good.
By the way, a run just scored, and it is now 12-11 as Dane Small comes around.
Man, this thing may be more interesting than we think.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things Coach Logan Stout has really talked about with his team is he loves their fight. He knows they're going to compete.
Yeah. Well, you got to give Arkansas, because they hadn't been in this thing in a while. So all of this is new. None of the players on the squad have been here. So they're learning, but they're competing. They're not backing down. And they're playing against the most storied team in the SWAC baseball, Southern University. So this is what they're doing, and they're taking it to them and say, we'll show you, big boy. We're here to make some noise.
That foul ball went off of the foot.
Are you sure?
But it looked like it at least.
We don't want it to be where it's been going.
Yeah, we don't want that. Yeah, he's shaking off his leg now.
Okay, good. You have an eye like an eagle.
But with my glasses on, I do.
Oh, Charles, you missing all the fun up here. This is real.
Charles, this is like being in the frat house with Coach up here.
Strike 3. And after giving up 3 runs, Southern University shuts down 3 in a row.
Oh, my goodness.
3 runs. 2 hits. No errors. Nobody left. We now go to the 8th inning. It is now 12-11. Southern on top. We'll take this time out. Back after this.
Oh man, that's that's a lot of knowledge right there. Oh my goodness. Pablo said we ain't out of it yet. We ain't out of it yet, man. But what's going on, brother Alton? EA, what's happening? Jeremiah still up in here? So we doing a damn thing up in here, y'all. Shoot. 54 watching on Twitter, 16 on YouTube. Hey, hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Comment. Leave a comment. Leave some comments. Back to it.
Here for Arkansas Pine Bluff. Yep. Then here comes Southern. Now here comes Pine Bluff again, and now we're just separated by 1 run in an elimination game. This is the second one of the day. And I'll tell you what, if you wanted some action, this is
you got some action. There you go.
It's like a basketball game, a game of runs.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
If this doesn't show the young guys, swing the bat.
That's right.
You got to swing the bat. Put the ball in play. Coach Ellis used to tell us that all the time.
Yes.
I remember that in practice. Swing the bat. Put the ball in play.
Yeah.
Put the ball in play.
I agree. He was telling you right.
Oh, and I took that over when I started coaching high school. Put the ball in play. Don't sit up there and leave it in the hand of Blue, particularly on that full count. Drive me nuts. You've got 2 on you, and you take a third one down the middle. If you want me to see, oh my goodness, the hair's already thin. If you want me to pull out any more of it.
Coming up to the plate for Southern University is Jalen Lucky.
One thing, guys, to pay attention to in these final few innings here, the wind has really picked up out here.
I noticed that.
Flag is really blowing out.
Good observation, Charles. I mean, this is really now. Fly balls could be an issue. And you know we're in the bullpen, so we're not at the top of our pitching staff. We got seldom used guys in many cases.
The year Candy Robinson and Texas Southern won the tournament.
Yes.
Candy was he was telling one of his players, he said he called him over because he had taken 2 strikes just looking. And he said to him, he said, son, how many runs we gonna score with you just standing there? And he said, well, none, coach. He said, then swing the bat, boy.
Yeah. No runs. You know, that was a good observation, Candy.
Yeah.
That must have been 2004. They had won only 5 or 6 games the whole year. They win the SWAC tournament, and they go and beat Rice in the regional. So it was one of those crazy. That's why I tell you, this is game. It could be crazy at times. But the players determine if it's going to be crazy.
True.
Jalen Lucky's
True.
Yeah.
strikes out, and now coming to the plate is Jalen Mack. Here's a pitch outside for a strike.
This is why you got to swing it if that umpire calling that a strike. You know, you can't let him make the decision on you.
Mm-hmm.
2-1 to count.
Okay, they call it a ball.
That one's a strike. 2-2 to count.
Okay. It don't look good when you're down and the game is deep, and you go on there swing at one pitch. You took 2 strikes.
That one inside for a ball, and now the count is full with 1 out.
You got to take the attitude of the kids who come from the island. The attitude is you can't walk off the island. You got to swing your way off of it. Hit your way. Isn't that beautiful?
I don't know, man. In a minute.
You walked him?
Yep. So Jalen Mack will get aboard.
There should be a pitch to hit.
Here's a shot into left field. It will fall foul. Just foul.
Okay, what's the pitch to hit?
Well, if you're Pine Bluff here, if you can get Southern into a double play to end the inning, you get out of here with no more damage.
Yes. And they could win the game. Southern is the home team?
Pine Bluff is the home team. Here's a shot into left center field, and it will fall for a hit. Here comes the run around third base. Jalen Mack. And a triple for Cameron Bird. Bird was flying around the bases.
This park is playing really good. It's been fair to the hitters and fair to the pitchers.
13-11 now.
I love to see these guys run.
Yeah.
They can fly, can't they? Oh, man. Just think about it. That was hit the left center. He tripled that.
What did I tell you earlier? If you enjoy track, come to a SWAC baseball game. Because those guys are running.
Yeah.
They're getting around. They're getting around quickly.
You're too young to remember the great teams of Coach Perez, when he had Ralph Gar, Mike Cummins, Matt Alexander, John Jeter. He had all of those guys, and they all were sprinters. They could really run, you know. That's when Perez used to, they would slide home, Perez would slide behind them. Not a lot of people know that.
Wow.
But he had those kind of players, you know.
And to show you how the tradition, when you had Jeter, John Jeter,
Yeah.
his nephew or cousin played with me. There, Cornelius Jeter came to Grambling and was there. He was there with us 84.
Well, I signed John Jeter's son, but Toronto drafted him in the 5th round, and he
never showed.
Yeah, so I had him signed, but there were a lot of kids I signed never showed up because they got drafted. But no, Derek. So you Cornelius Jeter son was with you, or Cornelius was with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Y'all had what year was that?
That was 80. Let me see, because I got there 82. They won in 82. They won 83.
184.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. That's when you had Lenny Webster and them guys, you know. Them Watkins boys.
Yes, the Watkins playing shortstop.
Juan Watkins, the little pitcher.
Juan McWilliams out of New Orleans playing third
Them
base.
guys would have never, I would have put a fence and blocked them. They would have never made. How could we let all them guys get away going? I would have stopped, you know.
That's right. Juan McWilliams from Brother Martin.
Yeah.
Played Brother Martin.
Yeah. You know, I'm still in touch with a lot of those guys. They do things, and they call me to be a part of what they do, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Grace hitting 317. He's 0 for 2 on the day, up to the plate. He has scored twice. He reached base by walks. So, again, we talked about this before. No matter if you get a hit by a pitch or a walk, get on base.
Get on the bag. I don't care how you do it.
And then he scored, and then 2 runs. He scored 2 runs.
Bribe the umpire. I don't care. Just get on.
Bribe the umpire? That might not be good. Maybe talking him to him. Yeah.
There's a shot in the left field. This one's going to fall in for a hit. A run scores for Southern.
Another run. And what is this, the 7th?
This is the 8th.
Top of the 8th.
Top 8.
So we got to do the bottom 8 and 9. Yep. Still a lot of games left.
14-11 now. And we will have a pitching change for Arkansas Pine Bluff. We'll take a timeout here in Birmingham. Pine Bluff going to the bullpen once again. 14-11. Southern on top. Back after this.
Woo! They just won't get away. They just won't get away from each other. All right. So we are still here going on a little bit over 7 hours now. A little bit over 7 hours. I should be getting paid by this way. Just put me on the payroll. Just go ahead and put me on the payroll. But other than that, man, like the stream, comment, share, and subscribe. That's what we need to do. Like, comment, share, subscribe. And we get back to it. Holla back at you.
Back here in Birmingham, Ratcliffe up to the plate. Emerson Lott on the mound for Arkansas Pine Bluff, and he pitched yesterday in the 8th inning. And boy, there's another catcher. Oh, man, he just got hurt.
Oh, come on. This must be something against the catchers.
Oh, boy. The second catcher for Pine Bluff that has gone down.
Oh, my. It's going to make a lot of young kids afraid to play the game. Say, Mom, I don't want to get hit there. I don't want to get hurt. You know.
We're trying to see what happens. Here's a wide shot of it.
Oh, he's got himself up. He's good.
Yeah, he's good.
He took a shot somewhere. I think the same. Pretty.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Now Bakar coming up to the plate. Ratcliffe actually it hit him first and then hit the catcher.
Okay.
And now Bakar up to the plate.
Coach, do you remember pitch that Grambling? Here's another one that
4-3 on the putout.
I think you might be mad. Cedric Shaw from New Orleans pitched
from Port Allen.
Yes.
Another one
with the Rangers. Pitch with the Rangers. He is now assistant coach, pitching coach up at Philander University in Arkansas.
Really?
Yeah. Huh?
Philander Smith.
Yes.
Had that guy signed, and Ellis, Robert Williams went in there. They beat me. They gave him, they sold him on something. And I said to him, I said, son, are you sure you want to sign there? I said, I never gonna win this way. With the guys I got, I'm putting you with the best group of guys. And I was correct. But Cedric, we would have beaten a bunch of the big schools.
Mm-hmm.
We would have been, they wouldn't have played us with the people we had with Cedric, you know. But they didn't understand. I had Brian Cornelia, Adele Davenport, Ray Payton. Oh, man, I had so many players. Just needed a pitcher, you know.
Yeah. I talk to Cedric all the time.
Tell him I said hello.
I will. He talks about you. You.
KJ White at the plate. His pitch. It's in for a ball. 3 balls and a strike with 2 outs. Pine Bluff trying to get out of this inning without any more runs being scored. That pitch in there for a strike. So now the count is full.
Yeah.
But if you're Emerson Lott, who's on the mound right now, you need 1 strike.
But KJ White is dangerous if you come close.
3 for 5 today, hitting 350. Here's a shot into right field. This one will stay in and caught.
There we go. All right. So bottom of the 8th.
And so for Southern, 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 men left on And we're now going to the bottom of the eighth inning. Pond Bluff trailing 14-11. We'll take this timeout. Back after this here in Birmingham.
Fun.
Oh man. Look, I play catcher. Those are the worst things to have. Those are the worst things to experience. Those are the worst things to experience. Got to protect the McNuggets. Yeah, better have a cup if you're a catcher. That is true. But yeah, interesting game. Don't say that, man. Don't say that. Don't say that. If that's the game, I need to get paid. I need to get paid if that's the case. Where is my monies? Where is my monies?
For their turn to come up.
One of the best shirts I saw today said, Gato Loco, Crazy Cats, Spanish.
I tell you what, Bethune-Cookman and Florida A&M have added a different dimension to this conference. And I think that they have really added to the profile of baseball in the SWAC now. It was already great, and now it's even better.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner McClellan, when they brought him in, he said, I'm a big baseball commissioner. He said, I love baseball, and you know it. I said, yes, I do. He said, FAMU and Bethune-Cookman is going to change the dynamics of the league. It's going to make it better.
Yeah.
And I said, all we need is more good team. You make the conference more competitive.
You make it competitive, and I've been talking with the coaches down there saying to the same thing, to that of their addition is now there's an arms race in the conference because now you have to recruit players.
Yeah.
You have to recruit pitchers now.
Yeah.
Now they have to go deep and get pitchers.
That's right. It's an arm race. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Someone asked me, would you want to be coaching now? I said, why would I give up what I got?
I hear you.
But you see, some people can't give up coaching because they want glory, and you can't have it forever. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Man, I've had a great run. Mm-hmm. I'm doing exactly what I want to do, and I'm still helping people.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm still helping people. You know.
You've given guys opportunities, and I don't think people realize that coaching from high school to college, you're trying to give you guys opportunities because we all know that this has a shelf life.
A real short shelf
It's a shelf life. And if you play college baseball, any level for me, my view is at any level, you're playing more than anybody else is going to play from high school. So you've played college baseball. You get an opportunity to continue to play the game you love, but get an education.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, you're going to be in that field of professionalism than anything on the field.
That's right. But the shelf life you mentioned is really real.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to go away.
Yeah.
There are things on shelf get spoiled. and you got to throw them, get rid of them. Am I correct?
That's right. That's right.
As they say, preach, preach.
How many 40-year-old outfilders have you seen?
Not in college. Very few in the pros.
Very, very few.
Very few. I wanted to tell you a story about Chet Brewer. Oh, Chet is too old. You're too young to know who Chet Brewer is. Chet Brewer played in the Negro League and was a scout on the West Coast. Signed a lot of good players. But I can't tell the story the way I want to tell it on the air.
Well, we'll wait till you go. We'll wait till your show. Wait till your show.
Oh,
comes.
you know that's good.
Well, I can tell part of the story.
Okay.
It's acceptable.
Okay.
The other one is acceptable, but I just don't want to say it. It's acceptable. Well, there was a black man in Chicago in the 30s, kept trying to go for a tryout. And this white man kept saying, son, or he did say, son, boy, I'm going to cut you. Don't go well. I'm going to have you arrested. Don't come back here asking for a tryout. He went 5 days in the room. Every day he told him that.
And a strikeout.
It's over?
No, it's not over. That was a big strikeout for Southern.
So 5 days in a row. Finally, on the 5th day, he told his coach, I'm going to embarrass that boy today. We got this big 6'8" white boy throwing 98 miles per hour. And when that boy come to bat, I'm going to tell him bring him in. Well, that opportunity came in. They said, he's about to bat, coach. I said, good, get the pitcher. The pitcher came in, throwing 98 miles per hour. That brother said, boy, grab a bat. Brother went in, took a couple of practice swings. The first pitch, he was aggressive. First pitch he saw, he hit a line drive to right center field, being a right-hand hitter. He said, ooh, look at that Cuban run.
I get it.
I
get it.
I really, for years, was Chet Brewer told that story in 1993. For years, I was angry with the development of how this all happened. Not the fact that I expected him to do what he did, call a boy this and didn't give him a chance. But what was so stunning that people missed, that they all knew the black man was black, right?
Oh, Hammy.
Huh?
Got an injury down on the.
Yeah, Jalen Lucky went down,
Hamstring.
chasing that foul ball down there.
Yeah.
Wow. You don't need him hurt.
Well, your first baseman.
And there was not anything serious to get hurt.
Oh, looks like it's cramp. Looks like
okay. Yeah, it didn't look like it would. Yeah, it's cramp. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to do that if that was a hamstring.
Yeah.
I want to finish that story because
they just confirmed he's cramping down there.
Okay, because it's important for people to hear it. They all realized he was a black man, that they were denying an opportunity, okay? But because the man who was leading the denial of giving him an opportunity said, ooh, look at that Cuban run. Just think about how sad that is, America. With one swing of a bat, a man became a black man without a job to a Cuban with a job. It said to me, how could that man convince those people looking at it that this man was not black anymore? But it shows that this is what happened in America. Somebody convinced a lot of people to do damage to black people. And that's what happened. I had to tell that story because it had bothered me for years that this man wasn't a Cuban. Now, I've had older white men who were general manager told me they tricked a lot of people by telling them this is a Cuban, he's not black.
Yes, those are very true stories.
No, they're true stories.
Very true stories, yes.
But to say, people looking at you, you're a brother, man. You're Cuban. Look at that Cuban run. Yeah. But I had to tell that story because Chet Brewer told it so eloquently. And I thought about that story for many years because I looked at, I broke it down and looked at everything that was involved in it.
Mm-hmm.
Convince someone something is not, is white if it's black, is red if it's blue. I convince someone so easy.
Yeah. Well, Pine Bluff right now, they are trying to get a few runs.
Again?
They're
Oh.
down by 3. Down by 3 runs here.
I can't be too partial for Southern because you got to be careful. I want them to win, but that's okay, huh?
That's absolutely fine.
Huh?
You have hey, you have your loyalties. You have your loyalties.
I just can't pull for them on the air.
There you go. You try not to.
You try not to. So that's why I'm trying not to say too much about them on the air. Other than they need to get these outs.
Well, for this Arkansas Pine Bluff team, they have really played well. And strike 3 call, and that will retire Arkansas Pine Bluff.
This is the 8th.
Going into the 9th.
Top of the
Top
ninth.
of the 9th. This is for all the shebang.
The top of the 9th?
Going top of the 9th.
No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on for Arkansas Pine Bluff in the 8th. We'll go to the 9th inning with the score 14-11. Southern on top. We'll take this time out. Back after this.
Ooh, I remember that. That movie right there. Bingo Long and the Traveling All Stars. But yeah. It's an enjoy to hear Coach Cato tell the stories, man. I think the attendance has been. I think the attendance is all around the same. Either when we were in Atlanta last year, over at Georgia Tech, or now here in Birmingham. But I think because of the sun, start time of the first game and where the sun was at, you didn't see a lot of people fully down in the bowl until the shades start coming in. So I don't think the attendance is too much anything. And plus, it's still, like I said, it's still kids are almost getting ready to be out of school for the summer. It's Memorial Day weekend coming up. So I think eventually the attendance will pick up like tomorrow and Saturday.
One kind of the interesting thing is kind of looking around the ballpark is Bethune-Cookman and Alabama State trying to do a lot just to kind of stay warm and kind of keep their energy up. This ball game is running pretty long here for them.
Yeah.
You are right about that.
Is it an Arkansas Pine Bluff thing? Because they ran into a long one last night. They were involved with a marathon last night.
Yeah.
A little bit of a common denominator there.
Yeah.
The Golden Lions. Yeah.
The Lions. Yeah. They don't have nowhere to go. They'll want to play another 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, yeah.
But I like the way they have competed.
Oh, you have to.
Yeah, I like the way they competed. You know, this coach have no idea what the conference tournament is like. He's
Safe at first.
You know. And he brought in this team, and they competed.
Yeah, they're competing very well.
Yeah.
And I tell you the thing that's so impressive about them. Like you guys talk about how much they're competing, but you know they great attitudes. I mean, in terms of being over there in the dugout, everybody picking each other up, and again just preaching that belief. You know, we're still in this. We're still in this. So I've really been very impressed with not only Coach Logan Stout, but this Arkansas Pine Bluff team.
Mm-hmm. I talked to him too before the game. They were near the tent for the VIP for the SWAT.
Oh, the hospitality.
Yeah.
tent.
So I got to talk to a couple of those players. I really like their attitude. You know, they're happy to be here, but they're here to try and do some damage too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The change in the Arkansas Pine Bluff program can do nothing but add to what we have in the SWAT.
Right, exactly.
That's all they can do.
That's it. Now, if we can get this change at Prairie View and at Alabama A&M and then Alcorn, just bring that up a little. You know what I'm saying? They'll do okay. Prairie View's got a chance to be the monster because they got the facility.
Oh, beautiful facility.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. You know.
And even, Coach, like you're saying, some of the teams that did not make it throughout the course of the season, you saw them take a game here or there from teams that you would not expect that they would have taken a game from. They might have lost a series, but it turns heads when they're able to pick off a game here and there.
That's right. I agree with you, Charles. They did a good job. You know, it's just, you know, the coaches got to believe in getting that players to believe in themselves and what they're trying to get them to do. I would say to them, simplify things a little more that you're trying to get them to do, and you'll find out that success rate is going to go up. Don't start asking kids to do stuff you can't do or wasn't able to do as a player. Just keep things simple, you know.
Swung on and missed. Here's a throw to second. Nowhere near, but at least it did not go into the outfield.
It was a good throw that straight at him, but not nowhere near where they could get the out. It didn't bounce. It didn't go wide. It was straight into his glove.
Taj Bates, yeah, that shot he hit today was unbelievable. This guy's so powerful.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, he's powerful. This is one of the
comes down into center field.
This is one of the things that have me puzzled about Southern. They got Bates and they got Thibodeau and Luckett and a couple other guys. Why doesn't it ring success? You know, they score runs. When they score runs, the pitchers don't hold them. When they don't score runs, the pitcher hold the other team down. I don't understand. You know,
they're gonna work it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much been, you know, a tale of 2 seasons, if you will, for Southern. They were struggling for a bit there, and then all of a sudden they caught fire. You know, they won 7-8 in a row. So, you know, this is a very explosive team, and like you mentioned, I mean, kind of the pitching staff, or the pitching has kind of been the Achilles heel, but we've seen some pretty good quality starts from Southern in this tournament. They got some pretty live arms out there.
Yeah.
14-11 here in the top of the 9th inning.
I tell you guys one thing that is a staple of the swag baseball tournament. That is the Southern baseball fan. They are loud and boisterous always.
Yeah.
Charles, take it from us. They always have been.
Yes. I am in Thailand.
Jalen Mack now coming to the plate.
So you have 2 men on. It is now the top of the 9th. Southern is up by 3. 14-11. With the 1 out, you just take. Do you bunt around or do you try to just let him swing?
You can't bunt. They're down 3 runs?
No, Southern. Southern is up 3 runs.
Yes, and they're hitting.
They're hitting.
You got to try to put more runs up. Just swing away. The pitcher taking a lot of time. He's not going to throw hard. I mean, he's the kind of guy you could do something with.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a hard throw. So you can't blow the ball by you. You just got to be quick and try to make solid contact. Let's see what happens here. There you go.
That pitch missing for a ball.
Let me tell you what he did there, which he shouldn't be doing. He's trying to hold a guy on and throw. The guy's trying to steal.
Double steal.
He was trying to keep the guy from stealing and throw the ball home. That's why he was throwing those balls. You got to pick up your target.
Cameron Bird now coming to the plate.
Keep getting some weapons up there. They're not going to keep letting it off the hook. It's a good pitch right now. I don't know what he called it.
2-0. It was a ball.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that pitch too.
Yeah. See, this is where the umpires got to take control. This game has lasted way too long. Ooh, that one is hit pretty good.
And it is out of here. Home run for Southern. And it is now 17-11. Cameron Bird. He scored 3 runs today by himself. 3 RBI on that trip.
Wow. He gets behind that. Hits it right in front of the scoreboard.
It was just a matter of taking a good swing. The pitcher doesn't have anything he could get him out with. I mean, that's what most kids have to understand. What does he feature that can get me out? Nothing. He just got his hand on the ball, let him throw the ball, and take a good level swing. And he did exactly that, and that's why he made solid contact, knocked the ball out the park.
Swung on and missed. Top of the 9th inning here in Pine Bluff. will come to the plate. That's a strike. They'll come to the plate needing at least 6 runs.
Maybe Southern will score 5 more.
Oh goodness.
7, and the game will be over with. Ooh,
And there's a strikeout.
Not bad. That was a good pitch off the plate. Okay.
So 3 runs, 2 hits, no errors, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 9th. It is now 17-11. Back after this.
Well, better get 3 easy outs in this game. But we shall see what happens. They got 3, get 3 outs, game is over. Get 3 outs. That Pine Bluff team is scrappy. Well, let's get these last 3 outs. Last game gonna start at 9.
Carlos Rodriguez now coming to the plate as we are here in Birmingham, Alabama. It is the 2025 Southwestern Athletic Conference Baseball Tournament. Pine Bluff, they've got 9 outs, or 3 outs, I should say. They have to get 6 runs to tie and move it on into the 10th inning, or they have to score 7 in order to win.
Yes, I did.
This one swung on, foul.
Coach Cater, Carlos Brown on the Carlos Brown Show wanted to make sure he said hello to you.
Tell him I said hello.
Yes,
The
indeed.
franchise.
Franchise, indeed.
Yeah.
Over the head of the batter. Oof. A tough pitch.
To your point, Coach, you know, if he can't get around on you, why are we throwing all these curves? Let's go ahead and get it done.
This is what I can't understand. That's what I saw when Grambling was playing, the first game Grambling played, and they had a guy on first base.
And there's a strikeout. So the first out of the inning.
Who obviously couldn't run. He was like a catcher, couldn't run. And we had 2 out. Grambling got 2 out, needing to get it out. The pitcher is thrown over to first base to deal with that. I had to scream from the dugout, man, leave that guy alone. You don't need, that guy can't steal. You know, Pierre them got to know better, you know? Because young people do anything.
Blake Coleman.
They will.
Blake Coleman up
Yeah.
there for Arkansas Pine Bluff. 1 out here in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Coach, did you have to give him a gentle reminder there?
What was that?
I said, did you give him a gentle reminder or a forceful?
I yelled. I said, what the hell are you doing? I'm sorry.
Oh man!
Don't throw over there. You know.
Well, Bethune-Cookman and Alabama State, they have been camping out for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Alabama State players, they pitched a 10 over here.
I think this is why maybe when you got I knew all season we've been having high scoring game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's definitely been some high scoring games.
Yeah,
No
so
question about that.
that was a risk this year. It was going to happen here. You got me? Was the games were going to be longer than normal.
Ooh, send him back to the dugout.
And another strikeout.
What the umpire is telling these guys, swing the bat. I'm not going to save you.
That's good.
Swing the bat.
Well, it should have been. I mean, you got to let somebody know. Swing that bat. Don't come up here thinking you're going to get something.
2 outs. The Tigers are down to their last attempt to try to do something to keep it alive.
Pine Bluff now, they just want to get out of this. And they want to see if they can maybe score a couple of runs here. But right now, it has really been tough for them.
Yeah.
A little discussion with the pitcher.
Now, I think what Sloss is doing is actually venting to the umpire, but he's doing it while he's standing next to his player, so he's not openly confronting the umpire.
The coach?
Yeah.
That's a good
It's
catch.
the wrong time.
I saw that.
That's exactly what was happening.
I know that move.
Yeah.
I know that
But it's
move.
the wrong time to vent. You can't vent when the thing is out of hand. You got me?
Yeah.
I agree if it was the 6th inning, 5th inning. You're not happy about something, you can go vent, you know. 9th inning with 2 outs. You probably want to tell your boy, make sure you swing the bat, be aggressive. Because in reality, you don't know what can happen. Southern hadn't done the best job of closing games this year. You got me?
Yeah, I'm watching this right now.
Yeah, they haven't done it. So it's not like it can't happen. But the umpire have a responsibility too to get the game moving, to make sure that, you know, I'm going to be aggressive. You better be aggressive. You got me?
Foul off.
That was good placement right there, right at those knees. Give him the fastball. If he's going to watch, let him hit it on the ground.
That one up in the zone a little bit.
So why would you come back with that?
Huh?
Why would you come back with the trying to curve?
It's just hard to understand, man. It's just difficult to understand.
Oh, we also have to remember that, you know, these kids are in a different situation. These are 18 to 22-year-olds, and that's going to be a strike. No,
he doesn't.
Call it a ball.
Saved by the bell.
I think we were all 2 steps out of the dugout on that one.
Yeah. Well, you know, again, the game got a little out of hand, and nobody took control who was a part of the game. You got me? Umpires, players, you know, coaches. You got to take care of it.
Swung on and miss.
That'll do it.
And that will do it.
what I was impressive with was how Southern started to swing the bats.
Yeah.
They were down, 5-7-0?
Game, right.
7-0. You thought they were down, but they came and they kept swinging the bat, stayed active.
Yeah, they stayed active.
And
every move Arkansas made, they answered.
They count. Yeah, they countered.
Yeah.
17-11, the final score. And for Southern University, they will move on.
All right. Baton Rouge Tech moves on to the next.
He is going to get Boyd.
So we'll get to the interview here in just a little bit.
Yeah.
Southern University will.
So Southern plays the winner of FAMU and Grambling tomorrow afternoon. Jack State moves on and pretty much holds their own destiny. You see, I like that. Did like that, you know. Hold your own destiny, but you know. But great time. Next on the docket, but I'm not doing it because baseball for right now. Is Bethune at Alabama State. So Southern versus Grambling. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a nice one right there. It's gonna be a nice one. Bayou Classic. Bayou Classic. As y'all see, my man Charles Bishop down there getting the interview. Shout out to Chuck. So, but we'll be back on a little bit later with my man Troy and the Gator old man. But for now, got love up on my mama. And I'll see y'all later. Be safe. Careful. Love everybody. Love on everybody. Love your loved ones. And as always, man, I just gotta say, be easy, baby. Peace.